Ready when you are, buddy boy.
So you guys just started when I walked in here, though, basically.
Yeah.
I don't be giving no fucks. I do whatever I want. I say whatever I want. I count a little money for fun. I don't know why I'm getting so hyped about this shit.
It's insane. Bro, it's
just
fucking
with
insane.
Count off, my friend.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Shoot it.
Welcome back, my friends, to episode 10.
Ooh,
we're finally done with the
10.
single digits, Joshie.
Yeah,
bro, how's that feel?
On to W's. I feel great.
W's, yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is the Flash Bros podcast. My name is Sam. I'm your host today, joined by my good buddy, Joshie.
What's good?
How are we feeling today, brother?
I'm doing...
Walk me through.
Dude, I'll walk you through it. So I'm sick.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can tell. We have I do not have the big C. I'm pretty damn sure.
Yeah.
Because I'm fine. You know, I just
we've
feel
all
like
had it in the house. So,
exactly.
you know.
So we know what it's like.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely, you can hear it in my voice. I'm a little sick. I got something going on. I think it's malaria, but I don't know.
Is it contagious?
No.
Not in the house?
Contagious?
Yeah.
Like malaria?
Yeah.
No.
I'm not fucked?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because I feel fine. I actually feel like my allergies kicking up. We were talking about that a little bit, but it's definitely allergy season for me and many others I know. I'm just like, I'm clearing my throat literally constantly. I'm like, congested. My nose is running. Yeah, bro. It's just all this congestion shit.
Yep.
That desert fever
the
bullshit
desert
out
really
here.
does take care of it. I think that's a part of it too. I think it could.
I'm sure it don't help.
But I know, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I just feel, but I feel better than I did yesterday.
Yeah.
And the day before too.
I'll be honest. You looked not good.
Dude,
yesterday.
I was not okay.
You were you seemed like you're like just a little sweaty and like
sweaty,
just
groggy.
unable to really like even focus with your eyes. You know what I mean? Like,
I know. I felt like
out
shit.
of it.
I
Yeah,
felt
bro.
like shit.
Yeah.
I did call out of work yesterday too, so that was also
that
another thing.
helped.
Yeah, it did.
The rest.
And I just was. I was not excited to work either.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
You're not gonna work tonight, right?
fuck no.
Yeah, fuck
Are you kidding me?
All right.
Are you kidding me?
Make sure we're straight, bro.
Yeah, I got work in 2 hours. So.
Well, walk me through, bro. Besides getting a little sick, what's new?
Oh boy.
Catch me up.
Well, first off, it's been an amazing week. Yes, it's been an amazing week for not only me. Still helping my friend Trinity move.
Yes.
That's
Where's she at with that?
often. So her family's almost out of the house. I think they're out of. No. They're almost out of their current house, but they have to be out by what's today? Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
By the
end 25th.
Yep.
By the end of today.
Today.
Oh, shit.
But they're almost up.
Oh, I didn't even ask. Yeah, because
you
you told me that you were going to be moving, helping move all this
and
physical
I have
furniture and all this stuff. Yeah.
I literally been lifting so much shit in the heat, and so I think this also might be.
Maybe that's
a cause of my body's just genuinely tired.
Definitely.
And maybe I wasn't drinking enough water too. So I think this is a cause of those things because I felt actually sick. I don't know what that could be. Is that a cold? Can you get a cold from?
Sure. Yeah, it could be
overworking yourself.
Cold or fever. I feel like those are most.
I felt like
common.
I had a fever yesterday.
Yeah.
I felt like I did because my fan I had to turn off because it was making me cold.
Yeah.
And that's not right because my room is legendarily hot. It's very, very hot.
Fucking oven.
So yeah, we've been doing that, and now I'm sick, so I can't do anything like that. However, one of the biggest things right now, I know we're talking about it all day today.
Yes, sir.
Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2
came out a couple days ago.
And we'll get into specific impressions here, but you're liking it and you're playing it. And...
I'll say my initial is that I am hooked. It's all I can think about.
Yeah, hell
and
yeah.
it is like. Excuse me. It's everything I was dreaming of, and I barely scratched the surface.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm much further behind than everyone else I know. You know what I mean?
Sure.
As he's playing it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is Blade playing it?
Yeah, he's playing it, and he's I think he's almost done with it.
Oh yeah. Sure.
But I got some initial impressions from him and Azzy on how they feel about it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot going on in the game, and so there's a lot to be feeling. But to be honest, it's just, oh my gosh. It just reminds me why these are like my favorite games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really like the first one with the DLC and then Miles Morales. I was hooked on those games. And, you know, to be completely frank with you, I am not the kind of person who like constantly like gets hooked on like PS5 games. I know that sounds kind of lame, but like I'll get super into them.
Lame-o gamer, bro.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a freaking goober.
Well, you mean like you're more hooked on like Switch?
Switch is easy.
Yeah.
Switch is very easy to get into, and I mean hooked like I'm 100%ing it.
Oh,
you know what I mean? I feel like that's pretty easy. And then like there's games that just, you know, some games on PS5 like Astro's Playroom. I was like, I want all of it. I want to finish it all. Should we shut that window, by the way? I didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot we had that.
I was like, we are hearing some background noise.
Just a little bit of a
airplane
window
going
fix.
by. We live
gotta
by the
close that window.
airport,
We gotta fix the window and close that shit.
Got it.
And then wait. There's that piece right there. You gotta put it down. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And then put it down.
it.
There it is.
Okay, sweet.
See, listen to how silent
Window
that
locked.
is now.
Yeah,
Isn't that beautiful?
it's a lot better.
So holy shit. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like I will play a PS5 game or PlayStation game in general, or Xbox or anything like that, and I will play it and I'll get into it and I'll do a lot in it. You know what I mean? But I don't usually get completely consumed.
Yeah, not necessarily like this feeling of like I am going all in on this game.
Like how I have in almost every single Switch game I've played. But that's just simple because I feel like Nintendo, they have this way of streamlining everything in their games where you never have to deal with something like God of War Ragnarok's map and fast traveling system.
It's a great example.
You know what I mean? That would never fly on a Nintendo console. Never. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I
Breath
feel
of
like
the Wild with that kind of map. Could you
absolutely.
imagine?
And you know, there's similar things with even like Jedi Fallen Order. Really enjoyed that game. However, like the map and just like the overworld and the way that it was like, just it was not streamlined.
Really?
Well, no, not at all. And but the thing is that also happens with big AAA games that are on other systems. You know what I mean?
For sure.
I feel like Nintendo focuses on kind of like making sure it's all fun and it all works.
Yeah.
And I feel like sometimes I'm not trying to just shit on like PlayStation. I'm really not.
For sure.
But I just have felt like in the past the maps and all that come after the thought of let's make the game, or the fast travel system.
Absolutely.
Of let's make the game, or even just like the way how easy it is to look at a screen of a skill tree.
Yeah.
And being like, okay, how easy is this to understand what your points are, what you have.
Absolutely.
And for the most part, you know, sometimes I'm like, I'd rather not get into it. But with Spider-Man, I'm all into it. I'm all in.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with like upgrading. I'm obsessed with buying new costumes right now. So I'm at this point where I'm obsessed with the story. The story is so compelling to me, and yet just going around the city and getting shit done is just as fun. Even just as fun as like this. Oh my god, I don't want to get into too much.
Yeah.
But I've been consumed with that.
For sure.
That's been a huge part
I'll
of
add
it.
on a little bit. I feel like there's this novelty that maybe I couldn't quite put my finger on of the portable experience that Nintendo has made from the Game Boy. But like, you know, even and what I'm getting at is like you know, even in classic Game Boy games, there's no sleep button, right? So you still have to like manually save the game before you're about to turn it off. And even that being said, even like the original Pokemon and Zelda, the original experiences that Nintendo's had, it's always been really easy to get into the game and get out of the game. You know, I think better than other publishers and better than other big games out there.
Completely
you know what I mean? And there's something almost even like mentally for me, if I'm like, okay, I got like an hour to kill.
Yep.
Oh, I'll boot up this PS5 game, whatever it is, and then be like, ooh, there's like it's gonna be a while to kind of boot up and kind of get myself immersed. But Nintendo's so good at just immediately immersing you, and especially with the Switch now and where we're at, and just being able to turn that on, turn it off. It's instant sleep, right? And it's just so easy, even without any save features. Or even without like the sleep, just picking up a Switch game.
It's so easy.
Yeah, and
you're totally
playing
right about that too.
Like so easy. Yeah, it's like there's no like mental blockade there, and you
so
feel
right.
that, right?
Yes, I agree. And that's the funny thing is that I feel like Spider-Man is breaking that mental blockade of like I don't care how long it's going to take. I want to boot up this game and I want to play it. And one of the things that's so great about it is that I feel like it's probably the first PlayStation game that I played that has really utilized being a PlayStation 2 game. Sorry, PlayStation 5. What the fuck am I talking about?
I was wondering where you're going with that.
A PlayStation 5.
Right, we got sick brain. It's okay.
We do.
Yeah, all the things are all fine. We both got dyslexica anyway, so you know.
Dyslexica. I love dyslexica. Yeah. So PlayStation 5. Yeah, the fact that it's so quick. There's no loading. There's no bullshit you got to deal with. Like Insomniac, also their games are just pick-upable. You know what I mean? I've noticed that with Ratchet and Clank. Pick-upable. Pick up a bowl and then fill it with some cereal. Have yourself some. Yeah, we'll take some soup. We'll call back. Yeah. So anyway, I've been doing that. That's been great.
Fuck yeah.
Love it so much. We'll talk more on it. I have been also blown away once again with One Piece. Yeah. Just new chapter dropped today. Yes. Yeah. And it's got to be one of the best chapters that has ever come.
You said that last time.
I know. Because it was getting into it, and there was all this hype behind... You're talking about what, God Valley? God Valley, yeah. Good job remembering that, dude. Bro. Yeah, so the big reason that God Valley is such a big deal is because there was a battle, I told you this, right? Yeah. Where Garp and Roger had to team up against this pirate crew consisting of Rocks, Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Shiki, Stussy, all
I only know 4 of the characters you just said, and that's pretty big.
Those are the biggest dogs of all time in the One Piece world, truthfully. Yeah. In the current world we live in, that's all the emperors, basically. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And so they were all at one point when they were younger, much younger, all on one crew together, led by this guy named Rocks. And last week I was like, oh my God, we're starting this flashback. I wonder if we'll even see all of them. And we do. This chapter we see young Roger fighting with young Rayleigh and his other young Scopper Gavin. And then Garp pulls up with it's young Garp pulling up and young Bogard, which is his assistant, the one with the hat that you saw in the live action. Yeah. He's super held in mystery because we've never seen him fight once. And people are like, what's his deal? What's the whole thing about that? We barely see him. We spent 15 years where we just didn't even see him in general. We just saw him recently. Nuts. But in this flashback, the fact that it's Garp, Bogard, all these big characters... It's like the craziest thing you could ever see. Yeah. You know what I mean? As a One Piece fan. And I just read that chapter today. We found out a lot about these characters, and it's just crazy.
It's kind of fucking hype.
It's wild. Bro. I was texting Azzy, and he was like, can you believe how fucking good we're eating? We're eating so fucking good. And it's crazy because it's this year, he told me this story about he was telling this guy, he was like, yeah, I really like Spider-Man and One Piece. And the other guy was like, oh wow, then this is your year, huh? Because One Piece is going crazy with Gear 5 and the manga's going nuts, and then Spider-Man obviously has Spider-Man 2 and across the Spider-Verse.
Holy shit.
There is not much more, and I literally even added on that. I'm like, yeah, and I'm a Zelda fan, and I was fucking eating earlier this year. I still am, so
gourmet. Pokemon
is also, yes, I am absolutely eating in Pokemon too. A lot of good stuff, a lot to be excited about.
Damn, that's kind of getting my brain churned. This has been a huge year.
It's been across the board. It's been a massive year. It's weird. I mean, even if you're not into music, some crazy stuff. Drake just dropped an album. Travis Scott.
We talked about that.
Yes. Yeah. He hasn't dropped an album since 2018. Oh, so fuck. Utopia, brand new album. Okay. Just out. Okay, cool. Brand new Drake featuring so many people, including Yeet, my fucking favorite artist. Yeah. And so just like all this stuff in the whole world that's just bro, I'm full, but I could still eat. You know what I mean? And I will too, because I don't think there's anything bigger coming this year besides
Yeah, I mean, are you talking games? Yeah. Just in general? I mean, the only thing for me off the top of my head is the Super Mario RPG remake.
Yeah.
You know, and so that I think that still falls under like Mario. It's a big year for Mario because you know, the OG Charles Martinet,
my God,
right?
yes.
Like and all the never-ending meme from episode 1. But he, you know, all of that happening. That's first time ever, right? And with Mario Bros. Wonder, and again, I'll get into that.
It's huge.
It's huge. It's like I'm hearing now what Mario sounds like, and it's different, but it fits kind of this idea of rebooting the Mario and what we talked about episode 1 about, like, it's not new Super Mario Bros. Anymore.
Right.
This is now the next iteration. Nintendo has fully gone all into making it a new experience. You know,
absolutely.
icons, sound effects, everything.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, what you're saying, like,
it's just wild,
Mario
right?
RPG is coming out, and I feel like there's probably other stuff we're missing here, but this is a huge
Invincible
year.
Season 2 comes out.
Comes out soon?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
In like November.
Well, I gotta watch
2nd.
it before it drops.
Watched it yet?
I haven't watched it yet.
Oh,
No, dude. Vinland Saga is like I'm thinking about Vinland Saga about every day. Like,
I am not kidding. I just bought the first manga. Did you see
it?
Yeah.
Did you? Oh, dude, that was the hardcover, right?
Yeah. They
I
had
didn't
them at
look
Barnes
at it,
and
but I
Noble. I
want
was
to.
like, I want to get the whole collection.
I want to peek it.
That shit is so good. Peek it, peek.
Peek it, peek.
Yeah.
Baby.
So what about you, Sammy? What do you got going on?
Oh, Joshie, my friends. What do I got going on? I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Go.
Oh yeah.
I've had a lot of time this last week. It's still been a really fucking busy week for me.
Yeah.
Just like I'm like trying to. I felt like last week I was like hanging out with like different people that I haven't seen in a while and catching up and making play dates. And it was literally something every day. We had Cynthia's birthday party, right? Which we recorded the episode and then we dropped it short. Cynthia's party. I felt like that day onward until like now, I've been going ham every fucking day. You know, so it's been great. But I've had a lot of time to like really sit down and play a game or like do much other than kind of podcast work and relaxing. So Pokemon Go has been something I've still been like really dabbling in, and there's the Halloween events happening right now. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm really, really enjoying it. I'm still grinding out. There's this like series of quests right now in the game for getting a Master Ball.
Oh yeah, you told me.
Yeah.
How many raids do you have left?
Really close. I'm halfway done with the raids, but I have 30 days left. I think somewhere around there. So I have about 30 days to get 30 raids done. So that'll be easy.
You think you can do multiple?
I think so because I started on the questing late. Like when I got into Pokemon Go was about a month and a half ago.
What's the point of a Master Ball?
So the Master Ball is, you would think like you throw it and you still gotta hit him. It literally, like after you throw it, it cuts to an animation showing the Master Ball capturing the Pokemon. So it's a guaranteed throw.
So what would you
I use it on?
Yeah.
Currently, it seems that the best thing to use it on, and what I want to use it on, is a Galarian bird. So the way that the Galarian birds work...
Can they escape battle?
Yes, they have the highest flee rate of a wild Pokemon. So most of you only have 3 balls. There's no like other fancy balls in Pokemon Go. Yeah. It's Pokeballs, Great Balls, and Ultra Balls. And then a Master Ball, right? Which they've only ever released. This quest is like the second Master Ball they've ever released.
Wow.
Right. So super rare to get those. And so I've seen tons of videos and tips on these Galarian birds, and basically you can give a Pokemon a berry to make it the catch rate go up, and you can give it a golden berry to make it go up even more. But so the maximum rate you can get to catch a Pokemon is a golden berry and an Ultra Ball, and it's only a little bit for these Galarian birds. So most people, they'll see a Galarian bird, they'll even get like an excellent throw, which will even greater increase your odds, and the bird will flee instantly. So yeah, it's
so.
It's
do
tough.
You have any of those birds?
I don't. The only way to get the Galarian birds, I found out recently, I thought you just find them in the wild. Yeah, and it's kind of like the original, right? Yeah. But there's a thing called daily incense, and when you use incense, it does what do you think it does? It attracts wild Pokemon. Yeah. But they came out with this special incense called daily incense, so you get it for free once a day, but you can't use it beyond that. It's 15 minutes, and the Galarian birds have a chance to spawn in that 15-minute time period. And the best way to do it is not like I've been doing it sitting at home, which is a mistake because the game loads spawns based on distance walked. So what you want to do is like, I would start like right here, ideally, then start probably walking towards Mesa Riverview.
Yeah.
And then start my daily incense, and that would like properly spawn Pokemon that I need.
See.
So that's going to be a goal of mine before the end of the year, is capturing one Galarian bird. And I really fucking want Galarian Moltres, bro. So bad.
I told you, it's the coolest looking.
It might be my favorite Pokemon design ever. Ever. Like, seriously. I love the way that they made... I love all three of them. Yeah. I love how Articuno's kind of this, like, fucking mysterious, mystical creature. Yeah. You know, isn't it psychic type?
It's psychic. Right? So the way that it works, it's really interesting, just for some fun little lore if you want to know it. The way that it works is that all these birds are a different type. Can you hear that? That's so funny.
If y'all hear screaming in the background, our roommate Adrell, notoriously streaming once again. And this dude is so funny. He's so loud. He's only a couple rooms over, but we got tile floors, so the sound just carries.
Absolutely, but it's so funny. Because we're both doing our thing at the same time.
We're both doing our thing.
I love it.
Following our dreams, baby.
So the way that it works is that starting with Articuno, it's a it's a psychic Pokemon.
Yeah.
Then Zapdos, which is a fighting type, and then
fighting electric?
No.
It's just fighting?
Just fighting, just psychic, and then just dark. So, the reason these guys are cool is because they're not the trio. They're not the legendary birds. But the locals that all have been like witnessing them and seeing them in the Crown Tundra, which they're introduced in. This is all just you read from lore from their descriptions.
Okay.
They are not the trio from Kanto. They are not. They are similar, kind of similar looking, but they're three different birds.
What the hell?
And so the Articuno, it's the psychic.
I keep trying to call Articuno Mystic.
What's wrong with me? I don't know what's wrong with me. I've said it like 3 times, and I will stop myself every single time. The Articuno, it gives off this energy, this like psychic energy that gives everyone a chill. And so they're like, it's Articuno, right? And so people have given it this name Articuno because it's a bird and it gives people this chill, even though it has nothing to do with ice. Then
that's
Zapdos
fascinating.
Is a fighting type
right.
with strong legs that rumbles, that shakes the ground, and people are like, oh my god, that's an electric strike, and it moves so fast, it sounds like electricity. No electricity involved in it at all.
That is so fucking cool.
Have named it Zapdos. It's not Zapdos. It's a completely different Pokemon because Galarian forms aren't transformations. It's not like a Mega.
Right.
It's a completely different Pokemon that evolved in a different region. And then Moltres, it's a dark type where the dark wings that it has, the way it flaps, it sounds like flames. And so it has this sound of like flame, but it's dark energy that exists from it. And so people are like, oh my gosh, that's Moltres.
Yeah.
And so these 3 birds, not the trio, they're not, but that's what they're named by locals because it's a 3 trio it's a psychic, a fighting, and a dark type.
That's actually nuts.
Isn't that the coolest?
That is actually
lore ever?
nuts.
So
I appreciate that lore so much.
They're not. They're a separate group.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
That's wild.
They could be distantly related, but evolved in different regions.
For sure.
Which is such a cool idea too.
Yeah.
But I also just love that there is that lore. They did a lot of stuff like that recently with like some of the new. Like in Scarlet and Violet, they have what's called, oh my god, I'm going to forget because of my stupid sick brain. Oh my gosh. Paradox Pokemon. Oh, have you heard of those at all? Okay. I'll
maybe once from you, but please refresh my memory.
Well, I don't want to get too much into it, but they're Pokemon that should not exist in our timeline at this time period.
So they're like from another dimension?
No, we're talking from our timeline, but from a different point in time. So that's all I'm going to say. So they're from
like the past or future.
Right, but obviously Pokemon change over time, and when you look at a Pokemon from back then, you're going to look at it and you'll be like, oh, that's not this Pokemon.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you looked at a woolly mammoth, you'd be like, oh, that's a completely different thing. So they have different names, even if they're a middle evolution, even if they're a final evolution or one of the first starter evolutions. They all just have their own unique names, like Sandy Shocks. I don't remember all their names.
No, it's all good.
But it's like they're their own Pokemon because of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just think that's like so interesting. The fact that it's like, I don't know. It's that kind of stuff that I love.
Yeah, no, I literally love Pokemon lore. We actually were talking about it briefly. Josh and I were playing a little bit of Smash Bros. Before we started the episode.
No,
and we were like talking casually about Pokemon, and you were talking about how like just some of the lore, and it's fascinating. We were talking about Arceus, right? And Arceus is literally God in Pokemon, in the whole universe, and then there's Dialga and Palkia, space and time. It's like, how do you go beyond this? That's
the craziest part is you get into then like the strange ideas like in Pokemon X and Y. It's like the gods of life and death.
Yeah.
Like ideas, you know what I mean? And then I don't think they've really been doing like big gods recently.
Yeah.
It's kind of been like a smaller scale. I mean, like besides Sun and Moon, which is very much so big scale, but that's like interdimensional dimension things that don't have to do with our universe, but just the fabric in between it. You know what I mean?
Nuts.
Which is such a cool idea. Obviously,
it's so
I love
cool.
I love Necrozma. I love what are their names? Solgaleo,
Solgaleo, and Lunala.
Lunala, yeah. Love those guys.
Yeah.
But it's much smaller scale, obviously, from Sword and Shield. You know what I mean? Where it's like these ancient Pokemon that fought against an interdimensional beast, which is a cool idea. Of
Some
course.
Xenoblade shit.
It really is.
Not even kidding,
I know.
bro. That's literally wild.
It gets so interesting comparing all the lores with what happened in the most recent game, which is why I can't wait for this next DLC. You know what's so funny? We were saying we're like, yeah, we could have a shorter episode today, and look at us.
It's already been 25 minutes. You know, just casually talking. You know, it's perfect.
Yeah.
I feel like the main topic though is going to be shorter. Cause it's going to be kind of like casual talk. Just our first impressions.
I'm with that.
Of Spider-Man 2 and of Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Yes, sir. So to continue though a little bit, Joshie. Pokemon, I also been playing the Isle of Armor DLC.
Yeah, how far
right, for
you?
Sword and Shield.
Yeah.
I've been fucking around. Right now I did. I first explored kind of the island because what you said is 100% true. The whole map is a wild area, which is really cool. Right. It really is giving me Arceus vibes.
Yeah,
and it came out before Arceus, right?
Yes.
Pretty sure the DLC came out, or at least Isle of Armor came out before Arceus.
I did not play it though.
You didn't play it then, right?
No.
Yeah,
but
you played it later.
You're right. It might have come out, and then I just didn't play it.
I think that's what happened. I think that right. I think even both DLC came out before Arceus. Yeah, but if not, the Isle of Armor definitely did, and you can see it. Like all the ideas that they added into Isle of Armor that wasn't in the base game, and from the first like big wild area that's there. Really cool, like especially with like right off the bat. Okay, there's these Alolan Diglets. You got to go find them, and when you find one, it says how many are left in the cave. I'm like, this is just like Arceus.
It's like Arceus, or it even has like that Breath of the Wild kind of feeling.
Yes,
to it, you know what I mean?
No, for sure. It's like Arceus. You collect those little like flames, right? So the blue flame or whatever, and then it says how many are left in like the area, and the region. That's cool. Having collectibles and also having a more helpful way in the past from previous kind of Pokemon games, which would give you side quests, but would kind of be really obtuse about it. You know what I mean? No way to track your shit. Really cool. And I'll be honest, I'm seeing mostly Pokemon. I know the appeal of it is they've expanded the national dex, and so it's a lot of Pokemon that weren't in the base game, but I'm really in this mindset for new Pokemon, and so I'm seeing, especially from playing Pokemon Go to and Arceus, it's like I'm seeing all these fucking Pokemon everywhere, and I'm really appreciating the landscape. Especially I was wandering around like a cave, and it's like actually a cave and and it's cool. Dope.
And it's still free camera in there, if I'm not mistaken.
It is free camera everywhere.
Because for some reason I was thinking, I was like, do you enter the cave and it's like a set angle? But
no. Yeah, because there's all these and I don't know if there was like an actual cave you load into, but I just went into a cave.
No, that's the one.
Okay, from one angle, and then it had like several different exits. And it's like a maze. It is low key.
That cave was really fun because I was looking for. I don't remember what I was looking for. Well, I tried to finish the Pokedex, so I had to search around a lot, and that was a really fun spot because it was like you would look and then find like just the spawning in. I don't know, I find it fun.
You know what I mean? So I'm kind of like ignoring most of the Pokemon I'm seeing because I've caught them all hundreds of times, right? And I'm kind of really just trying to explore the area and then get the story done because I feel this itch within me, honestly, within 10 minutes of playing the game. Fuck. I want to play Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
Truly.
Really?
Truly. I do. Yeah. And I didn't think like I'd be feeling this way, at least like not as much as I do.
Yeah.
You know, but I really want to beat the DLC, so I'm currently trying to find those Slowpokes. You know, there's like those right at the beginning, the first
Slowpokes?
Yeah. Not the Alolan, those
I
think they're the Galarian Slowpokes and they're really fucking fast, right? Yeah. And is that like a thing? Is their base speed actually much higher than Slowpoke and it's a meme?
To be completely honest, it might be.
Okay.
But I have no idea.
Yeah.
I didn't use it. I just started using a Alolan, I'm sorry, not Alolan, Galarian Slowking.
Yeah.
So,
I'm excited. I don't even know what that looks like, so I'm excited to see it.
But
okay,
cool.
just in
really
passing,
cool.
but so
and
I'm
then Slowbro too is also a really cool design.
Cool. Yeah. Is it Slowking or Slow?
Yeah,
Bro, right?
It's not a.
Okay.
It's Slowpoke, and then it can be Slowbro or Slowking.
Or Slowking. Right. Okay.
Depends on where
I couldn't remember
it's bitten. Remember, because either it's on
his
tail or his head.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I think they should make another one where it's like it gets bit on like the arm, and then it has like a big punch.
Ooh, yeah, or he has like an arm cannon or some shit.
Yeah,
could you imagine?
That'd be sick.
Big punch.
Yeah,
that'd be sick. Tough. So, exploring that, and I'm not as sucked in because I think I'm a little frustrated that the map is so big, and I'm like, where the fuck are these Slowpoke? Because I need to find like it's like 10 of them to move on.
Is that
the
right?
main game? Yeah, something like that. Huh. That's like the first mission is like you're in there talking to like the group of trainees because they're like, oh, you're part of the dojo, and you're like, clearly I'm in the wrong place here, right? You got the wrong guy, but you get sucked into it, and then it's like, all right, first mission. Catch the Slowpokes.
Do you remember why you're in the dojo?
Well, because you're like traveling from the train station, right? And then that girl battles you, and
what happens is there's a person, and then you might have done this a long time ago.
Okay.
But there's a person at the train station, and they're like, "Oh shit, I'm getting cold feet," and they're like, "Here, man, here's my ticket to the train," and it's like, "Oh, okay, I'll take that." And then it's like, "Oh, anyone who has that ticket is a part of the dojo because that's how we give it out to the new people." So that person abandoned it.
Got it.
Was like, so you're just the complete fill-in, like you're not replacing anyone.
You don't even know what the fuck's going on.
No, exactly not.
I love it. Yeah. So,
but I'm excited that you're excited for Scarlet and Violet, by the way.
Yeah. Me too, man. Yeah, for real.
Makes me excited
for everything that you've shown me, and I've still remained. Honestly, really spoiler free. Not that I really have ever cared about Pokemon spoilers. Sure. One of the few things that I'm like, tell me what's in it. I don't care.
Yeah.
But I'm genuinely getting like this itch. I'm like,
that's so funny.
Yeah. Like almost like the evolution of still like because you can like run around and still throw Pokeballs, right? In Scarlet and Violet. I want that. I want it so bad. Yeah. Arceus really spoiled Pokemon for me.
Well, it's not the same as Arceus though.
Right.
It's a different style where it's like if you. It's done in the style where you don't run up to them. You can run up and touch them, but sneaking is still very important because you'll get an extra turn if you can catch a Pokemon off guard. Yeah, which is so fucking essential if you're catching Pokemon easily. I have this Rodham named TV who has what's the paralyzing.
Like Rodham. Oh, no, it's paralyze. What the fuck? No, Thunderwave.
Thunderwave. Yeah, Thunderwave. So you literally you catch them off guard, and then you Thunderwave them, and they're completely paralyzed, and they haven't even used their attack yet. Yeah. But they have a next turn. It's my turn, which means I get to just use a Pokeball for free. Easy. And So good stuff.
Yeah.
So
and even like the auto battling looks cool. You just send your Pokemon out and do that.
So easy when it comes to that kind of stuff. They just streamlined it once again. Nintendo has streamlined a game very, very well.
Yeah, man. You know. So moving on though, been still watching Demon Slayer with the girl, with Miss Kendall, and we're about wrapped up in season 1. I was telling you a little bit. Yeah, we just met the Hashira. And so it's kind of like we're about to get in kind of the greater plot for what this is. I really want to say about it is that it's cool. Kendall's still so sucked into it.
She's enjoying it?
Yeah, so we're both sucked in. Yeah. It's a really dope feeling to have that.
That's awesome.
Like literally the episode ends and it's like what's going to happen with Tanjiro and Nezuko, and they're all like kind of there. And the episode, it goes to the cliffhanger, of course, and it goes to the end, and then Kendall's literally like, "Oh my god, why do they end like this?" It's so good. It's hooking her in.
I love it.
So and
Such a good
that's
show.
amazing. I'm really excited to see.
Have you seen
the new stuff
like,
because I've only seen season 1, so no movie. Wow. I don't know what happens. I've been spoiler free.
What are you watching it on?
Netflix? I think it's on Netflix.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think, I don't know how Netflix has it set up. I think some platforms split the movie up into like 10 episodes.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
So I think that's how they do it.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
But I could be mistaken.
I'll make sure that I'm on it. I'll look up like a list and just make sure I see it because would you recommend I watch the movie or the episodes or both?
I've never watched them individually as episodes.
Okay.
The movie is just split, you know what I mean? But I've seen the movie multiple times.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Okay.
I think it's just
that's
really,
what I've heard from everyone. Yeah. So the movie's fantastic.
Just really well like paced in the way that it's done. And the animation, of course, is incredible. Stellar. It's just you can expect the best animation from Demon Slayer.
Fuck yeah.
But especially that movie. Just very, very, very high quality.
I feel like I had more budget behind the movie than like the rest of the show. Yeah. That's usually how it goes.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck
it was the same way they did with that JJK movie. So
okay,
they
I don't know
the same thing.
if I know anything about the JJK movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought you saw it.
Huh? No, definitely didn't see it.
Really?
Yeah, I only saw the first.
It was in theaters.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I remember you guys talking about it. Yeah, but
so I saw it back then, but I just recently rewatched it while I was rewatching JJK.
Okay.
So it's like a prequel, but it's extremely important.
Okay.
Like it's very crazy how important it is. I'm so surprised that it is like a movie.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I'm not that surprised because it's based on a single manga called JJK Zero, which was released, which was like it goes before the first book.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's like 0,
like
1,
a total
2, 3.
prequel.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sweet.
Pretty
well,
good
then,
stuff.
other than that, buddy, been playing Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I played a little bit of it so that was my first time playing it. It was a couple nights ago, and I was just fucking around, really just trying to get kind of like taking everything in, you know, as like and seeing how the game makes me feel, trying to take mental notes on this experience. And last night I played a bunch, and Kendall was really tired, and we were gonna play it together, so she opted just to watch, and she was loving it. We went through the whole first world together.
Nice.
Yeah, so I got a lot to say on that, and I'm excited to get into it.
Good.
So
I'm excited too. So
shall we?
Let's get into it.
Shall we, Joshie?
Let's get
okay,
into
baby.
it.
So mark our first segment here. And I'll get this kicked off. My friends, welcome back for another awesome episode of the Flash Roast Podcast.
Welcome,
joining Sam and Joshie. We're glad you're here with us today. We got our episodes posted every week. We got them posted on Apple and Spotify and YouTube and more platforms to come. That's what we got coming right now. We record every Wednesday.
Oh, yeah,
episodes go live on Friday. And we love to hear from our audience and hear from you guys and anyone interested in joining the conversation. So we have our website, which is patreon.com/flashbrospodcast. And that's kind of where we run this whole podcast from, actually. And you can give us monetary support over there if you feel like you would like to.
If you would like to. No one's going to force you to.
Yeah, absolutely. We want this show to remain completely free if people just want to enjoy it that way. And that's how I like to enjoy podcasts for a long time. And so we want to make this as accessible as possible.
Oh, yeah, we do.
And if you also want to write in and you don't want to sign up for Patreon, you can just email us, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
That's right.
Yeah, and we got a section of the show for writer inquiries, so that's where any of you out there can just write in things you want us to talk about, any questions, comments, concerns, corrections, thoughts, ideas, whatever the fuck. Let us know. We'd love to hear from you guys.
Oh, yeah.
So that being said, we have our Patreon sponsors here, my friend.
I just want to say real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
You have gotten so good at saying that first beginning part in the 10 episodes that we've spent doing this.
I appreciate that.
So it's kind of amazing seeing it, or even hearing it. Yeah,
thank you, bro.
I think everyone could agree on that.
Yeah, man. Hey, I appreciate that. It's really sweet of you, bro.
You're very welcome.
Fucking love you. I feel like we're both, I feel like, growing in this, getting more comfortable behind a microphone.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've really ever consistently been behind a
mic.
Yeah,
I feel like this is a bad example for mine because I'm sick right now, so I'm not as colorized as I normally would be.
For sure, but I feel like I hear the feedback I get is how much my friends enjoy listening to you and tell me that they feel like they're your friend and they have never met you.
Well, let me just say out there, everyone who's listening, you are my friend. So if you feel like you're my friend, you're my friend. I feel the same way.
Fuck yeah. I literally remember reading off, like I typed out like a little blurb I wanted to say it too at the beginning, and then it was like episode 3 or 4. You're like, I don't know if you should read off that list, bro. It just doesn't feel as natural. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try like winging it mentally until something just clicks. Yep. So I appreciate the feedback.
No, it's great feedback, but also you took it and ran with it. So there's only so much a feedback can do.
Yes, sir. So with that being said, we got our Patreon sponsors.
Let's read them.
Yeah, these are the 6 supporters we got right now, giving us some monetary support over on Patreon. And that reads as follows, because a perk of this is having your name shouted out in our episodes. Yeah. So first up, we got Austin Bowman.
Austin,
OG since day
Literally
one.
Day one, Austin Bowman.
I know,
what
bro.
a real one.
Dude, he moved. He actually is in Alabama now.
Alabama?
Wow. Yeah, where he's told me that apparently out in Alabama, they don't have like mainstream high-speed internet.
What?
Yeah, he said it's. I was talking to him and his parents a little bit. Yeah. And I kind of was joking around. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, no. Legitimately, unless you live in like 3 major cities, you have dial-up internet or no internet.
No way.
That's what it's like over there. Wow. That's like living in the past, bro. Isn't that nuts?
Oh my god, that's crazy.
They're literally off the grid.
That's wild. My friend Trent is moving to Kentucky.
Yeah.
So you think it'll be a similar thing?
I talked to Trina a little bit about this, and I told her, and she's like, I wonder if it's going to be the same. Has she been to Kentucky before?
No. I've been to Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you that much, baby.
Yes, sir.
Next up, I got Annette Anderson.
Annette,
my beautiful mother,
most beautiful mother.
We got Donald Duck.
Donald Duck,
Josh, of course. Yeah, Donald Duck in the house, my man. We love you.
Has he messaged yet?
No, not yet. One day will come. I got confidence in this guy.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Kendall Sutherland.
Oh, the queen herself.
Gorgeous. We got Adrell Williams.
Oh,
Sweet A.
I believe.
E at the end. Yeah. How do you spell it, Joshie?
I say Sweet A Y E.
Okay.
That's what I always say.
Yeah. And that's on Twitch.tv.
Yes, I think he's streaming right now.
I think so. Yeah, or he was. We heard him.
Yeah.
He's taking a little break.
He's quieted down, so maybe, yeah.
And lastly, John Rao the Fourth. Johnny, my man, we fucking love you, bro. I've been seeing this guy like once a week for the last like few weeks, and
is that right?
Dude's awesome, bro. Yeah, we have great talks, especially about the podcast.
We love him.
He's a big Metal Gear Solid guy, so he's always talking about Metal Gear Solid.
John, if you're listening, we love you so much, and I love you too. I'm sorry I haven't been able to see you as much as Sam has.
He's excited to meet you.
Is he actually?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Yeah, they might try to come to the Halloween party.
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah, it'd be really sick. Him and his girlfriend Jade. You really like both of them.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I'm excited.
Joshie, that wraps up our Patreon sponsors. So we are going to literally jump into this week's history, my man.
Let's hit it.
Yes, sir. So this is a list we've got of curated games here of kind of just for this current week. Today is Wednesday, October 25th. So this covers between October 23rd and the 29th. We're going to jump back in time. I got 10 games here that have come out historically within this week that are worth noting, and a couple of here have some anniversaries. So we'll start off this list with Super Mario Brothers 3 on the NES. Yes, sir. October 23rd, 1988 was the Japanese release date, and that makes this year the 35th anniversary.
Do you remember what movie it showed up in first? Do you remember?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
So it showed up in a movie before it was ever released. This is only in America, so I don't know how much distance is between those. Do you remember the movie The Wizard?
No,
the old
I've
NES
literally
movie?
never heard of that.
You've never heard of The Wizard?
Never heard of The Wizard.
It's where the quote of the Power Glove. It's so bad. You remember that?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I'll do a little.
Give me some history.
I'll do a little history teaching lesson with you. There was a movie called The Wizard, and it came out, and I'm literally gonna look it up. I'm just looking up The Wizard. Okay, 1989. What year did that come out?
This is 88.
88.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but this is the Japanese release date.
This is the Japanese release date.
So Japan got it.
This movie, The Wizard, it was essentially like a movie completely dedicated to like video game.
It looks like Spy Kids 3D.
So it's not like a video game movie. It's a movie about this kid who wants to win a video game tournament.
Oh, shit.
I think his older brother, what's that kid's name? That actor. What's his name?
I don't know if I've seen him.
He was in Princess Bride.
Oh, the main guy?
No, the little kid.
Oh, I don't know.
Who he reads to. Fuck!
I don't remember the little kid.
So there's a part in the movie where this one kid, he comes in and that's him. He's the coolest kid in town. And he used the
literally
power
holding
glove.
the fucking power glove,
and
bro.
he used the power glove and he shows up and he's like, I'll show you how it's done. They're like, he's not touching the game. He's just using his arm. And everyone's like blown away, right? Everyone's like losing their mind. Bro. And of course, look at that hair. He's got the glasses too, so he's always got the power glove and the glasses, everything with him. And he takes off.
Literally.
At one point, he beats the game and he goes, "It's like, how'd you do it?" He's like, "Power glove. It's so bad." it's iconic.
That's iconic as fuck.
Yeah, it's an iconic part of gaming history. So anyway, something that goes with that is that the final game that they holy shit, it has 27 on Rotten Tomatoes. It's pretty bad. But the final game that they play in the tournament, which is like an official Nintendo whatever world tournament, the ones they used to do. Right? Yeah. Do you know the ones?
Yeah, I don't know what it was
Championship, Nintendo Championship.
Yes,
yeah.
I do remember.
You know
that logo.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So it was like a Nintendo movie, kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the final game was Super Mario Bros. 3, which at the time hadn't come out yet.
Wow.
That's at least everything I've heard from every single historical thing, but that says it came out.
No, that's facts, bro.
It came out a year before.
So but this was in Japan. So I'm gonna go with my gut here and say that you're right. And
I'm gonna look it up.
This definitely came out before the North American release date.
I was gonna say North American. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, find it. Great game though.
Yeah.
One of my favorites for classic Mario games.
You said that's 80.
This is 88.
This came out in 1990. Yeah, so The Wizard came out the year before and showed off this game that had not been released in America. And it was the official translation and everything.
Wow.
It was like the newest version. And so it was huge for everyone who was watching the movie.
Yeah.
Because it was a game that didn't exist. There was no Mario 3. It was like, oh my God, look at this.
That's crazy because graphically and everything, like Mario Bros. 3 was like a total upgrade for all intents and purposes.
Absolutely.
Like, and Super Mario World was incredible. This game came out just after that, right?
What are you talking about?
This game came out after Super Mario World, right?
Absolutely not. Super Mario World was on the Super Nintendo. This was a game on the NES.
I'm actually a fucking idiot.
That's okay.
You're so right.
You're right. I would totally assume that, but it's just because think about it. This is No,
that makes sense. I actually think I assumed that because of the Mario Advance series, and this one came out after Mario World.
Right, understandably.
Right. But
yeah, think about it.
My point
Super
though,
Mario World.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just not thinking over
That's
here.
okay.
I feel like that probably was crazy for people to see because going from Mario Bros. 2 and Mario Bros. The original, it looks completely different.
2 is also just such a different gameplay style. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's nothing like the original. You know what I mean? Which has its own appeal, and obviously people love 2 for what it is. But it's like back to basics, like back to the way that it's supposed to be, but with better graphics. It looks better, new power-ups.
Mario's a fucking raccoon.
He's a fucking tanuki.
He's a tanuki.
A tanuki.
Yeah, you told me all that lore, the first episode of the tanuki.
Do you remember it at all?
No, some mythical creature, right?
It's a mythical Japanese creature that that has lucky balls and it blesses people with its massive nuts. Yeah. Have you ever looked up pictures of it?
No. Pull it up.
Can I show you?
Yeah, please. I definitely want to see this full-fledged tanuki. I've only ever seen a Mario tanuki.
So the reason also it's spelled tanuki. So, it's fucking not. I'm a stupid idiot. It's a Japanese raccoon dog, which is like, okay. So I want you to just take a look.
Let's see it.
So that's an old Japanese statue. Do you notice anything crazy? Yeah, you notice anything wild about it?
Yeah, the fact that it has massive balls.
Gonads. Yeah, that's the thing. So any of these old statues you see, it'll have giant balls that just hang out.
God, they're so ugly.
I know. It's it's just, a little Japanese culture. Look at that big old nuts.
The head is always sideways. I'm kind of off-put by that.
It is kind of
weird. It's a little unsettling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like it's like its own little creature.
Yeah, so 35 years ago, we got the official Nintendo representation of the Tanuki.
The Tanuki.
The big bald man.
Yes.
I was going to say something else about it, but I forgot, so we're just going to move on. Okay. Number 2. I've got Zero Escape, Virtue's Last Reward.
Ooh, Virtue's Last Reward.
This came out on the 3DS and the Vita, October 23rd, 2012. Yes. You have any idea what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, it's isn't it the same thing? Wait, what's it called again?
It's called Zero Escape, Virtue's Last Reward.
It's like that one that's called Zero Time Dilemma.
Yes.
And then there's the other one that's like I.
999.
Yeah.
You got it, baby.
That was a name stay in my house in high school because my older sibling loved 999.
Really?
It was on the DS,
okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
It was on the DS.
Yeah, so then they played that because they literally just got it at like GameStop, something like that,
sure.
and then played the shit out of it, and then it was like, oh my god, I gotta play the next one, and then it was always like Zero Time Dilemma, Zero Escape. Always heard shit about that.
So officially to break it down for you, because you remembered it like all really fucking well, especially if you didn't play it.
Yeah, I never did play it.
Oh, crazy!
I do.
These games are nuts, especially the first one, 999, because it was on the DS and the limitations of the DS hardware.
Of course.
But imagine playing this DS game. You pick it up. And, you know, Nintendo is still mostly known for, like, their family games.
Totally.
And their
it's a DS.
IPs. Yeah, it's a DS, right?
That's why you play Nintendo.
This game, it, like, has this premise right out the gate where there's 9 people that wake up on a cruise ship, like the Titanic. Yes. It is literally a replica of the Titanic.
Yes.
But there's no way. They're in the middle of the ocean, and there's no one else on the boat.
Yes.
And then they get an announcement over the overhead saying you have to solve these puzzles, these real-world puzzles.
Yes.
And as you progress through the ship to escape, only one will escape.
Yes.
You will not survive.
Yes. It's like 9 days, 9 something. Isn't it
9 days, 9 hours, 9 doors?
9 doors, yes.
Like something like that. Or nine persons?
People.
Yeah.
Could be.
9 hours, 9 doors. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're
Crazy game, because gameplay-wise, when it has like a puzzle, it is the most insane puzzles you can imagine. So it's not like, hey, solve this one puzzle, like, okay, like with red switches and blue switches, that looks kind of intricate. Right. It has like 16, anywhere from like 8 to 16 puzzles like that in a room, and like, so you solve a puzzle, it'll give you an item, you use that item to go and solve something else. It is an escape room as a video game.
That's really interesting.
Isn't it nuts? Yeah, and you literally there's 9 of these fucking rooms. You don't even necessarily, because it's also a game of choice. Yeah. So you get to decide who you're taking with you into certain rooms, or what like certain plot points are met for where the party goes. The party goes. Like, they're divided as the game continues, because only a certain number of people can get through the door. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, everyone's wearing a watch, and that watch has a certain number on it. And so to open up a door, you needed like the prime number of the 3 numbers or something to open that door, so certain people couldn't go through.
Right.
You know, it's like electro, like these watches that are on everyone, they can't turn off, and they poison you if you fuck up. You know, so it's this whole fucking intricate.
That's a rough
story.
Yeah.
And so Zero Escape, Virtue's Last Reward. This is the second game in the series, so it's by the same devs. They just completely changed the name.
Who did the first one?
Probably
What's the first one called?
999. Yeah, it's the same guys made the game. Yeah, so they just completely changed the name, and so you didn't know that it connected to 999 unless you were familiar with the series already.
So it was called Zero Escape.
Virtue's Last Reward.
Virtue's Last Reward.
Yes. I played this game extensively on Vita. Pretty sure I got the Platinum Trophy.
Wow.
And done in a very similar vein. Kind of like, a bunch of strangers wake up. They're being told they got to complete these things or they're going to die. Blah, blah, blah. And it's really interesting. It's actually really, really well written. Really good dialogue. Really goofy. A lot of anime tropes, like just in different characters of shapes and sizes. It reminds me of Danganronpa.
I was gonna say that's what it's giving me. The vibes are. Are there characters that return? Like from the first one?
In the third game, there's characters that return from the previous 2. Yeah, which the third game is Zero Time Dilemma. Dilemma. But fantastic series in general.
I was gonna say.
I actually didn't play 999. I watched a playthrough of 999.
That'll do it.
And I was hyped. Like that. That is a fun game to watch.
Seriously,
especially if you don't have a DS. Wow. So I definitely recommend.
Yeah, and Zero Time Dilemma was it on 3DS?
It was.
Yes, it was.
Yep.
And Vita.
3DS and Vita.
And PS4.
Yeah, eventually they came out with a little collection because Zero Time Dilemma came out, and then to fill in the gap for people who hadn't played the first two games, maybe it wasn't accessible to them because they only played this game on PS4. They came out with the first two games also on PS4 in a little package.
I liked that.
Yeah, it's called the Zero Escape Collection or something like that.
I think that's what I saw.
Something like that.
Because I saw a collection, I was like, oh, very cool.
Yeah. That's cool. Your brother was so into it. Yeah. I didn't know if you had a connection here. Cool. Next up, I don't know if you've heard of this one. Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Ultimate Alliance.
Yes. It has Spider-Man right on the cover, along with a bunch of other Marvel characters.
It's a fighting game.
Kind of. It's like a Diablo-style fighting game. Like top-down, and you have party members, and you can swap them out.
No, I do know what this is.
So this came out. Check out this list, because we talked about how, remember, back in the days, it would be like you get console games, but then the same game would be on the Game Boy. Yes. But it's actually like a completely weird version of the game that's not really like the others.
It's not the game.
So this game came out on PC, PS2, Xbox 360, PSP, and the Game Boy Advance. Yeah. Not even the DS, the Game Boy Advance. And this is October 24th, 2006.
Was the DS out by this time?
I think it was, low-key. Maybe not. 2006, I'm pretty sure the DS was out. But I remember this game was huge. This game was really pushed on Xbox. I think there was even a version of the Xbox that came with this game.
Oh, really?
So I knew a lot of my buddies that we all either had this game or we knew of it, and we like tried playing a little casually, and we just thought it was okay. But I don't know if you had heard of it or had any experience playing it.
Well, they just did a third one, I remember. On the Switch.
Did, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
So I remember that what they were talking about, but also I've never played it, but I remember it being something that everyone had.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was very talked about for a minute.
It was definitely talked about for a second. I think
people were hyped because Spider-Man was on the cover. People are always eating up Spider-Man wherever they could get it.
Spidey's the best way to experience games.
Life?
Like life in general, I agree.
I quote you all the time, by the way. I say you, even though it's not your quote, but you always will share with me in like a deep moment that has nothing to do with games or something. You'll be like, hey, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. I literally said that to this guy at my bar over last weekend. And I was like, I'm saying this because one of my best friends always says this to me. And he's like, dude, holy shit.
There is so much.
You're so right.
It's the truth.
It's the truth.
I'm glad you say that because that's a beautiful thing to say.
I started saying it because of you.
Well, 100%. I started saying it because of Spidey. But the truth is, I mean, there's a lot of things in our world that can be broken down to the fact that we have, we have an ability, an innate ability in a lot of different ways. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone has, literal, more power than I think they believe. Every single person.
Absolutely.
And you can take that in a daily sense, or you can take that in the sense of if someone has a talent, that's a power, but also, that's those things that, you also have to, it comes down to there is amount of responsibility you have to uphold to have that. And there's an amount of responsibility you have, I think, as a person to do your part in in the way we all interact and see each other. You know
Absolutely.
What I mean? So you could use that in so many different situations, but it's the truth.
But no, I'm 100% with you.
Kind of goes with the theme of today, right?
Hey yo.
Hey yo.
Number 4, Joshie. Bayonetta 2 on the Wii U, launched October 24th, 2014.
Yes.
Did you play Bayonetta 1 or 2?
I never did. I still haven't played 1 or 2.
Me neither.
Really?
Me neither, yeah. But I remember Bayonetta 2 coming out, and the studio, I can't think of the studio. Might even be Platinum Games.
It's not Platinum.
It's not Platinum?
No,
okay. I thought it was.
No,
we should look up the devs of Bayonetta 2. But I remember it was coming out, and Bayonetta was kind of getting revived as this franchise now, and it was kind of blowing up. But Bayonetta, the original, was on PS3 and the Wii, I think, or something.
No, not the Wii. It was PS3 and Xbox.
And Xbox.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And so there was this transition to for whatever happened. I'm not really sure in the intricacies. So but this was a Wii U exclusive, and that was a big deal.
It was.
People didn't like that.
The whole company went bankrupt and were bought out by Nintendo, or they were more like bailed out by Nintendo.
Okay.
So instead of just dissolving them into other things, they were like, oh, you can continue to work on the game that you wanted to create. However, we have our own console, the fucking Wii U, which is, not really wasn't really a contender. It's
the Xbox killer, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna kill it super soon. So I'm trying to find the
Studio?
Yeah, I can't find it. I'm looking.
Let me look it up real quick.
Oh my god, it is Platinum Games.
It is Platinum.
No way.
Was the original
Platinum? Platinum Games.
Bayonetta.
Platinum Games, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I thought, was that they made the game, because it was rated really well for how it ran.
But someone ran out of money, and they had to help them out.
Yeah, I wonder if it was like the original. It could have even been just the original publisher, and maybe that's why a new publisher stepped in.
That is totally possible.
Yeah, and you're right. It did come out on PS3 and 360. But crazy because this was coming out in Wii U and people were pissed.
Yeah.
People really didn't like that.
Yeah.
But it ended up actually selling really, really well. I'm pretty sure it was one of the best-selling Wii U games.
It definitely was.
And I remember all the hype behind it finally coming to Switch.
Yeah.
And for...
Well, because Bayonetta 3 was confirmed for a while.
Yeah.
Because they obviously they were working on it. I want to look into that game. I don't know. I never played. They have Bayonetta 1 and 2, and Bayonetta 3.
Yeah, Bayonetta 3's out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But I just haven't played it.
Yeah. No, me neither. I also remember when Bayonetta as a character came to Smash Bros.
Oh my god, that was such an insane
Smash on the Wii U. That was insane. Yeah. Everyone because they were having the voting for the Smash at this time, right? Poll. Yeah, there was the ballot. Yeah, and it was revealed by one of the regions that Bayonetta was one of the highest wanted characters. And then everybody on community boards on Reddit, they're all saying how there's no way that is possibly going to happen because it's Nintendo. Yeah. They would never put this semi-attractive, over-sexualized girl in this video game. And it was literally the last character to come out.
It was. She was pretty insane.
She basically broke the game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Those 0 to death combos. Yeah. So crazy. Actually nuts.
That was it was the same thing with Cloud. He didn't break it, but he was so crazy. First drop too.
Oh yeah.
That shit was nuts.
Oh man. Yeah. I want to do an episode just about Smash hype Smash character reveals. Yeah, and the trailers that dropped with it.
One of the most hype has to be the reveal of Ultimate as the game. Well, absolutely. Not even just the reveal of Smash 5, because that was also insane in its own self. Do you remember? It was in a Splatoon.
Oh yeah, we've talked about it many times. Yeah.
And then at the end they had it was Splatoon, and we were everyone's what the fuck is this? They just showed off Octo expansion, so they were already on Splatoon 2, the DLC.
Right.
And then they showed these characters from Splatoon 1, and they're
what the fuck?
What is this? And then it's oh my god, it's Smash Bros.
As soon as you, for a split second, see that Smash logo in your eye, and you're like, what the fuck? Oh, Dory's here. All right, baby. Let's move on. I got number 5 here, Joshie.
Yes.
The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask. On the Nintendo 64, October 25th, 2000.
What a good game.
What an amazing game. I think I have a lot of more appreciation for this game because I didn't like it growing up.
Did you not like it?
Yeah, no, I really didn't. First of all, that fucking moon terrified me. I legitimately had nightmares from that moon.
That game is horrifying. It's all nightmare fuel. There is there is levity in the world, but the whole world of Termina is drenched in this bleak, dark, kind of nightmare feeling tone.
Very dark tone.
Just the way the masks work in general are scary.
Yeah.
And then there's just so many things. You remember that creepy grandma that tells you a story and you can't stay awake?
Yeah.
Because it keeps
you need that mask that keeps you up all night.
That keeps you up all night. But even just that mask is such a terrifying idea because they literally say in the description about how it was used to torture people. And then when you put it on, it's these things that are peeling your fucking your eyelids open.
I'm getting the chills,
and it's
bro.
And then the whole game is
literally
that. The whole game.
Opening of the game.
Yes.
You're in the woods, terrifying. And it's okay, yeah, this is kind of the woods vibes from from Ocarina.
Not even.
Well, like,
it's a
little bit
bleaker.
It's much bleaker.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
And you're quiet and you're kind of sad. You're riding on a Epona, and it's like you're Kid Link, and there's like this vibe of like. And even it just starts off like, oh yeah, Navi's gone. You're going to search for her.
Yeah.
And then Link looks fucking depressed. He looks sad.
So depressed.
And then it's like,
and then you fall down.
Slowly.
You fall down the hole after like getting tortured by this little creepy ass skeleton kid.
Right.
And then it makes it's like all the weird sound effects, the icons, and then it's like this guy totally he like has like the creepy like his head turns with the Majora's Mask, and it's like
got the clicking
that clicky sound. Oh my god, terrifying. Nightmare fuel.
Really
by the way, you're turned into this like tiny little tree scrub, and you can't turn back.
Yeah.
You're fucked. It's terrifying, bro.
It really is.
The music too, the whole atmosphere of the game, but evolving to, especially when they had the 3DS remake, turned into one of my favorite Zelda titles of all time.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
It also is, there is, with everything we were saying as well, there is something very, very special about a game that's able to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's able to even like make that kind of feeling work. And so you want to say something? Want to say hi?
Hey guys.
It's Dorian.
Getting some more salad?
Huh?
Getting some more salad?
I got 2 yesterday.
Oh, damn.
Oh, true.
Because I'm smart.
Yeah, because I'm smart. I don't want to spend my money, man.
What are y'all yapping about this time?
We're yapping about
everything. Spider-Man 2,
Zelda,
Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's fine with me.
Is that cool?
Perfect. Love you, Dory.
All right. Next up on here, Joshie.
Yeah, please.
I've got number 6.
Yes.
World of Final Fantasy.
Oh.
And this came out on PS4 and Vita October 25th, 2016. And you know a little bit about this game because we started this little thing a couple years into moving here where I was like, hey, here's a video game and I want you to play it and you give me a game to play.
Yes. What did I give you to play?
I think you gave me it was Pokemon Alpha Sapphire.
No.
Or that's at least what I was playing when you started World of Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I definitely did not give that to you.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I never had Alpha Sapphire.
Yeah, you're right.
And I also never beat Omega Ruby.
I wonder if I either completely forgot or you didn't give me a game. We just talked about it.
What did
I just remember
what did I give you? I feel like I did give you a game.
Yeah, there probably was one. Because we were trying to challenge each other to something that we wouldn't normally play without each other. Well, anyways, so World of Final Fantasy, one of my favorite gaming experiences I've ever had. For the first time going through it. Because it truly was like this adorable, really crisp world and the sprite work and the characters. Yeah. Melding Pokemon and Final Fantasy together.
Yeah, truly, it really was like a Pokemon game.
Yeah, with a good story and good characters and great like deep gameplay mechanics with like evolving. Like literally, it was just like Pokemon. You even catch them. You like find a monster and you literally catch it with a ball. Yeah, you do. So really good. One of my favorites, and it really flies under the radar.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone talk about
it.
I've never heard anyone. So it's kind of cool that I get that experience, at least just from what I got to play.
Yeah.
Because I did enjoy what I got to play, you know what I mean? I thought it was really cool the way you're like kind of starter. Mm-hmm. You get chosen.
Yeah. Between like Ifrit, Bahamut, and Shiva, and it's like a pre-evolution of them.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So fucking
cool.
sick.
So cool. Also, I'm pretty sure I chose Ifrit, right?
I think you did.
I think I did.
Which was also my starter because Ifrit's so fucking badass.
Tough,
you kidding me?
You joking?
Number 7, Joshie. Yes. I've got Fable 3 on the Xbox 360. Ooh. This came out October 26, 2010. What I'm going to say real quick is that I was a pretty big Fable guy. Yeah. Like I was exposed to Fable 1 because my uncle had the OG Xbox and he had like all these games.
Always showing you everything.
I know, bro. He really did from like an early age. Yeah. So he shows me Fable and I played through it quite a bit, but I was pretty young when I was playing Fable, and that game is tough, pretty obtuse. It's a very like adult RPG.
You really?
Yeah, adult man's RPG, I would say. Yeah, more than others for sure.
Not your little brother's RPG.
No, not your little brother's. This is definitely your older brother's RPG. Yeah. And Fable 2 comes out on 360, and me, Reese actually, and a couple other our buddies who grew up with, we were all playing Fable 2, and I loved Fable 2. Pretty sure Reese also loved it, and yeah, beat that game. That was an incredible experience. I played through, I did most things you could do in that game, and I remember leaving it being like, damn, that was a great fucking game.
When you finished it?
When I finished it, Yeah. The Fable 3 comes out, and it built this hype up again. It was coming out of nowhere. It was right when I graduated high school, and me and my buddies were like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking get this.
Fable 3.
Terrible.
Serious?
Literally terrible. I didn't beat it, and I was so turned off immediately by how they handled the idea of a hub world, which was they integrated a hub world into the pause menu. So when there's no menu you go into like pause it, change your equipment or anything. No. It doesn't matter what you're doing. When you pause the game, it goes to a black screen, and then it loads a hub world, and you literally take your character in this cool designed room that has doorways and shit, and you would run over and you need to do your equipment or your abilities. Let's go over to the abilities section over here, and you would spend so much time navigating this hub world pause menu.
That's a cute idea, but such a dumb idea.
Yeah, right. It's cute but dumb. Yeah, because in the practicality of it, of spending hours playing this game, it becomes annoying. How can it not? Right? I get trying to immerse, but I'm like, bruh, I'm just trying to let me pause it real quick. Just go down a menu real quick. It's kind of like what we were talking about with God of War. Kind of this, let's add extras, let's do this extra stuff to make it pretty, but it's like, dude, did you even think about what the player would feel like, though?
Absolutely.
Because that, first and foremost, is what matters.
Yeah.
More than pretty design.
Agree.
I never ended up beating it. I was pretty sad about that.
Did you beat the pause menu? Because it sounds like it has a lot going for it.
I think that's where I got stuck. Was Chapter 3 pause menu. Yeah.
It's got
the final boss in there was
Did you get the
kind of nutty?
There's a secondary menu you go to if you go to options in the pause menu. It's DLC. So it's got this whole story that's based around it.
There's a DLC option to turn off the hub world.
Oh, that would be
nice.
It
turns it into a fucking pause
menu. That's an easy fix, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
You could have just done could have toggled that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right? Or
how would you find the toggling button? You'd have to explore the whole area.
Maybe pause it and then it has the menu, and then there's an option to enter the pause menu. So it's if you really wanted to, here's this extra little cool
and then
fluff.
You could also toggle whether or not you want that on.
Right.
All the time.
And then, you know what? Just on that mindset, I might have really appreciated that, because then that would be my mindset, instead of looking at it as this forced gimmick, I would look at it as an optional, cool option.
If you want to be in the game like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't mind cute little things like that if it's I'm role playing or I'm in the game. You know what I mean?
Completely optional.
I'm with
stuff,
that.
Quality of life. I feel like that's a big deal. Streamline quality of life. Wrapping up this list, Josh, number 8, I've got Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock. Came out on PS2, PS3, Wii, and 360.
Did you play that one?
October 28th, 2007. So this was, my first Guitar Hero was Guitar Hero 2, but this was the first Guitar Hero that I owned. I got it for Christmas one year with the guitar, right? It was a black Les Paul looking guitar because Slash was the main icon of this game, and so it was kind of modeled after Slash and trying to push that as a selling point. Yeah, Slash the guitarist. Sweet Child O' Mine. Yeah, from Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses.
Yes, yeah, and Slash is an independent artist now. So that he was modeled on the front of it. And was kind of a big selling point behind the marketing.
He's got a pretty iconic look too.
Very iconic. I
remember him and seeing him in Guitar Hero.
Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, everyone in my bar knows who fucking Slash is. So
everyone in the bar.
Everyone in the fucking bar. So. No, dude, I played the shit out of this game. This is the game that Through the Fire and Flames debuted in Guitar Hero, which was legendarily the most difficult rhythm song ever at that point.
That's
definitely. And I remember playing the shit out of this with my roommates. We'd always play multiplayer, or I would just try to solo the moving my way up to expert.
Right.
And Through the Fire and Flames was always that big end game goal.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's cool.
That was a hard game to beat too.
Yeah.
The last boss is the devil, and
I heard that.
Yeah. And the song is "Devil Went Down to Georgia,"
but
it's a guitar version of it. I think it's a Guitar Hero version of it.
Whoa.
And it's stupid fucking hard. It's just guitar solo, back and forth. Your fingers are about to fucking fall off because it's crazy.
So difficult.
Did you ever play Guitar Hero?
Yeah, I played Guitar Hero Live. Remember?
Yeah, we talked about that one. the different kind of frets on there.
Yeah, it's got the different side frets, and then it was like live.
Yeah.
So it was kind of cringe the way it was done, where it was like, it was a recording, obviously, like it was filmed.
Yeah.
Because it's live, but then they, what happened is if you mess up too much, the camera will start blurring and it'll turn into the other version where everyone hates you.
Oh,
so
shit.
everyone's cheering on.
Yeah.
And then in like 1 second it'll blur and then it'll be everyone's fucking pissed at you. But like they're pissed.
They're like, a lot of pressure.
Get off the stage.
Yeah,
so I'll miss
fuck?
like 2,
Yeah.
right? And I'll be like, boo, yay, boo,
It's
get
going
off
back
the
and
stage,
forth.
yay. I'm like, dude,
each song is an emotional roller coaster.
What's wrong with these people? They're going through it, man. I feel bad for them.
Damn. Okay. So that was your take of
well,
Guitar Hero.
yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Of course I loved it. And I think that, I think the whole idea is really fun, but it's like it's so sad. It's not even that like sustainable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, for
I
sure.
wish it was, because I would love like a new Garfield.
Garfield. Legends of Rock.
Oh yeah, I would love a new Garfield. That shit would be awesome.
All right, number 9. I've got Fallout 3.
Oh, yeah.
Released on PC, PS3, and Xbox 360, October 28th, 2008. Making this the 15-year anniversary.
Holy crap.
Fallout 3. And
happy 15 years.
happy 15 Fallout. Yeah. I wasn't really a big Fallout guy. So.
I was not as well.
Oh, really?
I did have friends that love Fallout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it was huge. I felt like everyone was talking about it.
I feel like Fallout had, like Fallout New Vegas has such a cult following.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That
yes.
Like, it's like people look for games that feel like Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 and games like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is so funny because, I mean, like, as a game, it's fucking busted as shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's so busted, and, I mean, that's fine. You can have a busted up game.
Some people just really like busted out.
I was going to say, I mean, it's well, obviously, it's not, like, the biggest appeal, probably.
For sure.
Or maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know
but it's like a meme that everyone kind of knows about and understands in each other.
Right.
Right?
Of course.
Even if you're not like a hardcore gamer, you're like, oh yeah, dude, Skyrim, fucking busted as shit.
Yeah, busted as shit, but also like still fun.
Still fun. I remember because I watched my buddies play it a little bit.
Yeah.
There was like this feature where you would pause and you would like choose the body part to aim at, and that gave you like the percentage you would hit and shit.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
That is really cool. To be completely honest, I kind of forgot that was in Fallout. Maybe I'll play the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'll play every
fuck,
single
bro.
game.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do it all.
Drop Spider-Man.
Yeah, fuck Spider-Man.
Okay, dude. All right, this last one, Josh, I threw on here for my buddy Caleb and to kind of educate you a little bit because I don't think you've heard of it. But surprise me if not. It's called Legend of Legaia on PS1, released October 29th, 1998 in Japan. So it makes it the 25-year anniversary.
Oh, very cool.
Fuck yeah. You heard of this game?
Never.
Yeah. This is a very interesting game. I don't even know who the fuck developed it, but me and Caleb did this as a Let's Play. So I've played through all of this game. Okay. It's a long game. Took us like 55 hours to beat this game. Wow. It is a whole ass open world RPG.
Yeah.
And this is back in the older days of PS1 RPGs, so it definitely wasn't like complete open world, but there was this world map that you walked on.
Like
Final Fantasy
7.
Like that. Yeah, where it still blocks you off from going kind of too far,
yes.
but it gives you a free map to roam, and there's random encounters.
Right.
So it literally plays and looks like a Final Fantasy game.
Interesting.
But the whole theme of the game is combat. Hand-to-hand combat, specifically.
What?
So you are literally a fighter. So when you spawn in, and it's kind of like very jank looking PS1 graphics. Right. It's all polygons though, so no 2D stuff. It's all 3D. And the main character, even backgrounds are 3D, and they're kind of shit, but they're there, right? And you're a main character, and you're I think you could have 3 people in your party, so it's like a literal turn-based combat, and you're all fighters. So the main guy, he has 2 fists, and that's his weapon. If I remember right, there was a guy who just uses his feet, so like his feet are the weapon, and like
Sanji.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There was like a girl, and maybe she had a sword. I don't know, but how you fight is you would like like go to attack this enemy, and then it gives you a certain amount of inputs you can put in. So when you start the game, it gives you like 4 inputs. Yeah. Eventually, you can get like 12 inputs, and the inputs are A or X, PlayStation,
right.
Up, down, left, and right, like a fighting game. So you would literally just kind of experiment around and use moves in whatever order, and so it'd be then you'd execute it, press start, go open your combo, and he's like left, down. X, and it would turn it into a combo, right? But if you did a hidden, there'd be like combos the game would give you as an art, or it'd be hidden art. So ones you have to experiment with and find around. Right. So let's say you put in one that was like left, down, right, A, or whatever, and then it would be like Dragon Tornado. What? So then he'd come out and do this flame kick and smack. Honestly, for what it was for the time period, crazy. It's called Legend of Legaia, so it's spelled Legaia.
Whoa. He is a fighter.
Kind of nutty, huh?
Yeah, that is very nutty.
But he kind of looks like straight out of a Final Fantasy game.
So you said Caleb loves this?
Yeah, Caleb loved this game growing up, and so he prompted that one day for a Let's Play for the both of us. So, yeah, we actually... you
guys played through the whole thing?
The whole thing, yeah. What? Where I had a mic, he had a mic. I'm playing on my system, and he's playing on his, and we're both just going through it together.
And did you love it?
I don't know that I would say love it. It's a good game. I loved the experience I had with Caleb, but the game is it's rough. It definitely has like power spike issues. Yeah. The story gets crazy at the end, like literally like Xenoblade crazy, and it kind of is hard to follow.
Really?
Yeah. It's just like the storytelling. It's like it could just be better. Sure. Some of the dialogue was pretty
mid.
Yeah, I mean, bland. That's the word I'm looking for. Not boring, bland. Like just kind of like very basic ass dialogue between characters, but it does get really, really emotional, and like deep shit does happen, and death. So really, really good game, I would say. A good experience.
This looks fun.
Yeah,
it looks fun.
Very fun. Very fun. Yeah. Good blast to the past. Especially my time I had with Caleb. So
we love it.
Joshie, that marks us moving on to the next section, my friend, which is going to be news and updates.
Yay.
How you doing? Do you feel like you need a break, or you chilling?
We could keep going.
Yeah.
Or I mean, unless you need a break.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Have a sip of your thing.
Yeah. The water?
No, the other one.
Energy?
Yeah, can I just water flow?
You can actually just have the rest.
Really?
Yeah.
Is this your favorite?
I got another one, baby. It is the Warheads Green Apple, Sour Green Apple.
Shout out.
Shout outs. Ghost, we are not sponsored.
We are not.
I wish I was, though.
Oh my god,
that'd be so hype. Cool. Fuck. Hear that, Ghost?
Hear that, bitch.
Hear that, bitch. All right. News and updates, my man.
Let's run it.
So first off, I want to say this is going to be like a kind of a channel update. Josh and I are working on our first big project for the channel, which is new side content for the podcast called Flash Bros DLC.
That's right, baby.
Fuck yes, baby. So this content is going to be only accessible if you are a Patreon sponsor. So I'm currently working on the intricacies of getting this uploaded and how it's going to run. But basically, if you are a tiered member, right now we just got one tier on our membership platform on Patreon, but it's $5 a month, and if you are subscribed to that, you will get automatically a RSS link, which you can feed into any podcast service, or you can link your Patreon account to Spotify, and the episodes will automatically populate your Spotify feed. And if you'd be able to find them on Spotify too. Normally, like this, once we upload our first one, it'll be on Spotify, but it will have a lock next to it, and it will link you to our Patreon to be able to sign up so you can have access to it. So pretty hype.
Very hype.
Our first episode is going to be the part 2 of the Xenoblade Chronicles review. Yes. Last week we had our part 1, and we were kind of experimenting. You know, we still are with this whole podcast, kind of in general. But we felt like this would finally give paid content subscribers some content. So give you guys something for it. If you really were interested in Xenoblade or just wanted more from us, this would be your way to do it. So
that's right,
I don't know when exactly it'll go live. We actually were gonna record yesterday and we got some done, but Josh was like really just not feeling good.
I was worse than I am today.
Dude, yeah. He was pretty down bad. So we decided to stop it and we're gonna get that up as soon as we can. But that's kind of some exciting news on the horizon, the very soon horizon.
Yes.
Other than that, I don't have anything from last week's poll, corrections, or giveaways, so we're going to jump into the news, my man.
Let's run it.
Would you like to start?
Let's get it started.
Fuck yeah.
Ooh. Let's see. Alrighty. Getting us started, first off, do you know anything about the Shibuya incident from JJK? Have you heard of this?
The Shibuya incident?
Sure.
I'm going to say no.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I don't
well, that's good because it's an arc. The arc that's currently being animated in the anime right now. But it's the arc that takes place right after the flashback with Gojo.
Okay.
Right? So, I'm not caught up. I don't know what's going on, but apparently the Shibuya arc is very, very crazy. A lot of death, a lot of nutty stuff, like crazy, like a lot of innocent people die. Shibuya is also, just so you know, a place in Japan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
it's also a place in Persona 5.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's that big Times Square, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So Shibuya was the place where the villains were gonna enact this big plan at Shibuya on Halloween, October 31st in the show. And so there was a huge group of people who had plans to have this huge Halloween meet at in Shibuya in real life in the year 2023 here now later this month. And so it was a big plan.
Few days.
Yeah, in a few days. So it was this huge plan. Had parties all throughout the streets. And that was the setup to the Shibuya incident. But, like, the whole thing with the Shibuya incident is a bunch of innocent people died. And so everyone was like, oh, let's just all go there. In the show, of course.
Okay.
So everyone's like, oh, let's all go there. We'll be the innocent people that dies. Japan, Shibuya especially, is shutting down the streets on October 31st because so many people were planning to go to Shibuya because of JJK. Wow. So now no one can go on Halloween this year. So it's kind of this big...
That's kind of nuts.
It's kind of hilarious because also if you want to break it down, you want to be like, okay, this is obviously funny because, you know, it's an anime.
Yeah.
But now it almost feels like everyone's prepared for there to be a Shibuya incident this year and for something to go wrong on Halloween this year.
Can you imagine if something crazy went down?
That's what I'm saying. We gotta break back into Shibuya, and we gotta make sure Halloween happens.
Yeah. That's really funny.
It was honestly, it was from everything I've read. It's basically completely the decision was taken because if you have a big crowd like that, and then you mix it with an even bigger crowd, it's just gonna get out of hand.
Sure.
Especially in the streets, you'd have to have police officers and all these things, and instead of having to deal with that shit, it's like, okay, let's just not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Probably smart.
Very smart, to be honest.
Yeah, because people are crazy.
People are crazy and people are going to get drunk.
Yeah.
People are going to be there celebrating Halloween.
Sure.
And it's just going to be an awful mess. And then you throw a bunch of anime fans in on that and a bunch of people who love JJK.
I think,
and it's just going to be...
Yeah, I think especially if it's people who are not native to Japan, I think that's where a lot of, like, kind of these political, kind of, like, smaller, like, citizen-level conflicts happen. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense, but what I'm getting at is, I remember when Persona 5 came out, and one of the big, like, hype points behind this game was the basically every area in that game is a real world area in Japan that you can visit, and
like Shibuya.
Right. Shibuya is like a main place, and there's other. I think you can go to Akihabara too, which is like the electronic capital of the world in Japan, and there's other like smaller suburbs, and then there's like this town that you're in kind of a rundown town. I can't even remember what it's called in Persona 5, but that's kind of you live in like this side kind of creepy back alley in a small suburb in Japan, and that's where you are as the main character. That's where you live. So people who are big Persona fans, because you know how huge Persona is, not like just that's a global thing, and it's huge in Japan, but it was starting to gain traction that a bunch of fans from America, specifically America, really, were starting to kind of like post online that they were going to have a meetup, and they were going to try to meet other Persona fans, and they were going to document their trip to Japan. They were going to have a life-changing trip to Japan because of their experience with Persona. Right. And there was it started to make kind of like low-key news, and then there was a backlash. I don't know if there was official backlash like from like the state of any Japan like local government or anything, but there was a lot of backlash from people who lived in Japan and said like, don't fucking do this, you guys don't know what you're talking about, everything you're posting is very disrespectful to Japanese culture.
I was gonna say, because that's such a big deal,
right? Like honoring, there's a lot of like sacredness in Japan for like their land and their grounds, and they don't want, like, they do not like tourists over there, like just in the big cities maybe, but not in these smaller suburbs.
No, not at all.
It's very religious. There's a lot of like, just like I said, like sacred stuff with like older wars and religious stuff. Like, as far as
absolutely.
I know, I don't even know a lot myself. I just remember seeing this and laughing my balls off.
It is funny,
being like, people are dumb.
You know what's also very funny, because there's, I mean, this is, while you're telling this story, it's reminding me just how different, the culture is over there, and not for better or for worse. And I'm not going to say what's better and what's worse, because there is a value in that completely. Culture is very important to humans in general, and you should respect that as much as you can, truthfully, especially if these people are still there, like living on the grounds and doing all that. But it just reminded me of how there was this huge meetup for people who loved GTA 5 that didn't live in California or Hollywood or any of those those places. Yeah, there was this massive meetup. Okay. And it became like this big thing of a bunch of people like marching down the streets, and nothing happened. Like there was no police called or anything, because that's just how LA is. Sure. You know what I mean? So it was like, I think they went to the like stars, at the Hollywood stars, on
the ground.
Yeah. Because I think you can see the Hollywood sign from there.
I think so. I've actually never. I've only been to Hollywood Studios, and I was pretty young, so I don't really remember.
I went there pretty recently, probably like right out of high school, and it's really fun. But it's one of those things where the vibe is just crazy down there all the time. Sure. And so it's funny, because I was just thinking about that story about how, I mean, they never reported on anyone getting in trouble, but it was like this big meetup for a bunch of people who didn't live there, who just loved GTA 5. And it was like, oh my god, we're in GTA 5 for real. And they started stealing cars and shooting people, bro. It was fucking crazy.
People are wild.
I know.
Actually wild, bro. That's all you got?
Yeah.
All right.
Just a little interesting.
Thanks for that. No, that's fucking funny.
Isn't that funny as shit?
Oh my god. Well, speaking of which, of funny.
Oh yeah.
Today for my first news report, I've got new Nintendo rules cause massive Smash Bros. Fan freakout. So this comes out of Kotaku. And I saw actually several reports of this. So basically, I'm gonna really paraphrase it, what happened here. But Nintendo of UK, Japan, and North America posted on October 24th. So this was yesterday. Yeah. This is breaking news. Okay? Wow. That they have brand new guidelines and rules for the Smash Bros. Community. Just the Smash Bros.
What does
community.
that even entail?
So historically, my understanding, I will say I'm not super knowledgeable on this, on kind of how Nintendo has run their Smash Bros. Tournaments before in the past, or even how they run most of their tournaments. I will say I've been involved in some, like PAX, for example. Totally. And I've kept up on kind of like some of the competitive scene of Smash for a time. Sure. Especially when Ultimate first came out. And in that was kind of, I took in a lot of info from I think like there's this guy Zero who was the best Smash 4 player for a long time.
Zero.
Yeah, and I think he was the best Brawl player too. Like he played Meta Knight and Brawl.
I remember the name Zero because
and Diddy Kong.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Yes.
He doesn't. I don't think he competes now. He does like YouTube content.
Sure.
So he's very educational of the professional community, which is cool. And one of the things I think, if I remember what he said, was that it's been a very rough community to kind of be a fan in because they don't get Nintendo support. They get immense community support, and then like beyond that is like, you know, if you do a tournament at like Evo, for example, you get the community support within Evo, but Nintendo themselves, Smash fans apparently don't feel very loved by Nintendo.
What is that?
A first reasoning being Melee support and kind of like backlash on Project M and Melee support, which Project M, it makes sense, right? Like it's like, okay, if you look at it on paper, this is a modified file of a Nintendo IP, and that's all they care about. So,
and it's widespread, and it's like
for sure, it's a lot bigger than a small thing. Like you know, it's played by millions in small tournaments, you know,
and so I can see that, and also Nintendo does not make any money from that, which is one of their biggest IPs of all time,
right?
And also every single IP that's in Melee, you know what I mean? So it's like it's understandable.
It's understandable,
but I mean,
right?
I would look at it.
Okay, so with that being said, that's kind of I know there's other details there that I just don't know or I've forgotten, but basically it's what are the words I'm looking for? To my knowledge, in the past, Nintendo hasn't been very friendly with the Smash community as far as major tournaments go. If I even remember right, it was like Smash Ultimate getting as much support as it has, like being an official game to play at Evo. Apparently, that's been a really big deal.
That's crazy.
To be honest, which like that's like, okay, your game's being played at a fighting tournament. One of the biggest fighting games ever at one of the biggest fighting tournaments. That just makes sense.
Sure.
But apparently Nintendo has notoriously been very difficult compared to other publishers, especially like Halo or like, you know, like a Street Fighter or all these other companies. Like they'll make a specific version of the game for the tournament. Right. Nintendo, meanwhile, is like, we're not going to supply you with any Wii U's or like any of that bullshit. Anyways, getting on to the details here. So what they posted on October 24th, these are these new guidelines. So basically, to summarize it, tournaments are limited to 200 participants. Okay. This includes non-profit events, by the way. Okay. So that's also kind of makes this even worse.
So they would be upset if there were more than 200 people, even if it's a non-profit.
Yeah, they're actually saying you are not allowed to have more than. They're saying that to have a Smash Bros. Sanctioned event of any kind, it needs to be. You need to go through a licensing process with Nintendo to have permission to do it.
What?
And in that permission, you agree to all of these. So, yeah, literally. What? So, it includes nonprofit events. But, okay, limiting to 200 participants, no cash prize above $5,000. So, they're literally, all these rules are as limiters. None of this is, like, better for the community. Yeah, this is all worse compared to what was, It's just rules on top of the rules that were there before. So, 200 participants. No cash prize above $5,000. No sponsors. Forbidden from using any modified versions of any Nintendo game. And
but you're talking like
Project M. Right, exactly. And tournament organizers are not allowed to sell food, beverages, or merchandise.
What?
Yep.
So, dude, wow, that is nuts.
It's nuts. It's literally nuts.
Cool.
So
who gives a fuck? I don't understand why this would help Nintendo even.
I don't know how it would help Nintendo. This paints a really bad picture for yourself. For it's almost like this older Nintendo is kind of peaked out with this because this was kind of old Nintendo. The world is moving, like we're progressing, right? And in that, okay, YouTube comes out, right? And I don't know if you remember old Nintendo with YouTube, but they would copyright strike everything. Fucking Nintendo. Like if you could talk about a video game, but if you had gameplay in the background of your game, copyright strike. Nintendo was
music was huge too.
Yes, all Nintendo music. So for a long time, way before, like Nintendo was the last game company to come on board on the bandwagon for like their own games being like played by YouTubers and being sold as like marketing. Like it's free marketing for them. If people are talking about your game games in a positive way and all this stuff, that only helps you.
Well,
like, you know what I mean?
That's what. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's such a huge part of like what gives a game life. You know what I mean? Is like a community that talks and even watches videos on it, because there is a massive difference between playing Mario Wonder and watching someone watching someone play it.
Yeah.
And obviously, I don't think they're in that much anymore, right? I mean,
Nintendo.
Yeah, with the YouTube game.
I don't feel like what they did was they made like a Nintendo ambassador program. That was like the first thing they did, where it was like you partnered with Nintendo and you like agreed to pay them a certain amount of your profits. So you had to like be officially partnered with Nintendo or licensed with them to be able to post their content. I don't know if it's that way now, but that was the first transition Nintendo had to be able to.
Not.
Yeah.
Just think about how big Mario Maker was. Everyone had Mario Maker videos. And I mean, maybe Game Grumps is an ambassador, but they play like every single Nintendo game when it drops.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I watched their entire Breath of the Wild playthrough.
Yeah, right. Well, in Breath of the Wild, all these changes happened, I think, before Breath of the Wild came out, as far as them starting to get with the program.
Right.
So
it can't be like that anymore.
Yeah. It's a lot more loose than what it was. Well, and so what I'm saying is, like, that's what it kind of feels like old Nintendo's kind of
and it's
poking its head out.
It's kind of disappointing.
It is disappointing.
It's like, I mean... For me personally, Smash I think is very important, even if I'm not in the competitive scene, which I'm not, you know what I mean? And I don't plan to get back into it.
That's where I'm at. Yeah,
but
I'm
it's
with you.
Still at this degree, it's disappointing that there is no support from the creator of this game,
right?
Because Smash is special, you know what I mean? And I think it has this potential to be like just so incredible, and it is. I say potential because I'm kind of in reference to, Project M.
Yeah.
I know that it's a very, very, kind of iffy topic, because it's like, okay, this is a modified game, right?
Right.
But you know what? I don't think that... I mean, maybe if they were selling copies of Project M online...
That would make sense to me.
I'd be like, dude, get that shit off the street, because that's Nintendo's IP. That only makes sense.
Right.
But what we're dealing with is just a modified version, so they gave these people the tools to do something, and now they're making something with it, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Me personally.
Right.
And maybe if the CEO of Nintendo was in front of me and he explained why it was such a big deal, maybe I'd understand better.
Maybe.
But from what I see, I'm like, it's harmless. It really is.
Yeah.
Like it's not like Ultimate's going anywhere, or Ultimate needs more sales and is being hurt by Project M. I don't know. It feels, and I know this isn't just Project M. This is just saying in general.
It is.
A lot of or every single tournament.
Yeah.
Or event that's held with Smash Bros.
Yeah, and it's not just like the not being allowed to play Project M at tournaments. If that was the only thing that was being said, I don't even know how that would, because I haven't been keeping up with the competitive scene anyway. I don't know that I've even seen like Project M being played at
it's not
an event as big as like Evo or something.
It's not just Project M that's the modified version. It's like, there's modified Ultimate.
Right. No, you're actually absolutely right about that. Yeah, and there was tournaments with like skins
and different maps and different like music selections.
Yeah.
And I get that, but it's also, and I can get where they'd be like, okay, let's keep it strictly Ultimate.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm with that.
Right. And
you know what I mean?
I'm with that because Ultimate is a fucking good game.
And Ultimate
it's great on its own.
It's full.
It's
got so much going for it. It just feels like it's not targeting just that. It feels like it's targeting the idea of a Smash tournament in general. Can't have over 200 people.
It's all these extra stuff that I'm with.
Who
like,
gives
what
a
the
fuck?
fuck?
Who
really?
gives a fuck?
Why not leave that to the venue to manage?
Yeah, exactly.
Who cares?
If the venue has an issue with it, they can also make that an issue. Or make that apparent.
Right. And limiting the prize money?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Who cares?
Why?
Who cares?
Yeah.
Also, I mean, it's not even like how often will you have a situation where the prize is over 5,000, But why then make that a case?
Right.
Why not have that as an ability?
Yeah.
Like if someone's like, oh, 10 grand if you win this Smash tournament.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Why would that hurt Nintendo? Who cares?
Right.
Whose money is that? It's not Nintendo's. So why do they give a fuck?
Right.
If these people decide to give a certain amount of money, like who cares? So I'm more confused and maybe a little disappointed.
Yeah. I'm really disappointed
anything,
because we hype
definitely.
up Nintendo a lot.
I do. I was just hyping them up
just
earlier.
as people, but also on this show, right? Like
Sure.
we is no surprise to anyone that we're big Nintendo fans.
No surprise.
But this is like it doesn't mean though that we're both like totally immune to Nintendo just being dumb.
Dumb.
And the Wii U era
Absolutely.
was a lot of Nintendo being dumb,
Dude.
and you and I have not forgotten about that.
No, fuck no.
You know? Yeah.
You're so right. I was thinking about it today because I was talking about it with Azzy.
Yeah.
About how I'm taking in so much good content. Obviously, it's not all Nintendo because Spider-Man and One Piece have nothing to do with Nintendo. But I feel like this year has just had so much good shit to eat from Nintendo style.
Yes, bro.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just
the Switch is such a fulfilling
Switch
console
is just,
on its own,
I'm
bro.
eating every
man.
year. But I was remembering because of how full, metaphorically, I am right now, how starving I was back with the Wii U, like, and how Nintendo didn't care. And there was this almost like this lack of care about like the community or like any like cry for, hey, this stuff isn't working for us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
We want a new Metroid. Here's Metroid fucking... Do you remember that Fusion? Like, it wasn't Fusion. It was Metroid Prime, the balls. It was the soccer Metroid game.
No.
You don't even play
I
this?
legitimately have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't remember that? Oh my... Fusion Force?
Oh my
Yeah.
God, that was on 3DS, right?
Yes,
Generation Force.
Generation
Is
Force?
that what it was?
It might have been that. I'm going to look it up right now, but that's one of those situations where I'm like, holy shit, that is fucking Federation Force. That's the name.
Federation Force.
Federation Force. What a fucking spit in the face of Metroid fans. And the
Holy
fact that they
shit.
called it Metroid Prime.
I can't believe
Look
that.
at that. Oh,
my
that's bad.
God, dude.
That's bad. That's seriously bad.
That cover art hurts to look at.
That is a painful cover art. Like, what a way
I'm not kidding. When I see that cover art, that reminds me of that.
Doesn't it remind
Nintendo.
you of that era?
Yeah,
That
it does.
era was
Of just
horrible.
like, what is this?
What are you fucking thinking, too? Like, seriously, those kind of games and the way that it's done, the way that it was just handled back then, these big IPs, and even just the Wii U in general, it's just, oh my God, it's really stupid.
Yeah, dude.
And it was like soccer.
What I'm going to add on here is that to complete the story itself,
Yes.
What it's kind of done
Yes.
is kind of what you can imagine.
Yeah.
All these big competitors, like known competitors, we're talking like Light, who plays like Fox, like we're talking like,
Yes.
again, I haven't kept up with the community in a while,
Me
but
neither.
the guys who are like at the top, like the elite Smash players right now, almost all of them, with many thousands of people, are all having backlash on X and on Reddit. And basically these guys are saying, looks like we're going back to the old days of underground tourneys and no one's knowing about it. Like, less screen time, less... Like, it's just... Basically, they're all saying, we're not going to stop what we're doing.
Sure.
We're just not going to tell you about it
And that's
now.
also exactly what I'm thinking right when I heard that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're saying this.
Well, you
That
think
shit
people
is
are just gonna
all still gonna happen?
stop?
Yeah, it's
No.
all going to happen.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's like less cameras, less. But why do that to a community?
Yeah,
Why
bro.
do that as the people who take care of it? Why do that to people who are passionate about that?
Yeah.
And I'm not even a part of the
It's
community,
shit,
and
bro.
I think it's shit.
Yeah, I think it's shitty. Like, if I'm putting myself in their shoes,
Exactly.
If I try to, I'm upset. I'm really
of
upset,
course.
and I'm like, I feel like I'd be forced to do this
Mm-hmm.
if it was like, hey, by the way, you cannot you cannot mention the name Mario in public anymore unless you register with Nintendo. Okay, I'm just going to talk about it in private then.
Right. I guess
you know?
I'll just not talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. What am I just gonna quit Mario? No. I just do it in my own time, in my own ways. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, dude. Like, just more exercise for control, and I'm just not with it. So, all right, we'll drop it. We'll move on to the next section.
Next
here.
topic.
Yeah, the next topic, baby. What's the next news piece you got, buddy?
Absolutely. So we got some. It's kind of a interesting week because there's a lot going on with Crunchyroll. I wanted to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
But I don't.
If I remember right, last week you gave the Crunchyroll update, or was it the week before?
2 weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it was 2 weeks ago. So, just wanted to let you know what's going on. Crunchyroll had a massive, what's the word? A lawsuit against them for supposedly selling information.
Right.
Obviously, they lost the lawsuit and settled. I'm gonna find the actually original article because I actually did not make a news segment about it.
Yeah.
Today, but I wanted to talk about it a little bit.
Cool. Yeah.
So,
fuck yeah. I'm on
so
board.
the settlement worth $16 million, basically.
Damn.
Yeah. So basically, there's a payment that's going to be going out with people. Approximately $30.
Oh, so it's like a class action lawsuit.
Yes. Yeah. $30 per person.
Cool.
Who had a Crunchyroll account and has has had one since 2016, if I'm mistaken.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember because I did not write this down.
Yeah.
But it kind of broke a little bit today about what actually is going to be happening.
Cool.
So you can, if you have a Crunchyroll account out there, anybody who's listening, you are eligible to get some money from Crunchyroll. They will pay you money. And so people have been doing it. So it just started, and I think December 19th is when that whole thing will end.
Okay.
I don't exactly know why that would have to have like an end.
I think I've been involved in several class actions.
Okay.
But they've all kind of like carried me. Like it's like I get a letter in the mail.
Yeah.
And then it's like, hey, there was a class action lawsuit, blah, blah, blah. You were found as a person who's eligible. Go to this website and type your name and that you agree to get your money.
Yeah.
You know?
And how much have you been paid? Has it been
so I remember there was this one class action lawsuit with this company. I can't remember what they used to be called. It was a gas station. They're called Mobile now. You ever seen a Mobile gas station?
Yeah, the blue ones?
They used to be. Yes, they used to be called something else. But that company, apparently, it was something like a customer noticed that they were being charged a debit card fee when they would use a debit card, but there was no advertisement of the fee. Yeah, it didn't even say it on the screen when you would like go to pay. You know, and I think it was only like 35 cents, which makes sense. But they sued them. They started a suing process based on them being charged without being told. Right? Absolutely. They ended up winning this class action lawsuit of several $100,000. So I got like a check for like $45 in the mail. I was like, oh fuck yeah.
Which is totally. So it's gonna be closer to like $30 for people, but get your money.
Get your money because your information was already fucking sold. You might as well get a small payout. Well
get your fucking payout.
I'm getting a payout.
Absolutely. Did you have one?
I have one now.
Oh,
so I'm probably eligible.
Yeah, you absolutely
check it out. I appreciate that.
What it said is that anybody who had an account
and
pays for one. So sounds like you're absolutely eligible. I'm kind of going to replace one of my articles with that because that kind of broke and I forgot to kind of write it down.
That's cool.
We could just talk about that. The last article I don't really care too much about. So
yeah,
cool.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll jump ahead here because I also, I was kind of unorganized with my news this week too. So I'm kind of I usually like to paraphrase in my own words and read off of what I wrote, but this is
cool.
Yeah, so I get that. I just kind of like, I don't know, I was feeling a little lazy this week, low-key.
No.
It was like a lot happening and like
that's perfect.
I also felt like a bunch of the news I like to like gather news throughout the week. I don't like save it all for like the day before the podcast or the day of. But dude, I was like kind of looking at some of the news. I'm like, I don't really care.
That's kind of how I felt. Because I had two articles. Obviously the first one, I'm like, that's really fucking funny. Shibuya, everything that's going on. But I was like, there's nothing really going on anime wise. Unless I want to really
I feel like we're very close to entering like major news stuff starts happening in the fall time.
Totally.
Where it's right around the corner.
Totally.
So fuck yeah. Okay. Well, what I got for us, Josh, for news article number 4 here is Xbox partner preview October 2023. So my understanding is this is like a brand new, kind of Xbox style direct, but it's a partner showcase because now as I showed you, as I told the audience and you last week, remember all of those IPs?
Yes, there's a lot of them.
So I think it's it's Xbox's showcase being led by those partners. It's all the things that those IPs have coming out.
That's
so
very
kind
cool.
of hype because Xbox needs this. I feel like
absolutely do.
I feel like we're low key too. Just a tangent here is I feel like things are looking good for Xbox.
I agree. I've been thinking that every single week.
Yeah,
because I feel like you're bringing stuff to the table that's like making me be like, what's going on with Xbox?
For sure. It's almost like this whole generation, maybe even some last generation. Because if you remember the launch of the Xbox One, the launch of Xbox One before it even comes out, they announced it's going to be online only.
Yes.
And the backlash that got, it was like the Wii U shit, but with Microsoft. Right. And Microsoft really hasn't been able to recover since the Xbox One. Like, really, 360 was peak for them, and it just fucking has been dipping while PS5 and Switch has been soaring. Yeah, so I feel like this generation has been like this big ramp up for Xbox to actually do something and to really come in strong with this next console generation.
And I feel like, unfortunately, I don't think they've really been going strong at all.
No, I know.
So I truly hope there's some good competition. Yeah, like we say every single time. Competition is good. If they come out right off the gate, boom, Xbox Battle 1, and it's all the characters in a Smash Bros. Style. Hey,
I would be interested.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Let's make a bingo card.
Oh, I actually want to do a bingo card with you for
the next Direct.
I want to do it for. Yeah, we can do it for the next Direct. The Directs are really fun, I feel, because Nintendo is so unpredictable. Predictably unpredictable.
Predictably unpredictable.
But there's the Game Awards every year. Oh yeah. You know? Yeah, and I feel like I wanna put together a little fun
I don't know what the hell is gonna win the Game Awards this year. It is a serious because Baldur's Gate came out.
Yeah.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep.
And now Spider-Man 2. And there's other.
That's just three games right there.
That's just three games that are like the big AAA games. Well, I don't know if Baldur's Gate is AAA.
Well, it's definitely being treated as such because of how big it is, for sure. Starfield, I would say Starfield's a competitor or a contender on there.
It's definitely not up there with those three.
Yeah,
but it did come out this year.
It did.
Wonder came out. Like, come on, dude. We're talking big games.
We are. We're talking.
I don't know what could happen. Yeah, I genuinely do not know what's going to win Game of the Year. I think it might be Baldur's Gate, but I genuinely don't know.
Without even playing Tears of the Kingdom, I'm pretty keen on it. I think Tears of the Kingdom.
You think it's gonna be Tears of the Kingdom?
I think so.
I would have assumed if it was any other game year.
Yeah.
Like if this came out up against Ragnarok. Yeah. This game would have kicked Ragnarok's ass.
You think so?
Absolutely. Ragnarok is a PS4 like exclusive game.
Oh, I keep forgetting it came out in PS4.
Yeah, PS4. Yeah, I mean PS4, and it's not exclusive. Yeah, it's PS4 and PS5, and it's fun. But the combat and the way that the game is played is kind of, I don't want to say one note, but that's how those story-based games go, and it's good. It's an amazing note. But Tears of the Kingdom is a insane game. Like, it's a mind-blowing opportunity to, like, even just, like, experience what the tools are that the game gives you. These games do not come out often.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
And if it's up there, it's gonna be up there. However, you could say the exact same thing about Baldur's Gate and Spider-Man 2.
I completely agree. I feel like...
So it's tough.
It is tough. I feel like... Damn, I think you're fucking right. You're messing with my head. I feel like I'm trying to think, like, and even like public appeal. Yep. All three of these games are literally neck and neck.
Think about this. If Spider-Man 2 was in any other year, it would have won. If Baldur's Gate was in any other year, it would have won. The only reason these three are up here is because they all came out the same year.
Yeah.
And we can't forget how good Tears of the Kingdom was just because it was earlier in the year.
Right.
Because that game is incredible.
Yeah. Well, I remember the same thing even when there was Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah. That came out literally the week before, the week after Breath of the Wild, right? OG. Right after. And and then some other great games came out, and it was kind of like, what's going to be Game of the Year? And it's like, well, let's not forget that Breath of the Wild and Zero Dawn came out, and Breath of the Wild, I think, took the cake that year.
It absolutely did.
For good fucking reason.
For amazing reason.
So I'll get to this list real quick here, Josh. These are some announcements that they made during the partner preview event, their first one. Yeah. And they're pretty hype. I'll start with Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, which I think is called Metal Gear Solid Delta, I think it's called Delta Snake Eater, and I'm pretty sure the original Metal Gear Solid 3 was called Snake Eater. My buddy Johnny is a huge fiend for Metal Gear Solid. So is Caleb.
Our Patreon
supporter? Our Patreon supporter.
And Caleb?
So he is extremely excited for this game. Yeah, both of these guys are. So I'm really excited to see what this does for the fan base for Metal Gear Solid, because I know that is an extremely loyal fan base. They love Metal Gear. Oh, yeah. Dude, it almost feels like I'm talking to somebody else who, has played Xenoblade, and they're trying to explain it to me. Yeah. When I'm talking to somebody who's played Metal Gear.
That's why I want to play Metal Gear.
Dude,
But
same.
I don't know how to play them.
Well, the collection just dropped.
What?
And Johnny thinks we should play it.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You know what I'm saying? Maybe we should do a little, co-op play of Metal Gear. We're going through and, playing the stealthy shit. Getting the whole story behind there.
I'm down.
I don't know. All right, we got Alan Wake 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which showed a launch trailer, so that's pretty hype.
Game. Have you looked into Alan Wake?
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very weird game.
Is it?
Yeah, it's one of those games that's it's trippy, but it's not drug trippy. It's not made to make you feel
like Mario Wonder.
But it's weird. Yeah, absolutely. But it's so weird. It's got some weird shit going on, and it's not very traditional. And so it's very strange that it's getting a sequel, because I've looked a little bit into it.
Sure.
And it looks really interesting. I don't know if I would play it. I don't know if it's one of those games I would play, but almost I don't want to say I'm not going to say, I will say, Silent Hill vibes, but not scary.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? That kind of maybe not even that extreme, but
like
you know how it can be. Kinda.
Okay.
But it's not scary. It's just there's some weird stuff.
Okay. Yeah. I remember I had
worth looking
a buddy. Yeah, I was looking up who developed Alan Wake, and it's Remedy.
What else?
I'm not sure what else they made. Let me pull it up.
Remedy.
I remember one of my buddies in high school growing up. He was kind of one of those guys that was a very casual gamer, and we both played 360. So I was always nerding out on Halo 3 and on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 on this guy.
Yes.
And then JRPGs, because that's what I play on my Nintendo consoles or PlayStation when I wasn't playing my Xbox, because my Xbox was my FPS machine.
Right.
And my buddy was telling me he played this game called Alan Wake, and I was I'd never heard of that, and he's kind of telling me some similar stuff to what you're saying, basically being dude, it's a trippy experience. And I've heard good things from a few people.
I have only heard good things. I mean, I haven't looked into any negative reviews, but still, I mean, it seems pretty.
Yeah, it looks like they're a partnered studio with Microsoft, so that makes sense for the partnered. They made Max Payne.
Yes.
They made Max Payne 1 and 2, which Max Payne was huge, if I remember right, and received really well. Quantum Break made that game. That came out on Xbox One. Alan Wake Remastered. And Control. They made Control. Yes. Yeah, I thought they had worked on another game I knew, but yeah, Control was huge.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, okay. So, oh no!
What happened?
My article disappeared. Let me go back.
Uh-oh.
Let me go back. Oh no, okay. Well, let me pull it up here. Why don't you go on your story real quick, bro? Because my story is gone.
It disappeared?
It's just gone.
What, dude?
Oh, no, we're back. All right. Yeah, screw that. Forget what I said.
Yes.
Next game. Like a Dragon Infinite. Infinite Wealth. That's the new game by Yakuza.
Yes,
the spin-off Like a Dragon series. So apparently they just showed a new trailer and kind of what that unveils. Where you manage your own island resort.
Yes.
Question mark?
So,
yeah, they showed that. And we got a new first look at Ark. Remember that game Ark?
Yeah,
it came out and it was in beta for forever.
Survive.
Yeah, Ark Survival or something like that.
Yeah.
This is called Ark Survival Ascended. So it's officially revealed, and I think this is the first trailer that we've ever gotten.
Wow.
So that's kind of hype. I know there's a lot of big Ark fans out there.
Yeah, there are some huge Ark fans. Isn't it?
That's in the same vein of Rust, right? Where you kind of go out and explore and you start with nothing, and if you die, you get nothing. So you gotta make resources and survive.
Yeah, so it sounds horrible.
So basically, it sounds like your kind of game.
Yeah, it sounds like I would love.
Manor Lords gets a PC Game Pass release date.
Manor Lords.
Not sure that I've ever heard of Manor Lords, but there you go. We got RoboCop Rogue City gets a new story and gameplay trailer. I haven't seen anything on this, but you look like your brain's pondering.
Yes.
RoboCop.
Critical was just talking about it.
Okay.
Charlie just said he loved it.
Yeah?
He said there was a demo that was released, and it's so good.
What the fuck?
This is not even a joke.
What the fuck?
Yeah, well, that's
look up for me who's making this RoboCop game. It's called RoboCop Rogue City. Then we got Still Wakes the Deep gameplay trailer from the developers of Dear Esther.
Yeah, it's a first-person shooter by Teon. It's published by Nacon.
It's an FPS for RoboCop?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
First-person shooter. And I've heard it's pretty good.
Okay.
All right. Know why.
We got Dungeons of Hinterberg gameplay trailer.
Love it.
It's kind of like a social sim kind of game. Looks kind of 2D. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
Kind of looks like a cartoon. I don't know if that's gameplay or what. Spirit of the North 2. We got some. There was an announcement trailer, and so they showed off some unique things with that game. I've never heard of that. The Finals gets an open beta and new gameplay trailer. Iroh Will Not Die is a fast-paced roguelite with elements from Future Lab and Thunderful.
Very cool.
And that was it, along with I think I mentioned the MGS3 trailer.
Where's my Smash clone?
Yeah, nope, no Smash clone, bro.
Fuck.
So I don't know if we got anything exciting coming from Xbox. I think I take back everything I said, actually. So we'll move on here. No,
change my whole mind.
Yeah, kind of hype.
Yeah.
Hype that Xbox is starting that up.
Doing
they
shit.
fucking need to. Yeah, dude. What you got for the last story, my man? Your last story.
Yes, not much of a crazy.
Yeah, I got a
story.
tiny one for my last one. Real tiny.
Nothing wild at all. But 24 years ago, as of 5 days ago, the original One Piece anime started. So the first episode was released. So it's just had its 24th birthday.
Wow.
Yeah, so the anime's been going on for officially 24 years.
It's amazing.
Still going strong. I think an episode just dropped, or will be dropping this Sunday, but it just dropped last Sunday too.
Episode 1000.
It's 190. No. I forgot what we're on. I think it's
1090s though?
Yeah.
We're not quite at the 1100 break.
Let me look. What episode?
Yeah, let's see.
I should have written this down, huh? So One Piece. Yes, let's see. Let's see.
When?
Oh, we're on 1081.
1081. Mm-hmm. That's what's about to drop.
That's about.
Okay.
Yeah.
1081. Almost to 1100. Baby.
Yeah, we're almost at 1100.
Last story I got, Joshie, is that just announced yesterday is a new Nintendo 64 game on the Switch's library of 64 games. This is Mario Party 3.
Hey!
Yes, sir.
Is that the one where he's a cowboy?
No, that's two. Yeah, where's Cowboy in the cover? No, this was it just shows like the Mario cast and he's like hitting the block, like the what's it called? The dice block. You know? Yeah, it just shows like all like the standard characters. Okay. I think it was the last game before they transitioned to Mario Party 4 on the GameCube. And if I remember right, that's when Donkey Kong becomes Donkey Kong is playable in 4. And then in 5, Donkey Kong is like part of the map. So he's like a space on the board. It's a Donkey Kong space. Yeah, so...
Can't play as him?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, the ugly-ass DK, that design from fucking 64 on Mario Party, is so good.
So good.
Yeah, so pretty hyped, though. I'm a big Mario Party 3 fan. I actually think it is the best one on the 64. I think the first one is the most memes, and it's brutal. But Mario Party 3 is very refined, and I'm really happy it's coming to Switch. That's really cool because it also has then the trifecta of Mario Party games.
Yeah, and also the bigger library, the more value there is.
Yeah, I love that they're still adding like quality titles to this.
They're not taking titles off when they add one, are they?
They're not. Okay. Yeah, they haven't yet. So don't curse this, Josh.
Hope not.
Joshie, let us move on to new releases this week, my friend. Before we do, you mind if I take a leaky?
Yeah, let's take a quick break because I need a PP2 too.
Yeah. Joshie, we are back, my man.
We are.
Let's jump into new releases this week,
Let's do it.
Yes, sir. So these are games released between October 23rd and 29th, marking this week here. These are all Switch releases and North American release dates, unless otherwise stated.
Yes.
Shall we jump in?
We shall.
All right. Starting October 24th, we've got Archetype Arcadia, Just Dance 2024 edition.
Right?
Yep, still coming out.
Wow.
Strong, I guess.
You know what's really funny? I mean, I guess they still sell.
Do they?
Yeah, because I mean, not even just like, yeah. I mean, I was just talking about it with the girls were over Trinity and Erica came over the other day. They were like, "Do you have Just Dance? Like, I want to play Just Dance." I'm like, no, but I guess I could. You know what I mean? Because it's such.
I guess we could.
You could theoretically, but I mean, they sell. Sounds like people still want to play them.
Yeah, bro.
It's kind
shocking.
Of classic. I know.
I feel like that was one of the last PS2 games to come out too. Is like this it's like PS2, 360, Wii. They kept having games come out forever.
Yeah, they kept having Wii releases.
Yeah.
For like the longest time, when they were even doing Wii U releases, they would also release on the Wii.
Yeah, fucking crazy.
I think one of the last games to be released on the Wii was Just Dance, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember working at Fred Meyer when I worked there, and like I was like, we're still getting fucking Wii games, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
What the hell? Yeah,
very strange.
Just Dance, and then we got Hype. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. This is Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3.
Wow, on the Switch?
Yes, it's on Switch, and it definitely comes out in those other consoles too.
I guess that's where I could play it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It is on there. Pick it up. Johnny will kill you if not.
Really?
So just
I don't
he
want to
might
die.
assassinate you. Right.
Yeah.
And that death is a huge theme in these games.
Is
so
it?
let's make sure he's not taking it too seriously.
I hope
you know what I mean?
I hope so.
We've got The Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. Comes to PS5 and PC. I don't know if this was necessarily a big release, but I know that there was that recent Lord of the Rings game with Gollum that people are really upset about.
It was shitty.
Yeah.
It
looks
shitty.
really fucking shitty.
Like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck wants to play that game. Seriously.
That was a multi-million-dollar release right there.
Love it.
We got October 26th. We have Dave the Diver. This was that.
Oh yeah.
That was on that. That direct, and apparently people are really fucking loving this game.
It's a cult classic.
Apparently. Yeah. So that comes out tomorrow on the Switch.
Oh nice.
We've got, Ghost Runner 2 comes out on the Xbox Series X, PS5, and PC. I mentioned that one because I remember when Ghost Runner first came out, and it was like kind of everywhere. I felt like I went to PAX one year, and there was a huge Ghost Runner, like a big fucking booth, and it looked really fucking cool. It was kind of like red, and I played the demo at PAX of the first one. I remember, it was like a top-down kind of like really really fast-paced like hack and slash type vibe, and you could like do a dash. Right, and so in the dash animation, you like go and you smack someone right when they're about to hit you. Dash away, go hide, dash back. Just kind of cool gameplay.
Never played it myself.
Okay, I got you. I don't know if I'll play the second one, but it looks good.
Yes.
We've got Master Detective Archives Rain Code.
Love it.
Never heard of it.
Never.
Yep. Super. Oh yeah, I highlighted these because this is like a new kind of like retro, like hardware. Released. I literally, until I was making this list, I had not heard of it. Have you heard of the Super Pocket Capcom Edition?
No.
This is like a device that kind of looks like a Game Boy, and it even has like 2 L&R buttons on it, but it literally has like 4 face buttons, a D-pad, maybe even a stick or whatever, and it's its own kind of device, and so it has Capcom games loaded into it.
Oh shit!
Right, so it's kind of like this classic.
Is it official?
I don't know if it's definitely officially licensed by Capcom, but I don't think it's made by Capcom because the Super Pocket Taito Edition also was released, and I have no idea what the fuck Taito is, but I'm guessing there's some old developer that made classic games because it looks basically the same thing, just a different color, and
probably
it's different
just has
games.
different games.
Yeah,
right. Makes sense.
October 27th, we got 3 games. We've got Alan Wake 2.
Oh yes,
right, coming out in Xbox Series X, PS5, and PC. Desolatium and NBA 2K24 Arcade Edition.
Of course.
Coming to Apple Arcade. So I don't know if I think it's just the Arcade Edition is on Apple Arcade, and then there's like the actual NBA 2K24 release is like on everyone else. That'd be my guess. I'm not a big like sports guy, just like you.
Real shit.
Any new releases this week for like anime or movies? Or anything?
I mean, JJK is still coming out weekly, so that's something that's going on right now.
Okay.
Pretty big. Attack on Titan will be coming out next month.
Yeah.
The end of it.
Fuck.
Pretty early in, so it's the end of it. It's the end.
I am so hyped. Didn't I also see somewhere that they might be releasing it in like a 3-part thing, or did you tell me that?
Yeah, I did,
right?
because it's going to be a 2-parter.
Yeah, 2-parter.
So they just released the first part early this week, which is hilarious because we're on Attack on Titan, the final season, part 3, part 1, and part 2. So part 3 is broken into 2 parts, which part 3 is already
awkward.
a part of the season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they didn't expect. I don't know. I don't know why they called it.
Well,
the
okay,
final
but
season.
part 1's already out.
Yeah, it's like a special. So it's like part 3 is going to be 2 like basically movies.
Okay.
The first part was like an hour long.
Okay.
Really good.
So you've already seen it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've already seen part 1. Amazing animation. Some of the best like ODM animation we've seen.
Cool.
From Mappa at least, because we got.
What do you mean by ODM?
ODM gear.
Oh, yeah.
In the show.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's optimal,
I wasn't thinking that. Yeah.
Yeah. Optimal something movement, device movement.
Yeah. I don't know what it stands for.
Yeah. But it's something like that.
Yeah, that's the ODM gear, right?
ODM gear. Yeah.
Okay.
What they use.
We're on the
But
same
they just some amazing.
I thought it was like some type of animation.
Yeah, I'm like, dude,
ODM animation.
ODM animation goes
what
crazy.
The fuck? There's pixel art and then there's ODM now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so then the final part of Attack on Titan comes out next week.
Next month.
Yeah.
Well, coming up.
Shit. Kendall and I might start Attack on Titan after Demon Slayer then, because I wanted to take her through it in time for the final release. So. Sheesh.
Yep.
All right, bro. Well, that wraps up that section here. Yeah. So let's dive straight into the main topic, brother. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Spidey once said.
Spidey said,
I'm diving in.
Did he say that?
Yeah, no, for sure. It was like comic book, like number 475, page 73. Yeah, like something like that. Let's dive in.
So let's click the L3 button.
Yes.
Or the L3 stick. You know what that does?
No, what does it do?
You dive.
Yeah,
you do a forward dive.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, baby. Okay. So main topic this week, Joshie. I kind of left it very open-ended for us to just have a good discussion on our first like early impressions.
It really is early.
Very early, of Spider-Man 2. And that'll be you talking about Spider-Man because I still haven't played it, but I felt like you mentioned already from, I think, episode 1 of this podcast, that's been one of your most anticipated releases. Like, the most anticipated episode. Wasn't this, like, right at the top?
This was it was this one at top.
Spider-Man 2.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. So, you're finally getting your hands on that. You got your first impression.
Yes.
And I just started Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which it's kind of a different approach. Not necessarily a game that I'm most excited and, like, this is going to be my game of the year vibe, but pretty excited. It's a reboot for Mario. I want to see where this is going. But
it's the new era to the Mario that we've been used to.
Yeah, so, and my impressions of that based on that expectation. Yeah. So I wanted to start off by saying some review scores here. So Spider-Man 2 is sitting right now at a 90% on Metacritic, which is pretty fucking good. I don't know where that compares to Spider-Man, the original PS4 release. I think it's
a little bit lower.
Okay.
Which is very interesting.
Yeah.
Because, I wonder if there is people getting lost in the fact that it is a game that is dual protagonists. Yeah. Right? You know what I mean?
It can be kind of hard to follow that sometimes.
And even because, like, it's really funny, I don't know how much you want me to get into right now.
Yeah, to be honest, this is pretty fucking open-ended, and I documented how I felt about Mario and documented the new things in it. So why don't you get us started with Spider-Man?
Yeah, bro? I just right off the gate, when I first got into the PS4 Spider-Man, I feel like it really, I would say, just kicked off. I always have loved Spider-Man. I've always been a very big fan of Spider-Man. Whenever there's a new one, always seen it in the theaters. I was one of the people that was like extremely hyped for him to join the MCU.
Yeah,
and excited to see that iteration of it. Huge, always been on my radar, right? Spider-Man PS4, the original that came out back in 2018, was what, truthfully, that and, which is so funny, it came out the same year too, Into the Spider-Verse, really.
Into the Spider-Verse came out the same year too?
Check this out. Spider-Verse came out, then and Spider-Man in
PS4.
2018 PS4. And then this is just a funny little detail. So did Astro World, which is one of my favorite albums. It's Travis Scott.
Right.
And then check out what happened this year. Across the Spider-Verse, new Travis Scott album.
Oh my God.
Spider-Man 2.
You're right.
Isn't that wild?
What the fuck?
I know.
Okay, that is weird.
Isn't that weird?
It's like a blast from the past.
I know.
Completely.
It's like all those vibes are having a sequel that's
yeah.
getting to it. So I just wanted to say that the original it really kicked me into being like this Spider-Man fanatic that I am. This huge fan.
Absolutely.
And of course I'll give Spider-Man the credit that's due, because that really did as well. But there's something about being Spider-Man in that game that I think reminded me why it's always been important to me my entire life, like why Spider-Man is special.
Yeah.
And that game, I would say, was absolutely the biggest PS4 game for me. It's my second favorite game of all time. I don't even know where my ranking list is now that Tears of the Kingdom and Spider-Man 2 is coming out, so I'm gonna give it a second before I kind of reevaluate, because this year is just knocking up that list like crazy. So I will say that it holds a very, very special part in my heart. The Spider-Man Insomniac series in general.
Yeah.
I got obsessed with this game, obsessed with the original. Same thing with the, it's one of the first platinums. It was the first official platinum trophy I ever got from
the first one.
Yeah, because I don't platinum games.
Yeah.
I enjoy the experience where it is, and then I don't really need to do the nitty gritties unless I'm obsessed. You know what I mean?
For sure.
And so Spider-Man PS4 really just kind of put me in this position where I was enjoying everything that Spider-Man represented, and everything that even the PlayStation was representing as this conduit towards that world. And the DLC,
conduit, huh?
Yeah, you like
yes,
that?
sir.
You like that? But the DLC was also just an amazing expansion onto everything that the original game had.
Yeah,
it was a story based, DLC. So
what was it called?
Well, there were 3 parts. So it was the DLC, and then the first one was Black Cat, second one was called Turf War, and then the last one was called Silver Sable. And I was just into it, especially by the time the DLC came out. I was into it like it was a TV show.
Yeah,
I was enjoying it so much. It was crazy. And then Miles Morales, of course, comes out, and it gave me this feeling that I think not a lot of games give me, which is I want to see these characters grow and these characters thrive. And it's really funny because the Miles Morales from this world, and I think this is important to note, is very different from what we even see in Spider-Verse.
For sure.
A very different character. But from some of my impressions of PS4, Spider-Man 2, these are all set up for a reason. It's like this origin onto how Miles becomes the way he is. But that's so compelling already, because he really started off as this secondary character, of course. You know what I mean? Had his own spin-off game, but it was still him getting into this idea of the expectations that are put onto people. And like Miles itself as the game means so much to me too. It's not just Peter's story that affects me, but the idea of expectations. And Miles as a character, depending on each world that he's in, obviously, the Spider-Verse is full of so many different Miles and so many different Peters.
For sure.
But a common theme, in the same way great power comes great responsibility, is with Peter, great expectations are put onto Miles, because he's not the first Spider-Man, he is the second. And he's one that has to fill in shoes. And he always is in his head about it, whether it be Spider-Verse or Insomniac Spider-Man universe. And it made me, because I feel like naturally in my life, with the way that I grew up with my siblings and my family, I always felt like there was these expectations put on me, great expectations to be better than what came before me. Sure. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And those expectations, obviously, it's I'm given this power. I have a responsibility to then do something with that power. But Miles' story spoke to me in a way that it's like expectations, because Peter formed his own journey on this. Right. Miles was thrusted into it.
For sure.
In every situation, he's thrusted into this. And so it's, how do you be your own person with these expectations, these great expectations put upon your shoulders?
Absolutely.
And it's, you make your own version of what you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I just want to say that before I even get into the game.
No, that's amazing.
These characters are so important to me. They're so important.
Yeah.
Peter and Miles. And so the hype that I had was, obviously, I could not wait to get in that city and explore and have all the new swinging mechanics that you can try, and also just I can't wait to get into all the juicy stuff. But at its core, this is the sequel to PS4 and Miles. It's this dual protagonist thing that, truthfully, I've never seen in a video game like this before.
For sure.
Or even a story. I've never seen something like this. Maybe something comes close, like MCU and Avengers and Infinity War, the way they handled it. But this is a video game with missions and downtime and all these things. How do you balance two main characters just right off the gate?
Yeah.
I am incredibly pleased.
Yeah.
And impressed with how Insomniac blows me away every time.
For sure.
I always think, kind of similar to Xenoblade, every single game really switches up the combat. I mean, it's got its basic style, auto attacks. I'm saying in Xenoblade style, it always has those things, but it's just flipped every single time. Got something very new. PS4 to Miles, huge, because he's got cloaking. Obviously, if you know Spider-Verse, he can turn invisible. He has his Venom shock that he can use. Huge way to change the game.
Yeah, bro.
So many crazy new things. Right when I first started the combat, I was almost hit wow, I can't believe they haven't thought of this before, because it always
in Spider-Man 2?
In Spider-Man 2.
Okay.
Because there's always this disconnect of using gadgets as Miles and then also using your Venom. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Because there's two different meters, two different charge up ways.
Okay.
They made it so streamlined where if you hold the R1 button or the RL button, it pulls up your bar of what you can use. And
so it's like a shortcut menu.
It's like a shortcut menu, but they're both perfectly balanced. It's like you have your gadgets, you have your specials. Yeah. And so they gave Peter all these new specials where they gave him the Iron Spider arms. Okay. You know, the ones from the MCU, which is so cool. So they almost balanced him where he's got these specials, he doesn't have Venom, but he has these arms that come out and he can do special attacks with them. Yeah. And of course they all have charge up and cooldown. But they're just so accessible. It's so much simpler.
It's just way more streamlined.
So streamlined. To a degree where I was like, how did I not think of this? How did I? Because I was like, how are they going to balance it? We'll see how they do it. Insomniac has just done it again. They've just done it where it's balanced. These gadgets feel balanced. These attacks feel balanced. And now we're dealing with things. It's getting so interesting because originally you would have, you hold down that button and you have 4 attacks, the 4 buttons that are on your controller. Right. Now you can, almost like Xenoblade, you can switch out those different attacks for different attacks. You can completely customize. Yes, you can completely customize the way you want to play the game. And that's all just technical. Yeah. To get into also the emotional side of how these characters are working together, it is incredible. You know what I mean? Huck, are you okay, bubby?
Hucky, what's up, baby?
Okay, bubs. Sorry, we got baby Huck with us.
Yes, sir.
He's a doggy. What I was kind of worried was Peter's story is going to overshadow Miles. Yeah. If you know what I mean, because Peter has a lot going on in this game and always has been a lot of stuff with
and Peter is the face of Spider-Man.
He is.
More than Miles is.
More, right? Absolutely.
Yeah, and going along with the themes you've said I haven't even played it, but just from what I've seen from across the Spider-Verse and then what I've gotten from you and other Spider-Man fans, Peter Parker is the OG and he represents who Spider-Man is more than any other Spider-Man, more than Miguel. And
I would say it's interesting because that's absolutely the case, but also not, because what is Spider-Man?
Right.
What does Spider-Man have to be and what does he have to represent is a question that you can bring up at any point playing this game or watching Spider-Man, because you watch even Across the Spider-Verse, and it's not even spoilers or anything, but Miles in that movie is the most Spider-Man. But it's all about like how... Should we let him out?
Yeah, we should let him out.
Huck.
He's going nutty.
Yeah, he's having
Bye, Hucky.
Bye, Huck. We love him. The idea of being Spider-Man, it's all to the way you bring it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Miles in the movie Across the Spider-Verse, he literally breaks it down. He's like, nah, I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna do my own thing. It's literally what he says in the movie. I'm gonna do my own. I'm gonna do my own thing. And it's sick. So tough, right? Yeah. But it's like even that idea of like Peter represents it. No, even in these moments, and this game, I haven't gotten to it yet, which I want to also say, I am not even close to finishing this game. Deals with the symbiote, which is one of my favorite arcs in all of Spider-Man. Absolutely. I mean, I haven't seen the Insomniac verse, but I was talking to, I almost said Spidey. I was talking to Azzy about it recently. But because my favorite Spider-Man is a Spectacular Spider-Man, who's from the cartoon show. So well done. It's just they do Peter's story the best. They do Black Suit. They do like every villain you could think of. They do fantastically. Okay. And they have themes that are much more mature, even though it is like a kids show. Yeah. It's very similar to the way where it takes it all serious, and not for any moment is it like brought down because it has it can be watched by children. You know what I mean? And that's what I think Spider-Man should be. Anyone should be able to watch it. Absolutely. Anyone can wear the mask. Anyone can understand the struggles that Peter goes through. And so this game is going to deal with the symbiote. And so I know that there is a point in which Miles is going to have to take on more responsibility because of what Peter's going through. And it's so interesting because we've never seen a universe like this before in any of the Spider-Verse. Yeah. Because usually by the time Miles shows up, Peter's already dealt with a symbiote, he's already dealt with Venom, he's already dealt with all these things that are such a massive part of his universe, and Miles shows up after. Miles is in the midst of it right now while all this stuff is going on, and bro. it just makes for such exciting storytelling. It does. I'm just so excited to see what's going on, to see how they're going to handle all this, and to say I have complete faith is an understatement, because like they have not, and I say they as in Insomniac, have not disappointed in a single second of this. My favorite song of all time played in the beginning of it. Yeah, Cigarette Daydreams by Cage the Elephant. I don't know if you've heard that song
I don't know if I have. Yeah.
It's my favorite song, and it has been since high school. And I keep trying to think of one that's better, but when I hear like the guitar come in at the beginning of that song, it's just like a very simple song. It's maybe just a piano and a guitar and a couple other things. It just incited this emotion in me, and I realized, I'm like, oh, the people making this game probably have experienced much, like, very similar things that I have. Wow. And so that's a beautiful thing to experience as even just a gamer. Yeah. Of being like, wow, this is not only a game made for people like me, but by people like me. Yeah, man. And so I know there's so much. In you. It seriously has, and I've felt it before, because they always start off the game with a song when you start swinging. So hype. It has there's a little bit of it's very hype in Miles too, but it's a little bit like this somber feeling. Where he's not ready, and Peter gives him the suit that is supposed to be like the spider tech. It's supposed to be his own suit, but it doesn't fit him. It literally, like metaphorically, it doesn't fit him because it's not his suit. But you literally see all this, and the song On My I forget what it's called. I forget what On My Way, I think is what it's called. Featuring Kid Cudi, made by Jaden. Just an amazing song that incites this feeling of like stepping into this new territory that you're not familiar with. And I felt that all the way back with Miles, and even when I listened to the first game with the songs they play in that one. So, I don't want this to be any kind of review, and I'm not going to say it is. Yeah, but
this is exactly what I think I wanted to hear. Yeah.
First impressions, I am thoroughly impressed with what Insomniac has done with the material that they have given. And obviously it's like, I felt this way maybe before about like Infinity War when it was first coming out. It's like, how are you going to take all these stories, like make them work together?
Make it work together well in a way that makes sense.
In a way that makes sense and that I can get behind.
Yeah.
Right? I am just constantly impressed. I am constantly impressed,
man.
and I'm as interested in the story as I am playing the game, and I love the game. I love like they added the swinging because of the PS5 being as fast as it is.
Yeah.
Web swinging can be so much faster because it can generate the entire city in like seconds.
Yeah.
Right? And I haven't been able to do any fast travel yet, but apparently it's literally just a camera zoom into a fast travel. Yeah.
Shit.
But you have to unlock that by
just not
finishing
like quite there yet.
finishing each section of the of New York has like its own section, and then the further that you further that, you get like rare parts, and then you get like different perks, and one of them is fast travel. So I haven't been able to do that yet, but everything that I've played on it so far is using the hardware so incredibly. Yes, absolutely. They are using even like those adaptive triggers.
I was gonna ask. Yeah.
So well. Well, obviously it feels amazing swinging, of course, and that's a neat.
Like you played Miles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, like all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you felt that in Miles, right?
Of
like
course.
the PS5 features and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, and like isn't there like HD Rumble?
HD Rumble,
whatever
for
they call it.
Yeah, whatever the PS4 version is.
Yeah.
Yeah, or PS5, sorry.
No, I got you.
Yeah, one of the most impressive ones to me is, you know how in the original, I don't know how far you played.
No, not far at all.
Okay.
In fact, I would say accurately, like from what I can remember, I remember playing Miles more than the original, and I didn't even play a mission.
Okay.
I fucked around.
Yeah.
I fucked around for a couple hours. I just got my PS5, so I'm like messing around with how it looks, the ray tracing, all that. And that's really all I got. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to ask because they have these kind of mini games.
Okay.
I wouldn't call them, mini games. They're more like puzzles. Puzzles you have to solve in order for Spider-Man's doing tech.
Like,
right?
What's like an example?
Example would be he scans an environment and he sees a claw mark on the side of a wall, and he's going to say, okay, there's pieces of metal that have been left behind when the claw went off. I'm going to scan these to find out where that initially comes from. Right. There's this one I did where there's these like kind of like, imagine almost like you ever play Stardew Valley?
Yeah.
You know how the fishing works in that one?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Is it like meters? Like
it's like a meter. Yeah. It's not a meter that you fill up, but when you squeeze down, you move this center piece, and wherever you move it, it goes to wherever you want it to be.
Okay.
I hope you're with me still.
Because visually, I'm pretty with you.
There'll be little lines within that meter that you have to line up perfectly with each like trigger, and the way that they do it, the way it feels, the way it rumbles, and the way it shakes, it's like they put this pressure so it's kind of hard to line it up perfectly. And I've never experienced a game like make me feel like that, where like it's a whole new experience on doing a puzzle. You know what I mean? Not the hardest puzzle in the world, but those lines could be big, they could be really small, and it could make it even shakier, which will mess up your finger, so you'll have to literally focus on it. Just in ways that like I knew Insomniac would do something great with the hardware. I would have known that.
You're pretty blown away by that.
I am. Yeah. I mean, just even that moment, just a little moment like that, where and I'm guessing there's more in the game of moments like that, but even just little tiny details. There's like this whole side mission with the Sandman, where you have to like find memory crystals of him, and when you grab it, you have to like break it, and there's like this give back that comes with the triggers, and it feels like you're breaking a rock, so you're kind of like, and you gotta like snap the rock in half.
That's kind of nuts.
Little details,
because I still haven't really felt what that feels like, like beyond, like, because I haven't really played a lot of PS5 games myself.
Me too.
One of the few that I did play was Final Fantasy VII Remake, and that didn't really use the triggers.
And it wasn't really made for the PS5.
No, right.
You know?
So it was added on later.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Sense.
So, I've been really excited to play a PlayStation experience, PS5 specifically, with these adaptive triggers, because I remember booting up Miles Morales.
Yes.
And I remember I just got my PS5. I literally like just unboxed it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so there's this adaptive trigger thing.
Yeah.
I want to test it out. So I'm on the pause menu of the PS5 and I'm pressing the trigger and I'm like, okay, this is how it's supposed to feel.
Yeah.
Right when you boot up the game, on the pause on like the main file selection screen.
Yeah.
It's got Miles sitting there on the bus or whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
On the subway.
So just from the menu, then pressing the R button, there's a torque now. Like I could feel this increased pressure.
Yeah.
And like the last 20% of the pressure, it was almost like a click noise, right?
Yes.
And I could tell that was designed for his swinging in mind. You know? And absolutely. I'm like, wow, this is like some fucking tech, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I honestly, I've been so impressed with that. I will recommend, though, Astro's Playroom.
Yeah.
You will experience everything the controller will be able to give you.
Fuck yeah.
Every little click, every little like shake that's inside of it. The motion controls are incredible, too. Just
I'm
that
sure
thing is just filled with just tech. Yeah. That thing is a fucking tech marvel. So... I don't know how much more I could speak on.
That's okay. You mind if
game.
I ask you some questions?
Please do.
Yeah, because I feel like I could dive in with things because I'm coming from a stance maybe like some of the audience where I haven't really played Spider-Man. I'm very familiar with Spider-Man.
Yeah, of course.
Like Across the Spider-Verse, fucking one of my favorite movies.
Incredible.
Legitimately.
Incredible.
I cannot wait to rewatch it.
Uh-huh.
But
it's coming on Netflix soon?
Yeah, like the end of the month, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like in like 6 days.
Yeah,
baby. Spider-Man viewing party.
Yes, sir.
So how, in comparison to PS4 Spider-Man, right? What's maybe, like you mentioned that there was already like a couple of things that you're like, you didn't even think about how it could be better. You didn't even know it was something you wanted. But now that you have it, you're like, fuck, how did I live without this? What's like an example of like something that you did... Even though it was one of your favorite games, maybe something that you're like, oh, I wish this was a little more streamlined, and maybe you've noticed is different.
In the original Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yeah. I would say swinging. Hugely, yes. Because it's so funny. When I first booted up the game, I was like, oh, this is so awesome. Because now I have almost like, I don't want to say trilogy because Miles is a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
But I have these games, these big games on the on my PlayStation. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I can go back and play those whenever I want.
Absolutely.
And I remember right when I started swinging, there was this feeling of like, oh, it's going to be tough to go back to the other one. Fuck. Because, and I did think about this when I was playing it, there are moments when you feel a little slow. Swinging as Spidey, they have a lot of movement that makes it, feel like you're going kind of fast.
Yeah.
But you realize it's like you see something halfway across the map and you're like, I'm going to take a second. You know what I mean? Like, like you can whip as quickly as you can, but you can't go faster than what the literal like
there's limitations
console can go towards. You know what I mean? So you can go as fast as you can, and you can go pretty damn fast, but there is just this level of like speed that you pick up, especially because they introduced the web wings. Do you remember that from Spider-Man Homecoming? The web wings that he used.
Yeah.
And from like Far From Home and all that, when he would like kind of glide on those web wings. Yeah. So they introduced that.
Okay.
Literally so easy. You can activate it whenever you want, and you just sail throughout the sky. You don't even lose air. But it's like the fast version of that. You go so fast. You're just cruising. There's like vents there's like city gusts that you can catch, and you can literally just travel so fucking fast, where I'm like, holy shit, this kind of stuff is exactly what I was missing in the first game. Another one too is the water used to feel very like it was the end of the map, right? Okay. That's just naturally kind of how it goes,
right? Because of like the layout of New York, right?
Yeah. Because they added Queens, and they added all that other side of New York.
Cool.
So you do cross the sea, but they've just made it way more fun. Like you don't just fall in the water and you're like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're sailing, or if you're literally like flying and you get on the water, you surf on the water, and you can like move around on the water. There's always boats, so you can just thwip right to a boat, jump right off it, and then go back in the water. And then there's like air currents that are in the water, like there's like machines, like what's the word, like cranes that are working on stuff. Just completely open up that as like a section of exploration that you can have. That's one that I noticed right off the gate, where I was like, oh, they opened This is like a section that's opened up.
Yeah.
Kind of reminded me of Tears of the Kingdom with like, I know you haven't played it, but they made Death Mountain a lot like that, where it's like, this is an actual section that I can explore. Not just like the base of a volcano. Yeah, not just volcano with a lot of lava everywhere. It's an actual like a place to explore. And I was just really impressed with that because, Spider-Man, he hits the end of the map and then that's the end of the map.
Yeah.
Of course. Of course, that's the way it goes.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Like, how... Is it weird, I guess? Like, sometimes for me personally, when I'm playing through a game, and I can't really think of, like, a good example here.
Yeah.
Like Pokemon's kind of one, but there's, like, another... Oh, it's Kingdom Hearts.
Sure.
Okay. So a big, like, gripe behind Kingdom Hearts fans is... It doesn't really matter how much you kind of like re-engineer the layout of the world. If you put me in the same Disney World over and over again, I'm gonna get bored of it.
Totally.
So you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, I've literally been to Tarzan like in 6 fucking games.
Yes.
I'm kind of over it, right?
Totally,
like what's the newness here? Like, so I know you've already mentioned both games, the first PS4 Spider-Man and now this one. They're both in New York,
and so was Miles.
And Miles. So, but it doesn't feel to you the same?
So, one of the coolest things about this whole series and the way they do it is that it takes place in distinct time frames.
Okay.
Which is one of my favorite things. So, the original kind of starts around, like, September, I would say.
Okay.
Moves into October because you experience, like, there's a mission that happens during Halloween.
Right.
And then it moves a little bit towards November.
Okay.
And then Miles takes place in December. You start off, there's Christmas decorations. It's snowing in New York.
That's so dope.
And yeah, there's always stuff going on. You play a little bit more of the game. Christmas is over.
Yeah.
And then the decorations are kind of like lesser, but the game changes the way it looks all the time. So I will say it's a whole year later after the Miles game.
Okay.
So it's kind of closer towards. They just mentioned that they should do like it's probably towards like the middle of the year. So it's probably around like May.
Summerish?
Yeah, like summerish.
Yeah, okay.
So New York does look different, and there's always something that looks a little different.
Cool.
Not to mention the graphical upgrades. It looks so much better.
Even than like, Miles?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
Because the green pops so much more. This is something I noticed. The green of like any park just pops. Any time you're looking at the sky looks better. The shading looks better. It gives this like level of like. Obviously, I would not want to play the same map so many times. And now on the third game,
right? That's what I'm saying.
I'm playing the same map, but it doesn't feel like it.
Cool.
It's like imagine driving around your home and being like, yeah, I'm sick of this place. Like I don't like the way this is anymore.
Yeah.
It's not the same. It's always going to be a little different. And maybe, Miles did it because there was snow and the Christmas theme, and then the original was obviously the idea of just seeing New York for the first time, but there's always something different. I can't exactly put my thumb on everything that's different, but since I played that first game so much, I have not gotten to a point where I feel bored of it, which is very interesting because it's a similar feeling that I had with Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
Because we just experienced, and it's so weird how similar these two games are.
For sure.
Where it's like they're two of my favorite games of all time, brand new, like sequel that is like massive, complete overhaul of some of these things. Some things are very similar. Let's triple the map size of this one. Let's double the map size of this one, but we still have the original there.
Yeah.
It's very funny because you can compare them that way.
Absolutely.
I found myself in Tears of the Kingdom kind of getting a little bored of the original, but they did a very similar thing where there's always something new going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I feel like I'm used to that idea. And with Spidey, even if it's partially the same like New York that I've seen many times before, it also has the graphic upgrades, but also swinging is so much faster that if I don't want to experience this part of it, I have a whole new map to explore, but also I'm swinging so fast and the map is so much fun to swing through, it really does feel like a new game.
Yeah.
And I can't say exactly why. I think it's just because of that new feeling.
Yeah.
Like it literally just feels different to swing around as Peter or Miles.
I think it's amazing that they could.
Incredible.
It's all about how you feel, right?
Absolutely.
So it's amazing that you feel that way.
I do.
Knowing it's the same basic map.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, just a couple little quick things too. Do you have any other questions too? Because I wanted to say a couple of things that I'm really impressed with that I wanted to mention.
No, not that I can think of. I was just more. Those are the ones that popped in my head.
Yeah.
So yeah, please.
Well, first off, the fact that you can switch between Peter and Miles
on the fly, right?
On the fly at any time is incredible. Like you could have clearly made it like very story like driven, where you play as Miles at this point, then you play as Peter.
Right.
But they have it where Peter and Miles have their own side missions, but you can do certain missions as either one, or you have to do some story missions as Peter or Miles to further the story. Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
And so when I see that, I'm like, what was I even tripping about? Like, this makes so much sense for this. And with that said, too, the skill tree, and I'm just going to mention the menus and the way that it works now. Yeah. The skill tree is so much fun. There is a joint. Yes, there's a joint skill tree, which applies to both Spider-Men.
Wow,
There's one for Peter and then one for Miles. And so we're talking combat, like swinging, the way that it works. Most of the swinging stuff is kind of like a joint in the joint one.
But like you can see even, can you like preview on the tree like what kind of certain things are? Right. So you're probably looking ahead and being like, so eventually this will be utility for Peter. This will be some stuff for Miles. And then like otherwise I'm just going to get better.
I'm just going to get better. Absolutely. So yeah, that is so much fun.
Yeah,
it's so super dope. And the way they do the animation too is it's like you switch to both of them. It's like both of them together. Then you switch to one of them. The other one leaves and it's like him by himself.
Yeah.
Switches to Miles. It's like a different pose. It's so dynamic the way it looks. So cool. And then another really huge one I wanted to mention was the costumes.
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm to be honest, I didn't fuck around with costumes until post game when I was like completing the missions, because kind of similar to Xenoblade, I like a little bit of like canoninity to my game.
I'm exactly with you. Actually. So I don't like to look like an end game god at the beginning of the game.
Absolutely,
because I feel like I'll get to the end and be like, well, so what do I wear now?
And then also, exactly. But also for me, I'm also like, okay, if I'm gonna role play in this game, if I'm gonna be Miles, I'm probably gonna wear his suit. Like, he wouldn't have this giant like gadgety suit with like a cape and all this shit. You know what I mean?
For sure.
I'm going to play that, and then also I'm burning that iconic suit into my head while I'm playing it. Same thing with Peter. So the cool thing about these suits, I'm already in love with them. And I'm trying not to wear them, but they went fucking crazy. There's like 20 suits for Miles, right?
Okay.
And then there's
like
also
off rip?
Yes. No, not off rip. You have to unlock them, and you gotta like unlock them at like certain levels, and some take rare parts, some take like common parts. But you have to like craft them basically. And so
cool.
It's very cool. So there's 20
suits.
optional, and then that's just for Miles. Peter has his own individual suits that are all for that traditional red and blue Spider-Man, and then Miles has his for the red and black style that he has. All completely the way they are, but I'm not done yet. Each suit has a customizable option. You'd have to buy it with more, or you'd have to craft them with more parts, but it's different color variations. 3 different colors, technically 4 with the original, that come with each suit. So it would be like kind of like a blue shade, and some of them are kind of ugly looking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
But some make the costumes look cooler, and still that's more customization that gets to go into your character.
Absolutely.
And I cannot believe that they cared that much about every single costume has its own costume, the way that it works. Hello?
So sorry.
No, it's all good.
I'm trying to text you guys, but can you grab that table and chair real quick?
Yeah. Oh, is Dilly here?
Yeah.
Which chair? You can grab that one.
What do you need?
That chair, and then that. Yeah, just grab it.
I'm so sorry.
Chair?
It's all good, bro. Just fuck up our whole podcast.
I tried to wait till like
When you're streaming, bro, we don't fuck with you, bro. You want to say something to people?
Fuck yeah. I mean, if this doesn't get cut out,
come on in.
It won't. I'm deleting your face. Is that cool?
Say it.
Flash Bros, I love you guys.
Yeah.
The new Spidey game is amazing. I've only played 2 missions. Don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but it is amazing. And
fuck yeah.
Please,
Shut up. Shut up.
I'm so sorry for the interruption, but
no, dude, I got you.
You do?
This is getting
perfect.
No,
it's not getting cut. I'm actually keeping it in. Do you need this chair?
I do need it.
Yeah. No. I'm good.
We don't need shit.
Of course.
What's up? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? Smell good.
What the fuck?
There you go.
Yes, sir. I'm not editing it.
Is that okay?
We're keeping this in.
Is that okay?
Oh, okay.
Pretty professional, yeah?
Come on, Lucky.
Bye, bye.
Thanks, baby. Love you guys.
Thank you so much. Anyway,
we're back. Yeah,
so,
Spider-Man.
just those suits are. I can already see it's tough for me not to wear them.
Yeah.
Which is such a crazy idea because I love the canon look and I love all like staying in role play and all those things. But already I have this one suit I was looking at and I'm just like, there's a customizable way where normally it just has like this glowing red spider. It's for Miles.
Sure.
And then it has like this glowing red visor and you can turn it blue. And my superhero Shock Drop, he's always got this blue look. So I'm already like, I want to swing around with that suit.
Bro.
So just the fact that they have that much customization and then you add that to the abilities that you can unlock and then add that to the actual customizable attacks and like fighting style that you can hold
that you mentioned.
Just incredible. It's what you would expect from a AAA game that cares about Spider-Man and cares about the fans and cares about these stories with these characters. And just a quick, I know I'm talking so much. I want
this.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Until you feel exhausted.
That's what I'm going to do then, if that's cool with you.
Perfect.
You sure you're not bored? Are you sweating?
No. I'm taking all this in, bro.
Please.
Yeah, no. For sure. I just I haven't played it. So
no, I know.
I'm like my imagination is coming in, but I'm listening.
Good.
I want this.
So another thing I just want to mention, the way that they're doing, kind of handling these characters is everything that you would want, expanding on what was already set up. So for Miles, a huge thing with him is he was very... he's a kid. He was like 14 in the first game. He's like 16 or 17 in this one, right? Okay. So it's like maybe I think he was 15 in the first game
because he was like a year later. You said, right?
Yes.
Like timeline wise.
Yes. But he's in Brooklyn Visions Academy. If you remember back in Spider-Verse, that was literally the school that he went to. The Visions. Remember how it's like Visions on the side of the school?
Yeah.
It's got this element of like. Miles is consistently furthering his personal life and is not completely losing it the way that Peter has yet. And I genuinely can see this setting up for animosity toward, and how easy Miles has it once the symbiote comes into play, because what it's supposed to do is it fucks up every emotion that you have. If you remember back to Spider-Man 3.
I remember from Spider-Man 3, right?
It just takes what you, even those dormant feelings, because Peter's a good guy, and he would never, ever feel animosity towards Miles, but there's got to be something small in there, or there's got to be some tiny little thing, and I can already see it, which is just incredible story-wise, but even with Miles, I'm seeing him as this character, and he's so much more similar to the one in the movies, where he's very charismatic. He's got like the fresh haircut. He's got kind of like that swagger that
now I'm gonna do me, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That really was non-existent in the first and the Miles game. He was very nerdy. He was kind of like nervous. He couldn't really talk to people as well. In this one, he's got like a taper with like he's almost got like early dreads coming in. Yeah, it's just twist. Yeah, I'm white. I wish I knew this shit better. But like
I need technicalities.
I need to know it. But he is like coming into his own, and he's like you see it. It's like this character arc, and I know a lot of people were hating on OG Miles because he's a huge nerd.
Yeah.
And kind of one of the appeals of Spider-Man is that he goes from kind of being this charismatic, black kid from Harlem to being Spider-Man, and what that difference is in Spider-Man and that charismatic like nature can kind of do to the Spider-Man persona, and people love to watch it and witness it, but you get to see him become that kid through not just Spider-Man but also his time with Peter, and I love it. I think it's soaking it up. I'm loving Miles. He's also just got a really interesting story going on, and it's really funny because I talked to Blade at first, and he was like, yeah, I'm not really interested in Miles' story, but I understand why he's not, and I am, because it's very much so. I'm not going to say why, but it's very similar to this kind of like young character who is consumed by something that is clearly not healthy, but he is obsessed. So it'd kind of like a revenge kind of thing, like something like Ellie experiences. And Blade legendarily does not like Last of Us Part 2, or understand why those are so important to people and why those stories are important, because the idea of letting go and this idea of growing into a man is giving up on those things that you can't help, and those things which are very similar to like revenge and or even just like hatred, holding on to these things and like letting them rot your heart. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And a huge part about being a man is being able to say, even if I am not ready, or not ready, even if I am not completely okay with everything that happened, I forgive all these people for myself, not
Absolutely.
for, and he's too young to understand that.
Right.
And so it's this really, really intriguing story where he's like making these decisions and he's doing these things as Spider-Man that's kind of against his own self. And it's much, I think it's much more deeper than what is on the surface level, which I think, people can naturally look at, like Blade, not trying to hate on him.
For sure.
But can look at it and be like, oh, this isn't interesting. Like, this kid's upset about something. Oh, fuck. Like, go, I don't know, do something about it, right? Who cares?
Stop being a baby.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that simple. Mm-hmm. And it just makes this really, really interesting story for everything he's going through, as well as Peter, because I'm not in the midst of it yet.
Okay.
But a lot of this setup is a lot of the it's too good to be true.
Yeah.
Like Peter just got this brand new job, all these things. His best friend like Harry just showed back up, and like everything seems perfect, and just storytelling 101. Everything can't be perfect.
Of course. Especially for Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Are
exactly.
you kidding me?
Exactly. So it's just storytelling incredible.
Yeah.
These characters incredible. I am enjoying every second I'm playing too. The combat, I've said, is already amazing. Traversal is amazing. The map I love. I don't think there's much more I can go on, because I think I've touched everything that I've loved so far.
That was extremely thorough. No, I appreciate that. I actually I have another question for you real quick before we wrap up.
No,
which
please.
Like story-wise.
Yes.
So this, and I asked specifically because you're a big Spider-Man fan, and you've talked about Spectacular Spider-Man.
Yes.
Have you read any comics too?
I have read a couple.
Nothing
too crazy. So
are you at least familiar with kind of like stuff that happens in the comics? Because the lore of Spider-Man?
I do know the lore.
Okay.
And I know
there's the MCU.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So
which I know very well.
This, and from what we've seen also in Across the Spider-Verse, which I get is also its own original idea. Yeah. But it seems like from my perspective, they've all kind of taken elements from each other across the board in terms of building this master kind of like canon story of Spider-Man, if that's what you want to call it.
Sure.
So Spider-Man Insomniac,
yes,
it takes its own place on that kind of timeline.
Of course.
Right?
Of course,
so it's completely original.
It is.
Well, like in a sense of, maybe it's got the same characters. Maybe it's still got Gwen Stacy and MJ and Green Goblin.
Yeah.
But is how things unfold largely the same, or is it kind of like a good blend of original ideas and tweaking the story?
So that's an amazing question, by the way, because that is also kind of a theme of Spider-Man, is that there are events that always happen, really, in a Spider-Man story. Miguel O'Hara wants to claim that they're canon events. Whether or not I agree with that is up to however Beyond the Spider-Verse goes, right? Right. But there are always things that make a character Spider-Man. And when we started back on, because this Spider-Man, he's 25, which is pretty old for most Spider-Man we've experienced, which are just getting into college or in high school. So this Spider-Man has already basically done it all. So all these things that we hear about are clearly going to take inspiration from other stories, but even just the way they're written, everything has kind of a place, but the timeline in which they happen, they absolutely can vary, and it will vary in every Spider-Man story. So the original, the first villain was the Vulture, and it started off with that, and so Homecoming kind of took inspiration from that. The original comic books.
The comic books.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then of course, like Peter, fucking Sam Raimi with those with what's his name? The original Spider-Man movies. Tobey Maguire.
Yeah.
They kind of did their own thing with like Green Goblin being the first villain that he really faces. And that's all valuable because it's all in service of Peter's story. So all these things, by the beginning of the first one, Spider-Man PS4 in 2018, had its this like lore to it where, you know, through the backpack system you learn that he's already taken down Electro, Vulture, Scorpion, Mysterio, Sandman, every single villain that you can think of. Peter has been dealing with these guys for years. However, the most main villain, you know, Dr. Otto Octavius, is his mentor and his boss and his teacher in the beginning of the game.
Of this game?
Of the last one.
Of the last game.
Of Spider-Man, the original. And so, obviously, you're looking at that and you're like, okay, so he's dealt with all these villains. Where's Doc Ock? That's where we're dealing with it, right? And I won't say too much on that, but it's just the way that those things go. Same thing with the way Miles showed up in this universe. In the original Ultimate Spider-Man comic book, which I read a little bit of, which is when Miles first shows up. That's when Miles is first, introduced. He is in a universe where, kind of similar to Spider-Verse, Peter Parker dies. He was the leader of Parker Industries, and he dies. And he then gets bitten by a radioactive spider, becoming the new Spider-Man of the universe. But Peter Parker's already gone. Got it. That obviously is different than, you know, Spider-Verse where he gets bitten and then Peter dies, right? Before he could really mentor him. And obviously there's the events of that movie.
Yeah, you're right.
And so in this one, we're in a very strange time period because Miles gets bit right when we're dealing with Doc Ock. And then even before he ever dealt with a symbiote. Even way before any of those things. So all these are in service of the story and the way that they're done. And so I think it's a great question because then you can wonder, well, what's the canon part of Spider-Man?
Right.
What is the story of Spider-Man? And this is why the Spider-Verse is such an important point to continuing telling the story of Spider-Man.
Yeah,
because every single Spider-Man universe is unique in the way that things will happen in their own timeline. Things will happen in their own time frame. There are crucial moments that will happen. You know what I mean?
Right.
Gwen Stacy is nowhere to be seen, and they don't talk about her in the first game.
Okay.
She's probably dead. You know what I mean? She could be, or she might not be.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But those are all elements to the Spider-Verse, and it's why, you know, it's so easy to get into Spider-Man for me because every piece you pick up isn't, oh, we're resetting the story. It's, no, this is a different Peter's experience as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And even one of the best parts about
it's a very fascinating concept.
Seriously, such a cool concept that I don't think I've seen anywhere else. Where it's like this hero who is like burdened in every universe differently, very differently, and every universe is so different, but there's that same Spider-Man. There's a Spider-Man.
They all like understand each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's why I really want to see this new one with like Prowler Miles. And seeing, because Miles is Spider-Man. He is exactly what a Spider-Man needs to be, and whether or not Miguel O'Hara wants to accept that because of everything that he's going through is not even needed to be mentioned.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, for sure.
So it's just interesting because, fantastic question. Does that answer it completely in a way?
I think it does, yeah. And I think you really explained well kind of like what makes the Spider-Verse unique from other plot points, you know, from other big series. And really does a good job of explaining, because I think like I've had a talk with my dad about Spider-Man. Specifically, I took him to go see, it was No Way Home. He didn't know that anything that, he was completely spoiler free before going into it.
Wow.
So when the original Tobey Maguire comes out onto camera, he literally looks at me with his eyes wide open, and he's like, did you know he was in this movie?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. You know,
did he know Andrew Garfield? Did he ever watch those movies too?
I don't know. He recognized him.
Oh,
you know, yeah. So he at least like knew of him and that. Sure. But my dad, when I was a kid, showed me Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3. That was like that was like the first superhero thing that I took in.
Yeah. It was also just socially.
Yes.
I mean, like in our culture too, it was one of the biggest and had such a massive impact in the way superhero movies were viewed from that point on.
Yes. Yes.
So that's really funny. That's really funny.
And so it's cool because like there's legitimately an explanation for like all these variations and differences, and how it's possible that you could have this game with a team behind Insomniac who doesn't have, even though it says Marvel's Spider-Man, and no question, Marvel probably does have their teeth in it a little bit. They probably are kind of overseeing. But I promise you, it's not the guys from Marvel coming in and writing this thing and giving it to Insomniac. Insomniac has come up with their own rendition of this original content and story that fits. It's not separate. It fits into
and is
the whole kind of multiverse.
Probably inspired by some other works that have been done before, but that's that same ripples. It's the same beats that get hit, you know what I mean, in the story. And so it's really funny. One of the reasons I think Spider-Verse, this new one, works so well is because we finally see actual variations on Peter that we've seen before. So like Spectacular Spider-Man showed up in the movie, and I was so excited. I couldn't believe it because not only did they animate it differently, they animated it in a way that was like, this still exists inside that universe. This is just a different universe. Insomniac Peter was in that movie, and he was animated just like he was in the PS4.
Right.
There was even
I forgot Insomniac Spider-Man was in that.
He was.
Yeah,
and you see the live action variants. You see Toby, crying at the death of Ben. Ben Parker. Uncle Ben. And then you see Andrew Garfield's also crying over the body of
Gwen, right?
No, it was Gwen's dad.
Yes.
Yeah. Officer Stacy.
Right, that canon event.
That canon event of an officer dying. So you see that, all these worlds exist individually, but they all exist in this big web of the Spider-Verse. That's what it's all about. So Insomniac, I think this universe has that also going for it, which it's allowed to do whatever it wants. Yeah. Truthfully, whatever it wants.
That's so exciting.
I know, and it really is.
That's amazing.
It's
honestly.
so cool, and that's why it's so exciting because I also don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know who. I know Venom shows up. I don't know who Venom is gonna be. I don't know how Peter is gonna get the symbiote. I don't know how these characters are all gonna react, because one of the coolest things also about this universe is they finally have like a support system. There's 2 Spider-Men that are working. Genki, who's Miles' friend. You don't really see him. He's basically the Ned.
Sure.
Yeah. Ned from the original they casted him to be like Genki, because in the comics he's like this fat Asian dude who kind of sits in the chair, helps out Miles.
Yeah,
he's like the only person who knows that Miles is Spider-Man. But because of the events of the end of Miles Morales, a lot of characters kind of know about it. Miles has 3 people who know about it.
Okay,
not including holy shit. I don't even know if that'll show up, but that is so funny.
If it didn't go through, Drell's screaming in the other room at the top of his lungs. It's so funny.
So he's got these 3 people that know about it, right? And then Peter, like since the beginning of the 4th of Spider-Man PS4, MJ knows about it. So they have this thing kind of together. Okay. And then everybody like Genki, who's the guy in the chair for Miles, is also the guy in the chair for Peter, but also Peter has MJ, and then also like these other characters that know about Miles. I don't even want to spoil it.
Yeah.
Also just have that. There's like this whole it's like
team. A little web.
It's like this team that knows about it, and it just feels like the stress is being taken off of Peter.
Cool.
And it's so different, but it's so much cooler than just Peter trying to take on the entire world by himself. And I can't predict what's going to happen because it's its own story.
Of course.
And I just love it.
But that's kind of an exciting feeling, I feel, because it's so same but different. And largely it's like, okay, even with like the idea of canon events, right? Like in a way then it sets it up for like, okay, you saw the symbiote, so you know Venom is coming, right? But you have no idea how or when. Yeah. And I think that's so hype. So and so hype with all these original ideas that I feel like I've gotten from you from this conversation talking about this, especially the fact of, you kind of like maybe really realize that it's like, even with what we've seen of Miles, and I've read the comics, but with Miles in Across the Spider-Verse and Into the Spider-Verse, it's not really Miles and Peter teaming up, right? That's and the premise that this new game has is very different from what we've gotten so far.
Absolutely.
And it's so hype, bro.
It's so hype.
It is.
I love it.
For real.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything more to say. Like,
awesome.
I seriously think I talked about everything that
I think you did too. I'm really impressed. I wanted to hear a lot, and I honestly feel like this gave a really, really good picture, not just to me, but to everyone else out there who's big Spider-Man fans, or if you're hyped on Spider-Man. I know there's a few of our listeners. I know Caleb's hyped for it. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, I will say
exactly
too.
what I wanted.
Thank you, brother. I will say too. If you're thinking of playing these games, but you don't know if you're like that big of a Spider-Man fan, I have recommended these games to people who don't like Spider-Man, one being Gabe, and then my little brother Drew. Two people who, they could take or leave Spider-Man. Drew 100% of the first game, so did Gabe. And I'm pretty sure, Gabe played Miles, and then I think Drew just beat Miles too.
Wow.
So this is one of those games, combat-wise, exploration, all these, it's got it. It's got it going. Even if you don't have PS5,
fuck yeah.
Grab the first 2 games, experience what you can experience, and get hyped for this new one because it is absolutely worth it. Absolutely.
Last question.
Please do.
Just because of what you just said.
Of course.
Do you feel like I or anyone else out there needs to play Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales before diving into Spider-Man 2?
Absolutely.
I
would say Spider-Man 1 and the DLC and Miles Morales.
Okay.
Because it's a journey of these characters. It's not set piece after set piece. It's not like, Uncharted, you could skip the first one and move on to 2. Yeah. Even though there is a character arc there, you could.
No, but I agree
with that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
For sure.
These are journeys of these characters. And there's more characters, too, that are going on here. I'm only talking about Peter and Miles, but there is so much more going on here. It seriously is. It's this whole web of people, this whole web of people that you see kind of grow and you want to further their lives. And I don't know if I'm just a weirdo, but I want like Miles to have a successful career. You know what I mean? He's really intelligent and he's working on his music.
You care.
And
I
really do. I really do. And so
that's
anything I can
really important.
Anything I can do to see those things grow and those things change, I absolutely would say essential. Yeah. You would probably still enjoy Spider-Man 2, but you are not getting the complete experience of that you would absolutely, I feel like anyone would love. Yeah. You know what I mean? Okay. It's a real incredible experience. So
perfect.
That's what I gotta say.
Josh, before I jump into Mario Wonder, I need a fat leak.
Take a pee?
Yes.
I can pee too.
Yeah, okay.
So that's
that
perfect.
Sounds great. Pee away. All right, we're back.
Joshie.
Yes, sir. Let's jump into some Mario Wonder, my friend. Yeah, I'm excited to share. I really wanted to show you kind of my opening thoughts and just like gameplay. I was gonna play a couple of levels. The initial idea was I was gonna play a couple of levels, just get a taste of it with my girlfriend. So I tried by myself, tried multiplayer. What ended up happening was did I even pronounce that word right? What ended up happening? Let me enunciate my words here. Was I think I said, I can't remember if I said this at the beginning of the show. I started playing a couple episodes a couple nights ago. And
couple levels.
Kendall, a couple levels. Thank you.
Okay. Unless they call it episodes.
They don't. Like, they in fact don't. Okay. Yeah, no. They have unique like names for the worlds and shit. But it's all in the Flower Kingdom, and so I played a couple, then I restarted it, and I was like, all right, Kendall, let's jump into it last night.
Yes.
She's like, I'm too tired. Can I just watch? No. I'm like, sure. because I want to play this game with you, at least watch. And she ended up loving watching it, and we were both just kind of tripping because this game is
visually
so... It's such an experience. It's such a trip. Yeah. Like, out the fucking gate. So, first off, I just want to say that the thing that really just kind of pops right when you boot this game up and right when you're going into it really is everything that we were hyped for. Yeah. For change in Mario. So, you immediately notice, okay, Mario sounds different, and I don't think he does any, that I've seen yet, voice acting per se.
Sure.
But there's voice lines that are in there, like small little sound effects,
like the way it usually goes.
His little his noises. Wahoo! Right. Woo. It's all different. Yeah. It's all different. It's all new. Like when you jump, the sound that comes out it's not like that traditional kind of sound that you've heard for literally decades of like it's a new version of the sound. It's like you pause the game, all the icons, it's a fresh icon, the way the menus look, the guy's so loud, I love it.
Crazy.
Everything that you see on the screen looks fresh, and it is awesome.
Right.
It's seriously awesome.
Yeah.
And so, you start off the game, there's this initial premise, okay, yeah, blah, 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 Flower Kingdom, but immediately I notice even, like, the text boxes that are, where the dialogue is coming from. There's, like, a prince, and he's a caterpillar. I can't remember his name, but he hops in Mario's, like, hat back, and he kind of just tags along, and he'll poke his head out and say something as you're doing stuff.
That's
it's
so
cool.
It's like a companion.
It is. It's your little
2D
companion,
Mario.
right?
That's
which
so
hasn't really been done before. No, like not
we
much.
just had Cappy, but that was a 3D platform.
Yeah, right. So like I'm talking like strictly in terms of 2D Mario, right? And this design.
I don't think it ever has.
In the vein of Mario Bros. And then like Mario World and New Super Mario Bros. It's just a complete refresh, is what it feels like. It feels so good. So off the bat, like. Initial premise, you're trying to you get coins as you normally do. Enemies don't really give off coins, do they? In the past, enemies really give you coins?
No, not
they
for killing them.
Yeah.
Unless it was like a big enemy, and then they would kind of sometimes scatter into coins.
Like scatter some coins.
It's like not like a normal.
Yeah. I couldn't quite remember because I'm like, okay, it has like when you do cool things like when you're running and you hold the run button in the direction, you gain bursts of speed for every like segment that you run. Oh, wow. And so it kind of is like Sonic, like you run. Yeah. He's got his initial run, and then it's right, so his arms are back, and then it's again,
and it goes faster. Every single time?
It goes faster, and it literally says like wonderful, awesome, all these like colorful words will pop up, and it's so
different.
It's so different. It's even just hard to put into words, but it is such. It's such a great experience out the gate, like first level. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Then you see this Wonder Flower, and it's like, oh, here's where it's gonna get crazy. I know this is how it's going down, and you touch the Wonder Flower, and it like morphs the world and goes in this weird kind of trippy animation, and then literally the entire world will change, and it will be flipped on its head. Yeah. Second level out the gate. Already right off the bat, it's like, okay, so how crazy can this thing get? You know what I mean? We've talked a lot about innovation behind Nintendo, specifically kind of even like Mario Galaxy. Right. How that was such an out there kind of concept.
Of course.
And being like, wow, like Nintendo is really creative. Like there's some creative shit coming out of there. How could they think of more? They've done it. And all the ideas, it's like, it's so fresh. Like you go into the second level, and so immediately it's got a background that you can see with like pipes and blocks, and you're like, okay, cool. So I'll be able to like go back there in this part of the level. Right. And also spread around the levels are these like little flowers. They could even be floating. They're usually on the ground, and their head looks like a mini trumpet. Like they kind of
the little talking flowers.
Talking flowers. Yeah. They talk every time you anytime you thank you, go near them, or you walk over them, or run over them, they'll say something, and it's English. It's like actual voice acting, and it's kind of cool. It's a little jarring.
I've seen some clips, but I didn't know if it was like a thing where they always talk, or if it's like a
they always talk, and they're there, and they're in preset spots on the levels, but they're like comedy thrown into every level. Like, so as you're just going by, it's like, wow, he's going fast. Being like, the background was there in the second level, and a flower's like, I wonder if you can get back there. And then if you do go back there and you get like the hidden, it's like these, you know how in the older 2D Mario games there's a gold coin. Yeah, there's like 3 gold coins.
Like the big ones.
Right, the big ones. Mm-hmm. So they have a massive purple flower coin. Yes. Right? That's the new thing. Right? And so when you find one in that back part and you come back, he's like, I knew there was a way back there. You know? And then every time you run by him, he'll say that line instead. So it's
interesting.
Yeah, it was just
I like the sound of that. I mean, I don't know if it would get annoying.
Yeah, I've heard that from a couple of reviewers that they actually thought that was the only gripe they had with the game, was these talking flowers.
I've heard you can turn it off though.
Oh, can you?
Well, you can make it so it'll be like, okay, and then it'll say what they were gonna say.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't seen an option for that, or maybe it's like something later.
And then you go.
It might be. Menu. Yeah, it might be an option there. I haven't really played around with the options. I just kind of played the game.
Yeah.
But going through like the second level, just to get whacked, you get like the Wonder Flower, and it's a level that's full of piranha plants that walk. These little like walkie piranhas, right? They'll hop out. Yeah. Is that a new thing? They'll just walk around?
They've never walked really like that before, unless they're like potted. Okay. But I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so they'll just pop out of the pipe like normal, and then they'll face you, and then they'll just pull out two like legs that are like little like legs. Little beady legs. I'll start walking towards you, you know, and so then you get the Wonder Flower, and now it literally turns into Piranha Plant the musical.
I've seen that clip,
dude. It literally has. And they're singing, and it's you listen to and play through a song, evading. You're not even trying to kill them; you're just trying to survive, and it just all plays out. And you're literally playing it. I'm like, what is this game?
So wild.
What is this game? Yeah. So I've had that same feeling and thought in every level I played. Wow. Every level.
And how far are you?
I'm now on. I don't really know how it's divided up because it doesn't really say World 1-1 if I'm not mistaken. It like says like World 1 and then a name of the level.
Oh, okay.
Because on the overworld map, it jumps between being Super Mario 3D-esque, 3D world, where you can kind of run around this 3D space and go to a level, or it'll you'll go into a section like that, and then you'll be back on a path where you choose between which level to go to. It's like it's a big mix of a lot of things. It's really cool. Even the pipe animation is one of my favorites because every time you go through a pipe now, Mario has a unique animation. So when you go through, he'll be like, look around, go down, but his hat stayed up, so then he'll just grab it and pull it into the pipe. And then when he's going through the pipe from the side, he'll like look through before you pop out, and then he'll just do a somersault out. Yeah, it's like all these small things that are really prominent. I think there's a lot to appreciate.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
Well, I think that those are just a testament also to just allowing Mario to be new.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? More even so than the series that was literally called New Super Mario Bros.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because
Absolutely.
It's like, you know, I feel like Mario wasn't very animated in those, and I think that it sounds like they're allowing him to be extremely animated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Because that is definitely my biggest takeaway.
Yeah.
From the entire experience, it's like it not only feels amazing to play, it really does. It also just visually. Overall, like the visuals is what has me. Also, here's the thing: the Switch only plays in 1080p. Okay, that's the maximum resolution the Switch goes to, and most Nintendo games aren't even really running a full 1080. They're running 720, and it's kind of upscaled.
Totally.
Right? And you can see that on our TVs. You know, like you and I both have 4K TVs.
Right.
It's very obvious going from a game like Xenoblade and then putting up like Spider-Man, and you're like,
for sure.
all right, so Xenoblade is absolutely gorgeous,
right?
But this is a technical marvel, and you can see that jump in resolution and everything, right? This game looks like one of the best Mario games I have ever seen.
Really?
Yes, bro. Wow. In its own way. And it's not Odyssey and it being 3D and running around. But when you look at it, it looks fucking 4K. I don't know how, but crazy. It looks so good and crisp. Crazy. It makes me excited. So I have a few points that I wrote down here that I wanted to kind of jump through with kind of.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So I have a couple of questions that I'm curious on. Yeah. So is there a timer?
There is no timer.
Let's go.
No timer at all, and it's awesome, bro. Yeah, it feels like just this level of pressure is off for trying to beat the stage with some I don't even know the word I'm looking for, but like kind of a fake difficulty or a imposed difficulty that's not. It's just like, okay, like, do I really got to worry about beating this 500-second timer while I'm beating the stage? It really just makes you feel like now, like getting through to, I probably played 8 total levels. Yeah. So in those 8 levels, then by the time I was done with my playthrough, I literally forgot that timers were a thing, right? Like you just kind of like forget about it. It's like, oh, this is nice.
Absolutely.
This is really nice.
And also, I hate timers.
Dude.
I hate that shit.
Yeah.
Why even?
Unless it's like very intentional, like, okay, here's a mission, do this, 30 seconds, go.
Absolutely.
But always having them in every level, no. This very clearly shows that is so, like, you don't need that.
You don't need it.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Especially to have fun, too, in a Mario game.
Yeah.
Well, I love it.
Do you have any other questions you want to?
If they come to me,
sure.
I'll ask.
Ask on the fly. So first thing I want to cover is characters. Yeah. So this has been a change. I was testing it around myself, and then I looked it up.
Yeah.
And this is now the first Mario Bros. Game.
Yes.
In a long fucking time since like Mario Bros. 2, I think.
Yeah.
So if you play Peach, if you play Luigi, if you play Toad, Mario, they all play exactly the same.
That's what I heard.
Yes.
That's
so
crazy.
There's no jump height difference. There's no running speed difference. And it's cool. I kind of like felt that because, you know, there's Elephant Mario, new power up, right? And I'm like, oh my God, he looks so goofy. Yeah. I love this. So then I'm like, well, what does Toad look like? And then on the fly, you can go to the menu and change your character.
During the level?
No, I don't know if you can during the level. I actually didn't try during the level, but I did it. I beat the level. Yeah. Then on the overworld, I switched it out on the fly to kind of see what all these characters played like and looked like, especially with power-ups. Yeah. It's really cool. And so these are all the characters. That being said, these are the characters in the game, right? We have Mario and Luigi, obviously. Of course. And then we got Peach, and we have Daisy, which I think is new.
She's never been playable in a mainline Mario game.
There you go.
This is the first time ever.
That's nuts.
Which is nuts, right?
That is fucking nuts. And I'm curious if we get more characters, too, like Rosalina or something. That'd be kind of fucking cool. You get... I think 4 different Toads. You have 3 different colored regular Toads, and then you have Toadette.
Yes.
So Toadette is now a playable character, right? Without any kind of gimmicks or anything. She's just a playable character. And then those are deemed kind of the normal characters, and then there's the easy characters. Yes. And so it's the Yoshis. I think there's 3 Yoshi colors, and then Nabbit. And those characters... the only difference being that they're completely invincible, so they're not hurt by enemies, but they get no power-ups.
I was going to ask that. I was so curious.
It just literally goes through you. Like, it doesn't do anything. So,
I've heard that in multiplayer, you can ride a Yoshi.
You can? Yeah. Can you? Yeah. Oh, that's fucking sick.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Okay.
And even Yoshi can ride Yoshi.
What the fuck?
Yeah, cool?
Okay. Yeah, because I haven't gotten to any rideable Yoshis or anything in a level I've played.
Yes.
Yet. Right. So.
I think it's the multiplayer.
Okay.
Like if someone chooses Yoshi, you can ride on him.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's funny you bring that up because a point I have for the multiplayer and how it works and how the multiplayer has differed from past Mario games, like the new Super Mario Bros. Yes. When they made it, wasn't it like New Super Mario Bros. Wii was like the first like multiplayer.
That was the first multiplayer,
right?
And then of course,
so a big kind of point of gameplay in the multiplayer was there is interaction between you and the other people.
Yes,
that is removed. So aside from sounding like what it sounds like from this Yoshi thing you mentioned, which I haven't seen, you can't jump on each other's heads and like have there be a collision that way, which I think is a good thing.
I love that.
I actually love it.
Because you can kill people so easy just by if you guys are both jumping over and you jump over someone's head, you push them down and then you go up.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. And I think specifically when you get to like end game, like World 7, World 8 of those multiplayer games, it is kind of a hassle. It's way easier to play the game by yourself because you have like all these like tiny ledges you're trying to like platform on, and you bump somebody, you're both dead. You know what I mean? You just both go off the side, or you kill. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to kill you.
Oopsie, my bad.
So not having any kind of collision like this it's really fun. It's really cool.
I love that.
Yeah,
that seriously is such an appealing part to me already.
Yeah. That's exactly why I feel. I'm glad you feel the same.
Yeah, one thing I'm honestly I'm so surprised about is that speed boost thing. That sounds so interesting.
Right.
Kind of sounds like almost like 3D World. You remember the way they did that?
Yeah.
It was like you had your walk, and then you had your run, and then if you run for long enough, you get that boom.
Like a boost.
You get that boost. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of like streamlining the boost into the actual gameplay of it, and it feels very natural. And some levels require it, like running across the track and then making it a certain amount of time to be able to get like that purple coin or whatever. Get the wonder. So I'll move on here. So the Flower Kingdom is the new area, which is really hype, and all I really have to say about it with my early impressions is it feels very fresh. Okay. It feels fresh as fuck. Yeah. Which is awesome. Because if we know Nintendo, we know Mario, they usually talk about the same tropes, right? It's like, okay, I've seen the goddamn Mushroom Kingdom for the 11,000th fucking time, right? And like, how can I get this? Okay, now what's next? The desert level? Oh, there it is. Yep, there it is, right on the map. I can see it right there. Yep, so it doesn't have this feeling at all. In fact, how the map is laid out is you have a starting area. Once you beat the starting area, and there's no Bowser Castle, it's like a few levels to kind of like give you kind of a prologue of the game. And then it shows a Bowser, which is he's in his mean green castle, and it's all fucking like tripped out. You know, that's kind of the theme of this game is you're tripping on mushrooms.
Right.
And
Love it.
so he comes around, he infects everything in the land with like this some kind of like spell that turns everything kind of like weird and wonder and whatnot. So his castle, it shows him moving to the center of the map, and he's untouchable, so you can't reach him. And then it opens up the map.
Interesting.
Like the entire map.
Oh, you can go anywhere.
And I haven't gotten to a place where I can freely go from land to land, but how it has it laid out, I'll try to paint a picture for you. You have this little prologue area, and it opens up, and then it shows Bowser's in the middle, and you can look at, with the L button, the entire map, right? And then it has you, as you progress through, you collect wonder seeds is what they're called. So the wonder flower makes you like trip out in the level.
Right.
But your goal is to collect wonder seeds and using them to fight Bowser in the end.
Right.
And it's kind of like there's a gate, a level gate, where you can't go past this point unless you have this amount of wonder seeds.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely.
But it seems like from what I'm getting at, I just unlocked the next area I'm supposed to go, and I think you move around this map and it becomes more or less open world to how you want what land you want to go to.
That's bad.
It's really sick.
That's sick.
Yeah, and
I did not expect that from
looks,
this game.
dude. I didn't either at all. For them to show the map like right off the bat, for how everything looks on it, it's honestly amazing. Yeah. You know, and to even further go into kind of how levels are set up here.
Yeah.
This now is all brand new shit.
Right.
Okay, which is hype.
That is hype.
The first thing being brand new is it's not level 1, level 1, 2, mushroom house, and then get to the castle. Right. It for every kind of mini section they throw at you on the map. They'll have like between 1 and 4 levels. Yeah. And then after you beat a new level will unlock, and it's a challenge level. So it's like a 1 minute level just designed to challenge you in one thing. So like one of the first ones is a run and jump kind of deal. Okay. So it's like a distance run. So that's where you're boosting and you're running max speed. And it's the first of these challenge levels, so I'm sure it was really basic on purpose. But it's like, okay, you're literally just running in the line. You're running on these music tiles, so they all make like a nice like dingy sound as you run past it. It sounds really pretty, and you're just running, and all the flowers like go, and you're like, and you run and jump at the end and collect the thing. That's your test, right?
Wow.
Get into the next test. It's a KO arena. I'm like, what the fuck is a knockout arena? Mario knockout arena? You go in and you select one of the random power-ups. It gives you like a random power-up block. You get it, you go into the pipe, and then you have 8 enemies you have to defeat in this room.
Wow.
Right? And it's kind of like a little room that you can't really get out of. It just has platforms and enemies are moving. So it locks you in, and you have to defeat these enemies to go into the next room, and then defeat the enemies again to go into the final room.
Wow.
And then get your wonder flower or wonder seed.
Wild.
Isn't that dope?
Yeah, that's so different.
It's so different.
I love that.
Then introducing this new idea of badges. Have you heard of have you seen these badges?
I've not seen them at all.
Me neither, and it's so cool. So how the game first introduces it, and like you have one of these early after you beat like the 3rd level, a shop opens up. So excuse me, you go to the shop, and it's got like it's not even toads. They're like I don't even know what they're called,
like
but
the flower people.
The flower people.
Yeah.
And it's funny because they are toads. It's the toads of this kingdom.
Right.
And like if they get excited, their head will like bloom.
Oh, that's
flower.
cool. Yeah.
This guy's all depressed, and then you talk to him, and you're like, yeah, maybe I will open my shop back up. And he's all excited, right?
Yeah, I love
so he opens up a shop, and you can buy a badge from the shop, and it introduces badges. And it's like, okay, what the fuck's a badge? So you get this first badge, and it's called it's like the wall jump badge.
Yeah.
And what it does is normally when you wall jump, you like run towards a wall, and then you leap against it, and as you touch the wall, you jump again, and you'll like press off in the opposite direction, right? Physics.
Right.
But with the wall jump badge, if you run up against a wall and jump, you will jump vertically once. So with just the wall jump badge, you can run up against the wall, jump, and then jump again to get out.
Wow.
And it makes you do things you've never been able to do before.
That's so
Isn't that
cool.
fucking sick?
That's lit. So how many badges can you have?
The page, because it has a badge page, which is like the R button on the world map, and it prompts you to also select a badge every time you start a level, because each badge is so unique.
Right.
And so to answer your question, like there's a whole grid of empty slots on badges, and I have like 4 of them on this whole grid. There probably looks like there's at least like 30 or 40, something like that.
That's cool. I forgot. I saw a little bit of it on the Nintendo Direct, but I didn't see a lot.
Yeah, I like either missed it or completely forgot, but it's really cool. Okay, another example of a badge is the dolphin kick badge. Okay. When you're underwater, normally Mario moves underwater exactly like he used to. It was like he kind of is a slower version of himself. He's really floaty, and then you just keep pressing the A button to kind of like jump in place and hover around the water. Right. If you have the dolphin kick badge, you have full 360 control of Mario, and if you press the R button, he dolphin kicks in that direction, and you can literally swim around a water level.
That's lit.
Otherwise, you move just like slow ass Mario.
The normal
water
level Mario.
Right, and so like when I booted up this water level, it said this like the dolphin kick badge was recommended. You know, so it kind of had this little like pop up for you.
That's so lit.
It's so lit. But say you don't even want to fuck around like with a new kind of power. Maybe you're like, I don't need anything extra. Sure. There's a badge that gives you coins for killing enemies. Every enemy you kill gives you a coin. Yeah, or coins. So little things like that tweak the gameplay, and I'm excited to really see how the game unfolds at the end.
So lit.
Yeah, to like give you like this full capabilities of Mario and kind of these badges. Yeah. Also with these badges is a challenge level meant to teach you how to use the badge. Okay. And then you get a wonder seed for doing it. Yes. Right?
That's awesome.
Yeah. Really fucking sick.
That's so fucking sick.
Dude, it's awesome, man. Yeah. I'm actually I haven't had this feeling in a 2D Mario game since God knows how long. I'm not kidding, but we finished
Super Mario Bros on the fucking DS?
Yeah. No, did not. I didn't get this feeling of we finished playing, and I took notes, and I got kind of my ideal for what I want to talk about in this episode. And then we quit, and she was about to go to bed, and I was like, God, I want to play more. I legitimately want to play fucking more. And she's like, don't play it without me. I'm like, okay, I won't play it without you. We'll play it together. But this game is legitimately good.
Damn, man.
Really good.
You're making me want to pick it up already. Bro. Because I kind of told myself I wouldn't until I knew I was going to play it.
Yeah.
You know, like Spidey.
Yeah.
You know, once I finish Spidey.
And that's a good mindset to have.
Well, just because I don't need to spend the money now.
For sure.
If I'm not going to touch it.
Yeah.
But...
yeah, I mean, like I offered before, if I really think you should play a level or two and really see what you think of it.
Really?
Because it's a marvel.
Well, I know I'm gonna love it though.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
You absolutely will.
Because I just know I'm going.
Oh yeah. So more details here. New enemies. Right. So obviously new land, new enemies, and Mario has kind of a good track record of adding at least a couple of fresh enemies into like a new Mario game as the titles go on. But like all I have really seen is new enemies.
Right.
It's great.
That's so
starts
lit.
like there's this one enemy that looks like a ram, and if you land on a platform near him, he'll wake up. He's sleeping, and he'll wake up and he'll charge at you, and he'll break unbreakable blocks as he's doing it.
Wow.
And you can ride on him, so you can stand on top, and you won't be harmed or anything.
That's so
yeah. Actually, a lot of these enemies kind of have new, different kind of jump mechanics where it was almost like old Mario was jump on an enemy to beat an enemy, and that's how you beat the enemy. And this is like, the rules are different. It's like a lot of enemies you can just sit on or you bounce on to get to something else, and they don't actually get hurt. So it's kind of playing with this new kind of field of enemies, and I really like it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so lit.
Yeah, it's really fucking cool.
I've obviously seen from trailers and stuff, I just have seen so many new enemies.
Yeah.
Which is so exciting because I think Mario has this style to it where you really could make so many different enemies, and I feel like they don't for the most part. I feel like it's been very staggered on variations of Goombas and Koopas, when in reality you could do whatever the fuck you wanted.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
man.
You know?
Yes, I've already hit these enemies that before I saw a single Koopa, it was like a new enemy that kind of acted like a beetle. It was kind of like a beetle with a pink shell, and they kind of just looked like a little more stylized.
Yeah.
And but they act just like Koopas do.
Yeah.
You know, and beetles, and kind of walking around. I'm like, okay, I'm getting the Koopa vibes, but it's not a Koopa.
It's not.
It's like Pokemon Black and White.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, dude, revamp it.
Yes.
Give me some new stuff. Even if it acts like the old one, something new.
Yes.
something new.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely. So that is what I'm overwhelmed with as far as the enemies go.
Yes.
Which is awesome. And not a single Koopaling in fucking sight.
Oh, let's go.
In sight, bro.
Oh, let's go.
Tired of it, actually.
I'm done with that shit.
Next up on here is new power-ups. And I only have seen the first one you're given right off the bat, but that's the elephant form.
Yes.
Yeah, and I know there's some more in the game that I'm going to get to see, but yeah, right off the bat with the elephant form, it's there's some level of charm with it that's beyond just being a gimmicky meme.
Sure.
You know, that it's awesome. So when you press the run button, you do a little swipe in front of you, and it literally will smack an enemy, you know, and kill them. So you kind of have this layer of protection in front of you with this power, which is really nice.
That is really cool.
And I don't know if it like has any other like neat kind of like added bonus I haven't. Like feature of it that I haven't experienced yet. No, not really. Oh. Yeah, it just kind of feels like a beefed up Mario that can smack in front of him. Yeah, you know. But sometimes you need to.
Bless you.
I'm dying. I need a drink.
You're dying. He's drinking a Four Loko.
I feel like there's certain things I've been walled out of because I didn't have the elephant form. So I couldn't smack a block that was like on the ground in front of me or something.
Breakable blocks you could break, I'm guessing.
Yeah, there's certain blocks that you can definitely break. There's like these like yellow barrel crate things that appear, and you can smack those with the elephant. But new power-ups, so that's hype.
Yeah.
And really like I wrote a section for animations, but it's really it's like everything is newly animated and it's so fresh. And I can't even really explain it beyond what I said about like Mario and the pipe. And just it's all these small, finer details that I feel like you will notice, or any longtime Mario fan will notice, and really appreciate. It makes it feel cool because it makes it feel like Nintendo really designed this, obviously with new fans in mind, like they always do, but definitely with the old fans.
I love that
in mind. Yeah,
that shit makes me excited.
Yeah,
seriously, it does.
Absolutely.
Because I think that I'd say I'm a pretty massive Mario fan, but I think that at least for 2D perspective, it's not really made for the fans. It was almost like it's what has to come out. You know what I mean?
Yes, bro. Yeah. And it's almost like largely predictable.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like if you're a fan at all, you're like you kind of get like I've been here before feeling, and it keeps happening. You know what I mean? So yeah, I feel like the loop is finally being broken with this, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's from what I remember looking at. When it was first coming out, I literally was like, this is a dream come true. I feel like I've dreamed of a Mario game with this much style and love and effort put into it.
Yes.
And look at that.
Yeah.
It's there.
It's literally here. It actually is here so fast because it really just seemed like the direct dropped yesterday and we have this game.
It feels like it for me too.
Like,
it literally was crazy because I was like, October 20th, I was like, that's Spider-Man time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It's amazing.
I can't believe these two games are released on the same day, too. Like, that's actually crazy. Nuts.
No, it's so wild to me.
Another thing I want to mention here is kind of also how they are tracking your progress in the game. And so, in like the older Mario games, like you would have beating the level, obviously, and the game like would tell you when you've beaten the level already, and then it would also show you those 3 golden coins or whatever they were in each game, and they would be highlighted. There'd be like the first coin, the second coin, the third coin. You beat a level, maybe you got 2 coins, and it was the second and third, so you need to go back and find the first
one.
That is gone. So they have the 3 purple coins there, but it's just for your currency for the shop, for the in-game badge shop.
So you don't know how many
shop.
You're missing though?
It will tell you when you beat the level, but it won't track it. So when you beat the level, it like has the splash screen that tells you how many what you got in that level, and one of those things is those coins, and it will have the same thing. It will still highlight if you missed one, but when you go back to the world map, it won't tell you. It's like not important. It's just further current. You can go back to the level and challenge yourself, but it's just for your own game.
It's just if you want
that. Instead, it tracks the flower seeds, and so the flower seeds, most levels will have 2, a silhouette of 2 of them. You get 1 for beating the level. Okay, like so for every stage you beat on this game, no matter what it is, you get 1 flower seed. But there's always a hidden one, and they get progressively...
Every level?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're hidden within the Wonder Seed. So once you gotta basically, if a stage has 2 of them, you know that, you gotta find the Wonder Seed somewhere in the stage.
Yes.
And sometimes it's right fucking there. Sometimes you get to the end of the stage, there's the Wonder Seed.
Right.
Sometimes though, I beat 2 stages, didn't see the Wonder Seed at all. So then I'm like, well, fuck. Like, what the fuck's happening here?
Right.
I go to this one stage. There was a series of pipes and enemies I was avoiding.
Yeah.
And I didn't notice. Kendall fucking noticed that I landed on one of these pipes and the pipe moved down slightly, right? So she's like, "Did you see that pipe move?" And I'm like, "No, what the fuck?" Go back to it.
Yeah.
I ground pound on it. It extends me into the sky. And then I go through this whole sky level, and right at the end of it is a Wonder Seed that starts, or the Wonder Flower, that starts the Wonder kind of like mini game, where, and the goal of that is to get the Wonder Seed from the Wonder Flower, right? So I go to this
and
one.
it was a secret area, though?
Yeah, it was completely hidden.
That's so cool.
I found this one Wonder Seed.
Yes.
Where it was at the end of the level, and I missed it. So I go back the level again, get to the end, I get the Wonder Seed, and I was like, oh, this was easy to miss because it was kind of like in a slightly secret-ish area, just above your field of vision.
Sure.
So you climb up there, and it's kind of like a level that looks like it's very like florally in trees.
Okay.
And there's at the end of the stage, there's a massive ass. You're just at the base of a big fucking tree.
Right.
And you see the Wonder Flower, and you grab it. Invisible. I don't even know how to describe this. It's nuts. Invisible pathways that are diagonal, and they're highlighted in like a golden yellow. They almost look like a thread. You only can see it if you're standing on it. Okay, so the Wonder Seed unlocks this, and then now there's like these crisscross of lines, almost like a spider web, moving up this tree, and your goal is to find the Wonder Seed. You're getting the Wonder Seed at the top of the tree, and while that's happening, there's like these like Koopa-looking things that are like paratrooper-looking things that are jumping around and skating along it. So you're trying to go up, and your brain can't wrap your head around where you're supposed to go. I fell from the tree twice. Wow. Yeah. And
was it difficult, or was it just like confusing?
Both. Okay. It's kind of like this. I wouldn't even say confusing as much as it was like an exciting mystery, like exciting newness. Like it was like, oh, I gotta figure this out. This mini puzzle I gotta figure out right now. You know? Yeah. And every stage seriously feels like that. Like each Wonder Flower has its own unique spin on creativity and what you're supposed to do, and it's so interesting. It's really hard to put into words because the feeling you get is this is new and I like it. Right. You know? Yeah. And like this is a challenge within the challenge, and I appreciate that. Wow. You know?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. And I fucking love that idea. That seriously sounds like it kind of opens up this whole new, I don't know, like style to the way a Mario 2D could be played. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because I don't think I've ever felt that feeling, or even that feeling of exploration in a 2D Mario. Yeah, man. Maybe because of the timer, or maybe because I just wasn't interested. You know what I mean? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Yeah. So it's very, very, very cool.
The last thing I noticed in the same vein was most of these levels have like like a silhouette for 2 Wonder Seeds. Oh, okay. And I went to this one stage that also had a silhouette for 2 Wonder Seeds. And I missed the first Wonder Seed. I got the other one just by being the level. Right. Yeah. So I'm like, all right, I'm diving back in. We dive back in. Not only did I find that Wonder Seed I missed, it unlocked like another flagpole that I didn't get the first time at the end of the stage. Flagpole? Yeah, you know what I mean with like the Bowser flagpole. Those are still in the game as to finish the level, right? That's still how you end it. Right. So I was literally at the cloud line on the stage. So I'm way up in the fucking clouds. Like, I just feel like there's no rules for this game, you know? So I'm running up there, and there's another flagpole sticking up in the clouds, and I was like, I definitely didn't beat the level like this last time, right? So I grab it. Mario slides all the way the fuck down to the very bottom where you do beat the level. Yeah. And it said secret exit found, and I got another Wonder Seed. What? Yeah. And so then a third one spotted up.
Do you think that's in every level?
I don't think it is, because I noticed when it said that, like secret exit found, or like when it said level complete, it had a flag icon next to when I beat it, and it didn't have that when I beat it the first time. So I'm wondering if that flag icon you get when you 100% the level, when you get everything you need to.
So do you think that there's a secret ending to every single level?
No, I think there's a secret ending to some levels, and it doesn't. You kind of have to figure it out.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a few within each kind of world.
Oh, that's so
which is
interesting.
it's so interesting.
Yeah, that's badass.
Something else I was gonna say too about like the collectibles. No, yeah, it's on the level select. There's also a rating on each level for difficulty. So starting at the first level, it has a little 1 star next to it. And I thought that was just, I beat that level, it's got a star. But the game literally tells you after a couple levels later that each star represents difficulty. And so in the first world, you can go to like a little underground area on the world map. And there's 2 levels down there. One of them's a 3-star. And it kind of, the stars then go from yellow to orange. And then there was one that was a 4-star and it was red. And it was like, oh shit.
That's pretty nutty.
Yeah, and it was
like a level rating.
Yeah, like for difficulty.
Yeah, difficulty rating.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah, right. Like actually crazy. And so to even put into your head what one of these difficult levels looks like, you start out and you get a wonder seed that's right off the bat. It's right there, and then immediately you're being trampled by all those rams that you can't hurt, and they just go forward. A line of them shows up, Mario Maker style. So you hop on like a train, and they literally take you into the fucking sky, and it's going all throughout, and it's this whole bizarre journey, and you're just trying to hold on for dear life. You know what I mean? And it took me like 6 tries to beat the level because I fall off or I smacked something. There's all these enemies up there too, so it felt like almost like an end game kind of Mario Maker-esque level, but literally World 1.
But wow.
Yeah.
That's so lit.
Yeah.
I feel like they could even take inspiration from all those Mario Maker levels that they've seen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, probably.
Like that idea.
That's what I feel when I'm playing it.
Seriously?
I really feel like they took in that stuff because
I love that.
Because Mario Maker is such an interesting idea too for the advancement of Mario and it being literally no rules. Like you can start any stage and they all look fucking different.
Yeah, you could be playing one of the most difficult stages known to man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, actually amazing. Wild. So really that kind of wraps up the notes I took and my initial impressions of Super Mario Bros. Wonder. But my what I will say is that I really feel like this is a game for everybody, gamers and non-gamers. I feel like this is a game very much so for fans of Mario. I think it hits all the nails on the head so far, especially in terms of difficulty, because you know, if it gets too difficult, you simply have to switch your character if you want to Yoshi or Nabbit, right? If you really want to.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, like Yoshi has like his flutter kick, right?
I don't know because I didn't play around with him. I honestly I'm going to because I want to test the riding Yoshi thing too. I think that'd be really fun.
Of course.
But
maybe see if Kendall would enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe, bro.
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
No, dude, this is an outstanding is the word I would use to say for my first impressions of this game. It is actually outstanding. Yeah, bro.
Making me want to play
oh my gosh. Yeah, dude. You make me want to play Spider-Man.
Dude, really?
Yeah, it's bad. Good. I really want to I want to know really what happens story-wise and lore-wise to the first game into Miles Morales too and how this all connects in, but
it's very compelling.
Yeah, that's pretty much. You got any more questions?
I want to know lore-wise how you go from New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe into Mario Wonder. I want to see how the world goes.
So Bowser picked up a flower from the Flower Kingdom.
Okay.
Started tripping balls and said, "All right, I'm gonna go fuck over everything." You know what I mean? It's 4:20 right now on the timer. I just
no way.
Shout outs 4:20. 4:20. Yeah. Bowser's tripping. That's all I gotta say, bro.
I'm with it.
Yeah. No, and honestly, the game literally makes you feel like you're on drugs when you're playing this game. It is so wild with how the sound distorts. Yeah. How literally the game just makes you feel like you don't know shit and you haven't seen shit.
Absolutely.
Every fucking level.
Absolutely.
You know?
I love that.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I got one more thought, which is I got to my first castle.
Yes.
Which was really good. I was playing through it and it wasn't like that long, but it had a couple of animations that stuck out to me. One was Mario approaching the castle and it's a big fucking like Bowser door, right? That's gigantic, and you run up to it and it just opens and it's all legendary. And you go in, and I feel like a way that I have felt if I'm trying to explain it, Bowser castles in the past, I felt like progressively over the series, the castles were probably like my least favorite designs.
Absolutely.
Like they just got kind of very samey and boring, and it's kind of like I'm fully expecting there's going to be those what are those like undead Koopas?
The dry bones.
There's going to be dry bones
and the music
fire.
is mid.
It's music's mid. It wasn't like that.
Yeah.
And then you find Bowser Jr. Bowser Jr.'s in this castle. Very I'm like, and then he starts the boss fight, and it's in a square room, and he starts spinning in a shell going towards you, and I'm like, no.
Oh, I've seen this before.
Yeah, I literally was like, no, like everything has been so amazing and intuitive at this point.
Yeah.
I know they're not going to have like the same fucking boss fight, bro. Like, there's no way they're going to rehash the same formula. But you jump on him once, he whips out a Wonder Flower, and he flips everything on its head.
Nice.
He turns microscopic, and you turn huge. And then you fight him.
What?
Yeah. And then you hurt him again, and he turns huge, and you turn microscopic.
Wow, that's pretty lit.
It's lit.
Yeah,
it was so lit. I was like, all right, I feel very satisfied with what I've experienced, and Nintendo's done a really good job putting a really good taste in my mouth for the whole experience that's to be had.
I feel from what you're saying that taste, and I want it. It sounds really, really fun, and I think that even this is like, it sounds like they kind of know that this is like what is necessary in the Mario world by what you even just described about the beginning of that fight and being like, oh, no, it's not the way you think it's going to be. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think that's lit.
I think it's super lit too.
Super lit.
Super fucking lit. I'm with it, and I'm excited to talk more about it. I definitely want to give my
I want to hear what you have to say
once I beat the game, because I didn't think I was going to be trying to beat the game or running through it as much as I feel right now.
Yeah.
You know? I want to play it right now.
Good.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up.
Josh, you want to wrap this podcast up, my man?
Let's wrap it up.
Sweet. Let's jump into Telegram.
Yes, sir.
I've got one from Johnny here.
Johnny.
Johnny. He asks, what is your dirty secret when it comes to a game that you have played the shit out of, but was actually dog ass?
It was a bad game.
Yeah. And maybe you played the shit out of it, but maybe just like, I don't know if he's trying to say like as a whole it was received bad,
like people
or if
like
you
it.
just if you know it's not necessarily a technically good game, you just lost so much time.
You just enjoyed it.
Yeah, he said, for reference, his is Cyberpunk 2077 on the PS4 day one, which you and I both know, like that game had a very rough start. Pretty broken, if I'm not mistaken. But he said he got really sucked into it, into the world and all these things. So. You got any examples you can think of?
I mean, automatically, I love Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Of course. I mean, I'm not going to say...
That's a good example.
I'm not going to say it's a bad game, though.
Yeah.
Because, so I'm going to... I'll give you another example, too. But that's an example of everything everyone was saying. I did not give a shit. I got so into it.
Oh, yeah.
And what they were saying was correct.
No, I remember us having a convo about it right away because... Scarlet and Violet was out the gate, and like immediately all these reports are terrible, and so you still to me showed the same excitement, and then you got it, and I'm like, all right, Josh, I want to know what you think.
What's the vibe?
And
I was like,
you recognized a lot of what was said, but you didn't miss care.
It. Yeah, it does not matter, and that's some of the things when you have something good and there's a good game. I don't think like bad graphics, in my opinion, or even shitty FPS can slow down the hype of how much your enjoyment is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do see what you're saying.
But I also played through all of Sonic Boom, and I love that
Sonic
game.
Boom.
The one on Wii U.
Yes.
Rise of Lyric. I bought it because Game Grumps had so much fun playing it, and it was on sale for like $20. And as a kid, I was like, yeah, I'll get it. And then I really enjoyed it.
Yeah?
Yeah, because they each loading screen had the concept art for the world that that you were in.
Oh yeah,
and the worlds just kind of felt really cool. And then it got to a point where I could recognize it looked like shit, and I could recognize that it was kind of busted up and glitchy, but I was enjoying it.
Yeah.
And it got to a point where I was just enjoying the whole game.
It's actually funny you say that because
it.
I was going to say Sonic Adventure.
Sonic Adventure?
Yeah. It's funny that they're both Sonic games.
Well, those games are legendarily never finished.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. That's the best way to put it because Sonic Adventure, even after it's re-released, is still not finished. No. It's still such a broken and at times very, very hard to look at kind of game or hard to play.
Totally.
But I love that game.
Totally.
I played it. I probably played it 2 or 3 times at least all the way through, and really like soaked up my time with like. I just love so many. There's so much charm that I think I liked more than I think I actually liked. The level design. You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
I just like playing the game.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Well, then I think that wraps up that question. Next, I got from Austin Bowman. Himself.
Bowman.
What is your favorite shooter game and
Ooh.
why?
I have an answer.
Please.
Half-Life.
Half-Life
is absolutely. I've said this so many times. It's fun. I was just trying to convince Trinity's brothers that they have to play it because they like shooters.
Yeah.
But it's a single player shooter. There is no. I mean, Half-Life the first one is very good for what it is. I would say for the amount of control that you have and the weapons that you get to choose. A great arsenal, especially for how old it is.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also really interesting like weapons. There's one you get in the first game where it looks like this weird like sack of like alien.
Okay.
And it has like this hive ending. And when you shoot it, tiny little bugs run up to the enemies and like kill them. And then there's another one where you can like you point it at someone and it goes Mwah. This is only the first game.
Okay.
And it goes Mwah. And then this giant like headless pig looking alien thing will come and like ram in and just like kill any enemy. But it's only if those enemies are around, which normally they'll try to kill you.
Okay.
So a lot of unique stuff already from the first game, and the first one is from the 90s. Half-Life 2 is where shit goes crazy.
Even crazy, bro.
That arsenal of weapons that you can use, automatically, obviously you got the guns, you got, classics, but, really interesting, you got your freaking, the what are those, the spinning barrel guns? Like a barrel.
Oh, like a little revolver?
Yeah, revolver. Yeah. Obviously, those do more damage. You got your shotgun, RPG, grenades, basic stuff, right?
Yeah.
It only really starts getting interesting when you add in the gravity gun, truthfully. Because obviously, those weapons are good as tools, but the gravity gun is such a fucking marvel in, like, shooter mechanic, like even just, like, in a physics-based game.
What does it do?
So you can just pick up things. Not even just pick them up. You pick them up, obviously, but you can launch them at like this speed.
Shit. I think I remember you telling me this.
There's zombies in this game, and one of my favorite details was their like buzzsaws in this one part. And if you pick it up with a gravity gun and just launch it at zombies, it'll chop them right in half. And if it doesn't kill them, they'll start crawling at you with no legs. And sometimes all I need is my gravity gun.
Yeah.
If I have like shit around me, I could run out of ammo of like everything.
Yeah.
And I would literally have a way to fight anything.
That's sick.
That's
sick.
The
I feel
most
like that's a
fun.
really good answer too for like an ammo system in scarcity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because also, you always feel like you have something going on. And also, like, smaller enemies, it doesn't do that much damage. But if they get really close, there's this pushing thing that you can do. It'll be like,
true.
And it'll kind of launch them back a little bit, but they'll get back up. And then, but even like head crabs, little tiny guys, it'll kill them in one little hit.
Damn.
So, I mean, those guys usually die in like 2 or 3 shots anyways. So, it's not like some crazy weapon or anything. But it just makes the game that much more fun as a shooter. Yeah. And it only gets like crazier too. Towards the end of the first game, your gravity gun kind of gets fucked up in this like explosion that happens because you're like in the Capitol, all this crazy stuff. It just amplifies this gun to a crazy fucking degree. If you right click, it sends out this orb that just like anything it bounces around and anything it touches just turns them to dust. There's literally, and then if you just click normally, it'll shoot this thing. It kind of charges up and it goes, and it just turns these people to dust.
Bro, what the fuck?
So much fun.
That sounds wild.
And then there's 3 of these games, and oh my god.
But Half-Life 2.
Half-Life
is
2
your answer.
And episode, if I can say Half-Life 2, including episode 2, episode 1.
Yeah, as a whole. Yeah, I think it's good.
Absolutely.
Maybe cheating, but
Is it?
Yeah.
My
well,
bad.
I'm gonna say. Thinking about it a little bit while you were talking, and honestly, God, I feel so out of touch with like FPSs nowadays.
Shooters,
I just feel like I don't really play them. I'm also not really drawn towards them, and so really like what's coming to my mind as far as like favorite memories really is like Halo 3. Like Halo 3 is just what's like
that's also
jumping out at
reasonable
me.
as fuck. Though.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I just remember it's not just like I'm not just talking multiplayer,
Yeah.
which like enough is said about that. Like I feel like everybody has an opinion on Halo multiplayer who's played it, but even just like the campaign and going through with like skull challenges, like I had you enable those skulls, which could like up the difficulty. Like the Iron Skull makes it so if you're playing a multiplayer, if one person dies, you all restart to the checkpoint, which is insane.
I love it.
All these like fun things, and then Bungie started adding more for the community. So there was like when ODST was coming out.
Yes.
I remember they added like 7 achievements, and you had to get all 7 to get like a legendary helmet in Halo 3.
What?
Yeah, and it like there was 4 achievements in Halo 3 or 5, and there's a couple in Halo ODST.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like this barred community system. It was really cool. Like they just kind of
cool.
Yeah, and I remember one of the challenges was you had to beat the last level. Which have you played Halo 3 campaign?
No, I haven't played any.
So, last stage of the Halo 3 campaign, you're on like the snow level. It's very notorious for its difficulty because you're bombarded. The enemy in that game is the Flood. And they're like these like zombies, okay? So, and they come in all shapes and sizes. They could be tiny ones, and they're literally just coming at your feet, and you're like, ah! Shooting them down. So you had to play through the last level, which is climbing a fucking giant-ass pyramid tower while all these things are hunting you.
Yeah.
You have the Iron Skull on.
Right.
So if one person of the 4 of you dies, you all restart to the last checkpoint. So it took hours to get to the top of the pyramid.
That's really
and then
cool.
as you get up there, the whole world or wherever the fuck you are is literally breaking down and being disintegrated. And so... Yeah, in the base game, you get on a warthog and you like ride your way, and it goes into like the end scene. So you're riding through and trying to get out while the earth is literally like crumbling beneath you in lava and all this shit.
Right.
And then there's like one of those big like it's like a pelican, the big like helicopter. It comes up and it's waiting for you, and you launch off the platform, and that's the ending of Halo 3.
That's pretty tough.
And so playing this challenge, you all instead of having if you put on the Iron Skull and if you played with 4 people and you got to this point on Legendary, by the way. Right. Can't play it on easy. Then instead of a warthog, you get 4 ghosts are all lined up, and ghosts are the purple vehicle that you get into. Ones. Yeah, and it's a 1-man vehicle, so you all 4 have to make it out. And you can't really work as a team. You're all individually
Why would
going.
they do it only if you have all those specific...
Because it was making this like grand achievement really tough to get.
Oh, that's
yeah, you're right. And because then this was a whole nother fucking monster of frustration, because if one person lagged too far behind in the squad, he would die. The end of the platform would fall and you'd all restart. Like it was like, oh my god. So it probably
Did that happen to you once?
So many times it's unreal. It was like a 4 to 4.5 hour mission with my boys. I remember it was like it was either like senior high school or maybe we just graduated. Yeah. And we all were so exhausted by the end of this mission. We were like, oh my fucking god, we did it. We fucking did it.
That's insane.
So I have that memory, which is very fun to me.
It had game chat, right?
It did.
So
360 days.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, of course. So that's what I'll say to answer that question, my friend. Yeah, you like? Fuck yeah. Also, you've always made me want to try getting into Half-Life again.
Dude, it's so good.
Yeah.
It's literally so good. It's the best. It's my favorite shooter.
Well, I feel like there's a reason that Half-Life 3 has been such an anticipation for so long.
Absolutely.
No? Right?
I mean, the best thing about it, too, is the game is literally fun. Like, the plot could be shit, and that game would still be fun.
Yeah.
But the plot isn't shit.
It ain't shit.
There's amazing characters, amazing writing. The world is so compelling. It's just one of the best games out there. It is the best shooter ever.
Fuck yeah, baby.
We'll see if Halo tops it.
Well, and before we see if Halo tops it, I got some trivia for you, my friend.
You have trivia for me?
I got trivia for you.
Really?
Baby. Yeah.
I was gonna say I didn't get any trivia.
Yeah, that's okay. I asked you to do the trivia for that part 2 of Xenoblade.
I have Xenoblade trivia.
Yeah. So I wanted to
no way
to get this wrap for you because I just thought it'd be fun to throw in some Spider-Man trivia.
You're giving me Spidey trivia?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I thought it was only fitting. No?
I'm gonna seem like a fake fan though because you have really hard questions.
I'm sorry, bro.
It's okay.
I'm going for difficulty. I want to make sure you're a Pokemon master over here.
That is
true.
You
know what I'm saying?
Spider-Man master.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. So this is these are questions that I've gotten a little bit from kind of all over, but I also wanted to have some focused on the PS4 release of Spider-Man.
Okay. Yeah.
Just because we were talking about the new PS5 Spider-Man.
Yes.
And kind of keeping it in that theme. So, Joshie, if you're ready to go,
yes, I want to play this.
I would love to get into some of this trivia for you. It's trivia time, baby. Joshie, question number 1.
I'm ready.
Man. Spider-Man video games and beyond trivia. I
was that a name?
That was the name of it.
I like
and
that.
I wrote it as question 1, but there's no answer.
Okay.
Hey, pass. Okay.
Pass.
Question 1.
Do I get a point?
You get no points, bro. You gotta earn it. Okay. What high school did Peter Parker attend?
It's I know it.
You knew the name of Miles' school.
Yeah, but they also have a rivalry in Spider-Man 2. Wait, give me a second though.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah. Take it in.
Hey, well, the general, there it is. Damn, what do you
I think you know it.
I know it.
I think you
I really
fucking know
do.
it.
Because there was a whole mission in there. And Midtown High. Yeah.
Correct.
Yep,
Let's go, baby.
Yep. I literally just had to remember.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Yeah, because I was
Thank
like, I don't know if he's gonna get it. He got it, baby.
Midtown
Number 2.
High. It's in every Spider-Man universe,
Is it?
basically.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So in Spectacular, he went to Midtown High. And
Okay, there you go.
always, yeah.
Yes, sir. Number 2. What is the identity of the Hobgoblin?
Ned something. Can I get a point for that?
It's not.
Oh,
Ned something.
Harry Osborn?
It is Harry Osborn.
That's in some.
So you can.
That's
get
in
a point
some,
for that.
though.
That's in some?
Ned is also who the Hobgoblin
way.
is sometimes, too. I'll show you
Okay.
evidence. Can I get 2 points for that?
You get a
or-
bonus point.
Check this out. I'm going to look up who is the Hobgoblin. Look, sometimes it's going to be... Who the fuck is Roderick Kingsley?
Sometimes it's going to be a third character.
Apparently it could be someone else. Ned Leeds. So Ned Leeds becomes the Hobgoblin.
What?
And so does Harry Osborn. So
Wow.
Yeah, it could be Harry, could be Ned.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you'll keep me accountable here.
I will,
Because
I
if
will.
these questions are wrong, you
That's
will
okay.
fucking know.
I will tell you.
You did get a bonus point.
Do I
for
get a
that.
bonus point for
You
Ned?
do.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Absolutely, bro.
I'll take
you fucking
that.
know.
Yeah.
You answered so fast. Question number 3.
Yes.
Which villain is Flint Marko known as?
Sandman.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Easy.
What is the name of Spider-Man's clone?
Ben Reilly.
Ben Reilly
Yeah.
is the correct answer,
And he's also called
brother.
the Scarlet Spider, if you wanted to know that much.
The Scarlet Spider?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck
Can
yeah,
I get
baby.
a bonus point for that?
Oh,
I don't want
you're
it.
getting all the bonus points.
Did I lose a point?
No.
Oh, what is
Of
that
course not.
line up there?
That's your bonus point.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah,
I'll
don't
take
worry about
that.
it.
I'll
Don't worry
take
about it.
that.
Number 5.
Yes.
Which university did Peter Parker attend?
University?
So this may be in like some universes.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if he always goes to college, but
Usually he
it does have a name.
Does have a name.
It does have a name.
I see. Let's see. To be honest, I don't know.
It is Empire State University.
Did not know that.
Didn't know.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll take that.
Got you, baby.
I'll
Okay.
take that.
Number 6.
Yes.
Who is the head of security for Stark Industries in Spider-Man Far From Home?
The head of security?
For Stark Industries.
Is it Happy Hogan?
It is Happy
Let's
Hogan.
go. I'll take
Yes,
that.
sir. Do you know his first name?
Happy?
Happy is actually his nickname.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
I
do not
actually
know
thought
his-
it was his first name.
I don't know his-
It's Harold.
Did not know
Harold
that.
Happy
Harold
Hogan.
Happy Hogan.
There you go, baby.
I love that.
More lore for your little noggin,
Yeah, I love
baby.
it.
Number 7.
Yes.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2 was released with the subtitle. With what subtitle in some markets?
The Rise of Electro.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was a left field one, bro.
Did you not think I would know that?
No, bro. I didn't know.
I'm a big Spidey fan.
Oh, fuck yes, bro. You're only proving it. I only got 15 questions for us, so we're halfway done.
Oh, let's go.
Number 8. What is the real name of Electro, the main villain from Spider-Man 2? The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah. It's, just give me a sec, because I literally know this.
I know you know this.
Yeah. It's,
He's pulling out his map from his brain.
I literally am.
What is it, Jamie Foxx?
Yeah, in Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's Max. Can I go with Max? I forget his last name.
Yeah, I accept Max.
Max. He's also in. Yeah, he's in Spectacular. And I'm gonna go with Max.
I'm taking Max as a correct answer.
What's his last name?
It's Dylan.
Max Dillon?
Max
Dillon.
I
should have known that.
Max Dillon, baby.
I should have known that.
Hey, you got it, baby.
Yeah.
No sweat.
I was trying to remember the last name, but Max, because it also in Far From Home.
Yeah.
He comes and he goes, Max, I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. And he's all pissed at him. Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Fuck, I love him in that movie, too.
Yeah, it's so good.
Number 9, in Spider-Man 3 with Tobey Maguire, who says revenge is like a poison? It can turn you into something ugly. I'll say it again. In Spider-Man 3, who says revenge is like a poison? It can turn you into something ugly.
Was it Aunt May?
It is Aunt May. Good shit, baby. Awesome. We're cruising.
We are.
All right, buddy.
I don't want this to end. I want to test myself. I deserve to be tested. If I claim I love Spidey, I deserve to be tested.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think this is the last movie one, and then I got gaming one.
Okay.
So we got number 10. Who yelled pizza time in the original Spider-Man movie?
It was Peter Parker. It's Tobey
Maguire.
Maguire.
It sure is, baby.
And he,
what was the context
did you
of that
just say
scene?
The original Spider-Man?
And I said the original, but I meant the Tobey Maguire one is what I meant.
Spider-Man 2.
It is Spider-Man 2?
Yeah. He's swinging with the pizzas at the beginning. Remember?
Pizza time. Does he
Pizza time. No. What he does, he doesn't really yell it. So he gets out of the. Remember how he's like messing with all the mops in the closet?
Yeah.
Because he just gets out from the outside. He's got the pizza and he's like pushing them all, and then he pushes them and then he closes it, and then he goes to the front desk lady at the apartment, and he's like, "It's pizza time." She says,
"That's what it was."
You're 30 minutes late. Got caught in traffic. Yeah. Anyway.
Classic.
Thank
you
classic.
for the rendition.
Yes, of course.
Number 11.
Yes.
I'm going to refer to Spider-Man on PlayStation as Insomniac Spider-Man. So does Insomniac Spider-Man appear in the comics? You don't have to tell me which one if it does. You just have to answer yes or no.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Which one?
I don't know.
It's true. He does appear in the comic, and it's Spider-Geddon.
Oh.
And I don't know if Spider-Geddon is like some kind of sub-series or something.
Could be.
But the cover of the magazine says Spider-Geddon, and it shows all these, almost like across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
All
It's
these
a Spider-Verse comic.
Yeah, Insomniac Spider-Man.
I do remember seeing that he is in a comic.
Okay.
But I could not.
There you go. That's the one, apparently.
I'll take it.
There you go. Spider-Geddon number 12.
See.
Where can you find a photo of Uncle Ben in Insomniac Spider-Man?
It should be... Listen to me.
Yep.
It should be at Feast in Aunt May's office.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. What is Feast?
Feast is it's like Aunt May's foundation that like houses homeless people.
Oh,
and
what
also,
the
like,
fuck?
feeds homeless people. So Miles starts like volunteering there.
Oh, what the fuck?
When
That's
he was,
so
like,
cool.
15.
Yeah.
So he does
okay.
that.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Number 13. What is the name of the doctor in Insomniac Spider-Man who's actually an alias for Michael Morbius?
This is probably like an Easter egg because I have no idea.
It was when I was looking up like fun shit because I haven't played the game. It was deemed as like an Easter egg. Yeah, is that this you would know this specifically from the comics, I guess, because of Morbius's name,
Dr. Michael Morbius.
Yes. So, but he goes by an alias, and this is the Doctor who you see, I guess, in Insomniac Spider-Man.
Which Doctor?
I don't know.
Huh. Well, you don't see a lot, but there is a list of people when you're working with Doc Ock. But, yeah.
Do you see a character in that game that looks like the human Morbius?
You don't see... No.
Or not really? So. Yeah, it's just like a new face. Well, the answer is Morgan Michaels. Do you remember that Doctor at all? Okay.
I don't think
probably
so.
like a small fucking character and just like a little Easter egg in there.
I'll take it.
There you go, buddy. Okay, number 14.
Yes.
Which made more money opening weekend? Insomniac's Spider-Man or Spider-Man Homecoming?
Insomniac Spider-Man.
That is correct. Yes, sir. You think it's by a lot? Like, did Homecoming... how'd that do?
Homecoming did all right.
Really?
I think it did pretty good.
Okay.
But it also... Spider-Man PS4 like did numbers.
Yeah.
And there's no way that Spider-Man Homecoming beat those numbers.
No, bro.
You know what I mean?
You're 100%
Back in
right.
2018?
Yeah.
No,
Dude.
No.
It was so fucking hyped, bro. I remember E3 and all that. Number 15, Joshie, last one here. Who fights the Taskmaster in the comics?
In the comic books?
Yes. Because if I understand right, Taskmaster is an enemy in Insomniac Spider-Man, right?
He is, yeah.
Right. And apparently that's an Easter egg on the comics because Spider-Man doesn't fight him.
He doesn't.
It's actually...
I'm going to say Captain America.
You actually are not wrong.
Well, he's got a shield. And so I know that he copies what everyone does, and that's his whole thing.
Right.
So I'm going to go with that one.
Okay. I will accept it.
What is
the answer is the Avengers.
Okay.
So there you go.
The Avengers, sure.
There you go, baby. Yeah. Well, Captain
America's the leader of the Avengers.
Exactly. You said the icon. So I'm like, okay, well, I have to give him this one.
Yeah.
Joshie, with the bonus point, you got all 15 right, buddy.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
That's what I'm talking about,
Good
baby.
shit, baby.
Man, that's hype.
That's big hype.
Has that ever happened?
I think that's a show first.
That's a show first.
It's a show first, baby.
What?
Full trivia.
There is no way that anything could be better.
And you said what? I notoriously give you hard trivia.
Those would be hard for anyone else.
That's what I'm saying.
Think about it.
Yeah, I felt like that was like pretty mixed.
Who knows the actual the subtitle to freaking Amazing Spider-Man?
You knew it instantly, bro.
No one knows
that was beautiful. I'm proud of you, bro.
Show.
Yeah, fuck
thanks,
yeah,
bro. Those were so fun.
Of course. Good.
God,
fuck
I want to test
I'm so
myself
glad you love it, dude.
Fuck
yeah, that's what you got me for, baby.
Yes, sir.
Joshie, you know how we like to wrap things up around here on this show? We love to throw some wisdom our way, right?
We like to end the day with some wisdom.
Yeah, man. No, I take it into the rest of my day.
Absolutely.
And now the sun has finally set.
Yeah.
It is 7 p.m. And
that's the end of my day.
Wow. Yeah, really. It looks dark as fuck outside. Yeah, it's the end of the day. So the quote I have for us this week, my friend, from Uncle Iroh himself, is don't let plans get in the way of the journey.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's really good.
That's a really good quote.
I love that.
Yeah, man.
Because I think there's so much you can do naturally to plan for anything in life, but you can't plan for the journey.
No.
You can't plan for like what happens. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And that could even be said, I mean, that's not me trying to say like, don't plan.
Right.
Because sometimes you need to.
Yeah.
And I think Iroh knows that. And that's what he's saying is that there will be plans. So don't let those literally distract you from the journey you need to be taking.
Right. Because life is about the journey.
It is.
Really. Like, I feel like I personally do get hung up on this way of living a lot, where I'll be like, all right, this is how my week's gonna go, this is how my day's gonna go, here's my plan, I gotta get this done, this, blah, blah, blah. And then when something comes up, which it will, because your life isn't, you don't live your life isolated. You live your life involved with other people.
Totally.
I guess everyone's got their own plans. You know what I mean? And sometimes the best things to happen are completely unplanned. You're just both feeling it in the moment, you and somebody else. Maybe you're just on your way to doing something solo, and you see something else, and it's like, I shouldn't deviate from the plan.
Right. But
maybe I should.
The journey.
Exactly.
That's the journey.
Exactly. And being along for the ride, not always having your head up in the clouds for what's next. Being present.
Present is the most important part. And
yes,
Iroh knows that.
Iroh knows best.
Oh, what a goat.
What a goat. Joshie, this concludes episode 10.
Yes, it is.
The Flash Roast Podcast,
yes, it is.
friend. Thanks so much for this just super casual podcast today.
I know. I felt good. I was feeling under the weather. Still am. I'm feeling a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, you look like a little bit
Just
better.
the day, I think, just getting better.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm excited for you to heal up and see where you're at next week.
Yeah, thank you. I thought this was such a fun episode.
Yeah, bro.
I thought it was so awesome.
Good, bro.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, man.
All right, my friends. This concludes this episode this week. Thank you so much for joining us, me and Josh.
Seriously.
We love having just any kind of support and audience, and even for the hardcore out there who listen every week and love to just shout us back and just give us love. We love you guys.
We love you
Seriously,
so much.
Yeah.
Seriously, it makes everything so much more fun to talk to people about everything we already got to talk about. And to all those out there who haven't met me but only know Sam, I love you. I really do. If you feel like you know me, you probably know me pretty well. I think I'm a pretty open book.
Yeah, man.
You know?
No, for sure.
You know what I mean? I think I'd have like this kind
of... Well, I also think you're just a really lovable guy, but you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, bro.
You're lying.
No, I know they'll appreciate that, Josh, and you do get a lot of shout-outs from people I know.
You think I'm a fan favorite?
I think you're a fan favorite on this show. Hands down.
No, man.
My friends, check out our Patreon page. It's going to be patreon.com/flashbrospodcast.
Yes, sir.
Also, check out if you got any questions, comments, concerns, you want to write in, you just want to say hey, want to show us some love, shoot us an email. It's going to be flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
Absolutely.
Wow. I said that all wrong. flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
There it is.
There it is,
we
baby.
Found it, baby.
Thank you for joining me today, Joshie. Always grateful for you, brother.
Always.
And we will see you all on the next episode.
Yes, we will. Goodbye. I love ya.